Hello, hello. How are you doing? Good to see you again. It's been quite a while. I was just setting everything up. Sorry about that. Sorry, I've been taking a little bit longer. Has to be done. Tag Free, good to see you as well. No worries. Thank you. Azariel, good to see you. Mighty Potato, welcome back of course as well. Ghost Force, I saw you too. Pilot, hello. I saw Alertus Fox. Kelsar, hello, hello. Maybe this stuff lifts your mood? Of course it will, of course it will. No stress, good. No stress whatsoever. We will never have stress, chat. Also, let me know if the live stream is too loud or anything compared to everything else. Because I can lower it, I can make it louder, I can do all the things. It has been, again, quite a while since I streamed last time, so I'm getting used to setting everything up again. How is everyone doing? What have you been up to today? Are you excited for CitizenCon? I know I am. Oh no, what is this? What is this pixelation? This is disgusting. Hello? Can we get 1080p source, please? Thank you. A bit too loud compared to the mic? That's what I thought. Everybody. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. So what I can do is
test.
Get an audio compressor on.
Watching right now? Oh no.
Already sounds a lot better, honestly.
Why are there so many people watching a countdown?
Do they have
time?
Captions? They do not.
5:30.
Oh no.
5:29. 5:28. 5:27.
Let me just lower my browser like a tiny bit. Browser source.
You know this is just the smaller show, right?
You just got a mole in exchange for a cube? Wait, how? Oh, you're trying to find a Vandal helmet,
so
right? Seen on Twitter that they're pretty hard to find, aren't they?
Hey, all you moderator type people, should we investigate in slow mode? I'm not.
I know for a Banu cube, but was that a?
Consider it and then do it if you think it's right. I don't know.
Was that a challenge, or was that from Star Citizen? Oh, from your Bar Citizen. Gotcha. I see. That is really cool. Congratulations.
Ready for CitizenCon? Type John Crew in chat.
You had extra codes. Heck yeah. Sold it for a mole. Ah.
Oh, anybody that's spelling it
wrong. I see.
You're not ready for CitizenCon. There's an E.
I think it's a good exchange. I mean, you got a mole in return, so heck yeah.
If you're ready for CitizenCon, type John Crew with an E at the end of chat.
How is the browser source? How's the live stream sound now compared to the mic?
That's not how you spell John in any language.
Oh god, we have 4.5 minutes to go.
Was that a Y?
Oh my lord.
Where did you get a Y?
4.5 minutes, let's go. Look at Twitch chat going crazy. Wait, yeah, I know the chat rules. I'll just send an 07 chat as well.
What was that weird?
Because I can.
Dandelion burdock?
Boom.
Dandelion and burdock.
You can hear me over Jared? Okay, good.
So there's Iron Brew.
Because we all know Jared is loud. No, I'm kidding. I love you, Jared. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that, okay? You're just the perfect volume.
Audio test good.
Valve, good to see you as well.
In about 3 minutes and 40 seconds, everybody.
I got your message on Ko-Fi. Thank you. I hope this live stream will help you out a bit again. Yeah, the chat is going Yum. I'm very happy that we're streaming on YouTube. I've seen quite a few people on Twitch already, and yeah, all the chats are just going Yum. So yeah. Oh god, 3 minutes. And Belle, hope you've been having a lovely Saturday, by the way. I'm just very happy that my voice is back again. I've been sick for like the past... It's basically been three weeks right now. And I think for like the first 2 weeks, I've been like out with my voice. My voice has just been gone because I was just coughing a lot. It's slowly coming down. I'm just happy my voice is back. Because last week I had an event and my voice wasn't really there anymore. Well, it was kind of back, but not really. But yeah, it was okay. Oh my god, Chad, calm down. Jesus. We can also just disable Chad. We can have his full screen. Boom, look at that. Oh yeah. You didn't forget to come here? Of course, Norgeek, of course. Oh, maybe I should put it on Twitter that we're live. Hang on. And Norgeek, good to see you as well. How are you doing? Hope you've had a lovely Saturday. Where is Twitter? There it is. We're live with a CitizenCon watch party. No, not with a, with the CitizenCon watch party. youtube.com/ oh my god, it doesn't even get it to my live stream link, does it? It's whatever. I'll just put it on Glitch in Orbit. I'll put it on full screen in like a minute, by the way. You found the way here? Good. Good to hear your voices back. Yes! Luco, good to see you as well. Welcome back. Good voices, good. Nice. Nice. Very nice. Button. Is it button? No. Is it red button? No. What? Circle. It's circle, isn't it? There we go. Now we got the emoji. Okay. Tweet. Oh my god. It's almost starting. Okay. Let's ignore chat and we'll just put this on live stream. On live stream? On full screen? Hello? Is this live stream? The music was very epic, Sonia's, yes. I hope you've had a wonderful Saturday. How are you doing? The music stopped, it did. Did I mute it? No. It's just...
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
they're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the
Star
verse for the
Citizen
first
community
time.
welcoming?
New
What?
players come every day, and
Since
I
when?
find that
They're always happy
Yeah.
to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so
Oh my god,
supportive,
yes!
And the
Oh,
cheers
that was
I got when
you?
we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they
Yes.
put into, and creativity.
How long is the CitizenCon? I have no idea.
Inside of an entire
I have no clue.
Machinimas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
Oh, the Reddit and the forums are assaulting. It's really bad currently. It's 5 hours? Oh my lord. Alright, well, get ready to
I love all the
stick with me for 5 hours. To hear my beautiful voice for 5 hours.
How they come up with crazy ideas.
5 hour
each and every
stream,
day
question mark?
surprise me.
Maybe.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
Hello? Fix your webcam.
The new
It's
and
jittering.
exciting ways they find to
Break shit.
We could stay 10 hours. I mean, we can just hop into Star Citizen right after.
The gameplay we intend.
Nah.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's
Let's actually not do
when
that.
they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the
So I was
community by
gonna get
themselves, and that's
the...
really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
What's it called?
Going to Bar
The-
Citizen. It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
Yes, yes, yes. Community's amazing, we know. So, I want to hear myself talk now. I wanted to get the CitizenCon
much love for it.
I really like when the community
schedule. That's the one.
detail-oriented about our work.
So we're gonna have Pyro Planetary Tech, I believe, first, which I'm very excited about.
From them, from their ideas.
I need hiccups in between to soften things up? Wait, has there been a hiccup already? No, right? No.
How they're always
No.
interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate
I'm
the people
so
who are
excited for
able to
all the
keep
Pyro
track of
stuff.
dates.
They, call us out.
It really
So yes, Sonius.
our
They're gonna
decision-making process
do
for,
Moons and Planets?
what
Multiple.
What did we do wrong?
Ooh.
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development.
Okay, wait. So it's going to be...
We're making it with the community. Still keep fighting us.
Do they have... Okay, so they don't give an actual estimation of time. but it has indeed been like 5-ish hours
My
before.
favorite thing about the community,
It's going to be
impossible for me to narrow it down to one.
Planetary Pyro
And
first,
if somebody said you had
then
to,
Design Brief
I'd probably just turn and
Investigations,
walk away.
then the new Underground, the need for multiple speeds afterwards, which is about combat, I think? It looks like it.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. Ever since I saw Star
Oh,
Wars
wait.
as a wide-eyed 8-year-old, I dreamt of being a hotshot pilot saving the galaxy or a lovable rogue making my way across the cosmos. It inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done
Gotta be
since then.
quiet.
10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now, I'm ready to come back, and I'd like to show you something I've been working on. But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines.
Oh, this
but
makes me
also one
dizzy.
that you can muster out.
The wobbling.
Find your own
Oh
fortune in
boy.
the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than
It
any
is
other game
very
out there.
old Citizen
I want
Red. Good to
actively
see you, by
push
the way. How are you
boundaries
doing?
of what you can do in a game.
We've had a
None of this would have been
lovely
even
Saturday.
possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance and cost, and the gaming community embracing
Xylo said it was roughly 5 hours long, give or take an hour.
I've
Okay.
never been accused of having a small
So wait,
vision.
if we've already
And
seen
so
this, then I
thought it
can
was
just say
best
what
if I
else.
share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out. So why don't you come join me for a sneak peek?
So I can just read
10
out
years ago, I
the...
stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin,
Oh.
Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world.
Oh, that was the
All
Kickstarter
records
video.
in
I've never seen
crowdfunding,
it before.
helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all
Wait,
of
I need to
you to build
figure
the
out
most
my
immersive
legs, 'cause
virtual
I'm
universe
sitting on
ever
the leg.
conceived.
Ow, ow, ow.
I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision.
Chris
all those
Roberts
years
is real confirmed. I mean, I've
Every
met
year since
him.
then, we've
I've shook his
celebrated our
hand.
anniversary of
I
what
have his
we've done at
autograph
CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our
from
community,
CitizenCon
without
in
which we would not
2019.
be here.
God,
When I
that's a
made
long
the
time
original
ago.
pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015.
Oh, my leg
The
is
real
sleeping.
game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0,
Sorry, Christine,
which we
you did
released at
put
the end
three.
of 2017.
See, this
which
is why
allowed
we need
players
subtitles.
to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing
500
more
million
than
in
ever.
funds, let's
This year,
go.
our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in
3
2017,
hours,
this
yeah,
was
that's
48
because we
minutes,
cannot really do
64
anything
minutes
in game because we
2018,
keep
and then jumped to
crashing.
2 hours in 2019.
And then we have to
From there,
relaunch
we've been
it, and
steadily
then relaunch it
increasing. In
again.
2022
And then
alone,
relaunch it again.
People have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far.
Of course it's 3
So this is a
hours, and
testimony
it
to
takes
the hard
forever to
work,
get
the
from one
development,
place to
and our
another.
online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state,
Anyways.
more performant and stable than it's ever been. And the increasing amount
Am
of
I
features
wrong
and
though,
content
chat?
that are available making for viable daily
I know I'm
gameplay,
not. I know I'm
even
not.
in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming this show from. All of this is down to your patience and
45
support.
million at least is
Building a
just from
game
people
with the
buying
scale,
game
detail, and
packages.
scope
Isn't
of Star
it more?
Citizen, as it is conceived today, that allows us
I mean,
to
you
seamlessly
are
go
saying at
anywhere
least,
from
so yeah.
inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything
You
being
only play on
explorable,
weekends
persistent,
after work?
interactable,
Yeah,
with
no,
thousands of players
like,
online together,
you
with a
need
visual
quite
quality
the
that
big
biggest AAA games
time
has
investment in
cracked.
Star Citizen if you
Most
want to get
ambitious
something
goal that has
done.
ever been set off towards in gaming. I am both humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe.
Zills of Hope, how are you? Wasn't this mask from a mission before? What's the big deal about it? The Vandal mask? Yeah, it was. It was with a PvP or PvE mission, I believe. Combat in general, at least. I gotta switch my oops. Sound is breaking. Mine?
This year we've had
It might be because I was too much in front of the microphone because I was adjusting.
some of the most recent being
Sorry
in
about
China,
that.
South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida.
Hope sound is fine now,
Chinese
though.
buses and had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community.
It was the 50 kills event,
Hopefully,
true.
next year we can return to an in-person
I'm
CitizenCon,
glitching.
and I and the rest of the
Yeah.
team at CIG will have the chance to spend
When am I
some time
not
with you in
glitching,
person.
honestly?
But for now, let's get the show on the road.
Yes,
10 years ago,
Chris,
the
let's
ship
go.
I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to
I'm
need a
glitching
bigger
Critch.
ship. I present to you
Chris
the
Roberts
only
himself.
constant.
Whoa!
You may have thought it was green screen, but
Wow.
we needed something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the
Wow.
future. Here's a
Nerd.
dedication plaque. The only constant in game development is change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship.
Oh my
prototyped
god,
by
yes,
Robert
it's my
Space
favorite ship
Industries,
as well.
commissioned for
Let's
London
go,
shipyards,
Chris.
Sol 3, launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared.
You never see me glitch.
D. Jared,
True.
that wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
Oh my god!
I sent an email.
This is so
Oh, that
fun!
must have gone in my junk folder.
Oh my god, yes! They have the
It's not
bar and
bad. It's quite a nice little
everything!
setup here, isn't it?
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
I know,
Can
I would do
you
something to get you
stop?
over to the UK.
Hey, you know, he knows what I like.
Whoa.
So what do you have?
Well, let's
Oh,
do
they
a
have the
science
Fiddly
fiction
plushie.
drink. Can you do a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster?
Pangalactic Gargle Blaster.
Come on, get the
No, I can do
cocktails.
this really dry
You got it,
martini that we
Jared.
had
You got it.
before shooting.
Wow.
How much would have this room cost? Would this room have
We gotta
cost?
start small.
$1 million?
Such. Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So
A
what do you
gargle
guys do?
blaster? What's in a gargle blaster? I
The next
wanted.
10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond, and the community.
Oh, did
Hey, cheers! Oh, I don't have anything to drink. I can drink with. I can cheers with my tea.
Wow.
That's fine.
All right, so
That is strong. Ooh, vodka.
that's why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think? Look at my
Oh, it's from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Hold on.
Still haven't seen it. I still need to check it out. Damn it!
I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Night of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No,
Twinsies.
I don't be a twinsie.
Hey, yes,
Check the
get
rest of the
it,
set
get
out.
it.
But it's tailored.
Oh my god, this room is so
It looks
awesome.
good on you. I'm not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh wow! Look at all these cool artifacts.
Chris,
You
can
got
we be
this
buddies?
Edition artifacts,
Can I
a
can I
bunch
be
of
in this
stuff.
room?
That's really cool.
Can I
The
sleep there?
CitizenCon
I'll sleep
trophy.
on the ground.
Wow.
It's fine.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up.
As long as I can be in the room.
You're gonna sit in my chair.
I am. It's a very nice chair.
This
I'm
is
good.
this is some
Bobblehead.
expensive
This is a
stuff,
great place to
Chad.
interview people from.
I'm telling
What's
you.
that sitting over there?
This room
I'm getting a newfound
was
appreciation
probably
for how awkward it is on this
expensive.
side. So what do you
I
think?
mean, he
We
has
should
the
start
money,
show?
so
I think we should start
why
the show.
not?
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good
Yes,
friend
Pyro,
Maximilian
let's
Kalish from our
go.
Frankfurt studio. He's gonna
I'm
take you
thinking
on a
this
tour
room
of
must have been like at
6
least
of
$1
the
million.
locations
This
coming
room
in the upcoming
alone.
Pyro system, the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So
Because
take it away.
they had to have it custom made.
I really want my chair back.
It's a very nice.
Everything, so.
We'll talk
Oh,
about it.
Pyro, let's go, Chad, let's go. All the props as well. Yup. And like the green screen behind it. Well, I mean, you can just put a freaking Elgato green screen there,
on
but
behalf of the Planet Content team today.
I have a feeling they didn't.
I'm a senior environment artist, and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on.
Oh my god,
the
in
last
before
3 years.
Kotaku goes in, true. Oh, Planetary Pyro! I wish they had subtitles, damn it. Because I need to
So
make
I
sure
have
that
Pyro 1 open already.
that it's not.
It's live.
Sorry,
in
I'm gonna
engine.
shut up.
This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still gonna do like a polish pass on it. So not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you
Whoa.
what we have so far. So the idea behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part
The
of it
entire
is
skybox
still being
looks
worked
so
on.
different as well. It
So
looks
we had
lovely.
to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue coming in. Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds
Some
yet.
volumetric
so
clouds.
Let's jump to one of
It's
the
an
blue
entire
spots
stack.
on the planet. I just
Those
tweaked
clouds
like
look
the
beautiful.
sun position a
Ooh.
little bit to make it look a bit nicer. And then you can see why it's
Just a
blue.
few clouds. They're
We
very
added,
fluffy.
Like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1. We've used crystals before on Wala,
I was like, wait, is my
but I
taskbar
think we
showing?
were
But
a
it's
bit
in the
too-
live stream.
yeah,
you
we
know.
played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put
I don't have
crystals as
these
ground cover
tabs.
assets.
Especially not
But
the
for
icons
Pyro
in the
1,
right-hand
we
corner,
really wanted
Jesus
to push
Christ.
the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals.
Those crystals
here.
look dope.
Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plants over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a
Recorded
mission
September 2nd. Where do you see this?
on a space station. The mission was scrapped.
Where do you see that?
Unfortunately. And ever since then,
How do you know
this asset set has just been sitting in our. Like,
You don't want to step on
walls.
such a crystal
It's
barefoot?
a really cool
No,
plant set, and I'm
same.
happy that we finally found
The dig in the
a
bottom
spot
right.
to
Oh my
use
god,
them.
of course. Taskbar.
So this is another spot I want to highlight.
Oh my
It's
god.
also important for us that we
See,
do
I'm
add
just so
something memorable
fixated
to
on
each
Pyro
planet.
that I cannot pay
In the
attention to
case of
anything
Pyro 1,
else.
it's
This looks beautiful.
Spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We tried to push the scale of the assets for
Okay,
the
so it's
Pyro
still
system.
quite-
We felt like
quite
by now
new.
we got like the basic rocks.
For showing
and the
this off,
sketching
that's
of
nice.
The basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass.
I mean,
wanted to
obviously,
show
but it
you
looks really
guys
good
what
already.
It feels like when you're in game, walking around here.
I think
Now I want to show
there
you
will
my
be.
personal favorite biome of Pyro
Is it
1.
who or is it Chaming?
It's this biome here.
And welcome, by the way. I
which
hope you've
has
had a
these
good
really
Saturday.
cool-looking rock formations.
Ooh,
They
those are
massive
interesting
in
rock
scale. Like
formations.
if I jump in game here,
We're
you
finally
get
getting a little bit more
good
like
feeling for
alien-esque.
the scale of them. Yeah,
stuff.
It's possible to land your spaceship on them. It's probably really fun to,
It's more
race
lucrative
through
mining-wise,
here. We
Pyro,
can
but it's more dangerous. It
imagine
is,
that
yeah.
this is gonna
Also
be
because
like a nice
pirates,
combat
but
space as
yeah.
well, because they do provide nice cover. Let's just jump to a couple different areas on Pyro
Yes,
1
please.
before we move to
Show
Pyro
them.
2.
I'm so excited. Sorry, I'm very excited for Pyro. Exploration is my main thing, so... Oh no, Belf, you did not make that joke. Really? Pirates? Like Pyro? No, stop it. You cannot hear the CIG guy? Well, that's too
So now
bad.
we're on Pyro 2. In
This is why we
comparison
need
to Pyro 1,
subtitles.
you can immediately see the planet is like
Is
way
this better?
more colorful. There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like browns and like
Revenge
bone
X,
white
welcome by the way. I hope you've
spots,
had a good
some
Saturday as
red,
well.
and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I
It kind
jump
of
to,
does look like Hurston. Oh,
one
not
of
anymore.
the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight here is
What just flew
the
up?
improvements that we made to how assets spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural
That's really
transition
cool.
from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way. Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still
I just keep
planned
hearing like,
for
oh, it's
it,
not quite there
but
yet. It
I
still
think
needs a
in
polish
comparison to what we
pass.
had before, this is a big step forward. Also, what
Kinda
you might
feels like
see
Rocky Mountains,
is
true.
the drawing distance
Or,
of assets
Red
has
Rock
been
as
greatly
well,
improved.
a little bit.
So everything you see here in the distance is actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way
Ooh.
over there, you will see that this is like cliff formations. And I think it looks really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain.
You
Yeah,
think
let's
so? Well,
fly
I
through
think
the
so
canyons.
too.
Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but
It is
I'm
over a month
horrible
old
at
now,
flying,
true.
so I'm just
They
gonna use,
will probably be
the
a
camera
lot
in
further.
Planetary. So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2.
Oh.
It's simple, but I think sometimes less is more. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees. And they
it's
spawn
calcification.
in
Cool.
very dense clusters. So you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed to look very dry and kind of dead, but still
It is dead, yes.
in a pretty way. Okay, if we look at it from this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have here on the terrain. It's pale, it's
dead,
dry.
Jim.
But then in the background you have like
Very
the nice,
dead.
clear blue ocean.
Dead,
so
dead,
this
dead
is one
ski.
of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of different...
That looks like Australia.
Geology assets.
Straight up.
Different mixes of bushes and grasses. So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively.
You hate sand?
And you find
Force
like lots of
gets
foliage
everywhere.
here. We have like these
Disgusting,
cliffs
honestly.
in the background, which are pretty dark. And it's another nice contrast.
It is really
of this
Australia.
planet, where you have
Like the entire
saturated
rock
red
formation, the
terrain,
color.
and the
Yep.
dark bedrock. So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is
Oh.
the improvements that we made to our ground textures.
Oh, look at that lighting.
So previously,
The gradient
like
in the
2-3
sky.
years
That's beautiful.
ago, we had to rely a lot on ground cover assets to add geometry and
Which we'll get to
detail
beta
that the
first. I
ground
see your
textures
Star
alone
Atlas.
couldn't
I
give
think
us.
Star Atlas.
But ever since we got terrain
Not
displacement,
gonna lie.
we get like really nice.
Isn't Star Atlas the crypto
shapes just
thing?
from the textures alone, and then if you combine it with ground cover assets, yeah, the
that
result
one?
is really successful.
And
how
Chow,
things
good to
blend
see you
together,
again. How are you?
And the amount
You've
of
had a good
detail that you
Saturday.
see on the ground.
Oh, Star Atlas was the crypto one? Yeah, okay. Then I want
So now
nothing
we're
to do
on
with
Pyro
that, sorry.
3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity
I don't
to
like
give you
crypto
like an
stuff.
in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the
Pilot, you just sat down and assumed you were looking at Hurston.
So
It's
from
basically
this
Hurston.
distance,
I mean,
you can
this is
see
just
through the
Microtech
volumetric
Equator.
clouds,
I'm
like
kidding.
a lot of the yellow coming
They have a
through.
hangar
We
now?
talked
Oh my
about
god. It's
what's
amazing.
making it look yellow, which is
And
the
that could be
moss, and I
better.
want to like jump
Wanna drag the
down
mood down?
to
You'll
the
talk about it
planet
on
surface
Discord or
and show
something
you
later? Yeah, do
the
that.
amount of detail that you
If you need to
will
vent on
see
Discord, just
when,
do that.
going up close to the moss.
And I
So
hope
we're
that
down at
the
surface
live stream
now.
will
I'm just gonna
make
jump
your day a
in
little bit
game.
better.
A lot of time and effort
Checking out
was
Pyro now.
spent on making
Ooh.
the moss
This just looks
look
like coral on
just
land.
right.
It's weird.
So like the right level of
But it's cool. I
fluffiness,
like it.
and density. So it looks really nice.
It really
when
does look
like,
great, doesn't it,
covers these
Luco?
rocks.
It does. It
And then we
is.
also have like lots of
Ooh, the
smaller
grass looks
moss on the
improved.
ground. We combine it with like yellow grass. And it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us
I
to
love that we
make
have
this
more
biome look
alien
really dense. So
kind
we
of
push the amount of
biomes.
assets that we're using. So it's basically completely covered in foliage.
Oh yeah.
Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser.
Yeah.
The good thing
it's
is that we don't
everywhere.
have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground
And that's
cover,
great.
on grass.
It makes it look very
Now
natural.
We jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use
It's super alien grass. I love it.
override for every single biome. Previously,
Ah.
we could only use one global override per planet, which, as you can imagine,
I
is
really
not
want to
enough when
visit
you have
this
something
planet.
like
Oh my
Stand
god.
Before, where you have snowy regions and the
Oh,
spruce
floating
tree
rocks. Do you see
regions,
them?
and one object
Bye.
preset
They're
just
gone now.
can't cover every coast. We added these coral.
Oh, they're
like
corals.
coral geology
Cool.
set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through.
I
and
think that
eventually it
yellow can be
transitions
brighter,
into the
but
nice mossy
yeah, because you
areas.
only see it when you get really
Previously,
close to
when
it.
we made coast object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets.
Oh,
but due to
same
the fact that
Valve.
we
I
can
really
now
want to
push
find
the
just
density along the
unknown
coast
systems
as well, you can find different
where they
kinds of coral,
plop in some
seaweed,
jump points and let us
different
just
pebbles
explore
and
them.
rocks, and other stuff.
as we
Now I
go,
jump to one of
basically.
the
That could be
volcanic
cool.
regions
I
on
don't think they're
Pyro
gonna do
3.
that, but
You might not expect to
Ooh.
find vegetation here, but we
I
did
like
add
those
a little bit
plants.
of vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting.
Uh-huh.
What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation.
Yeah, it looks a lot
So
better.
this is
Like the grass
one
as
of my
well.
favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the
Because
amount of
the
detail
grass on
display.
Microtech and Herson looks
Here,
very
we have like nice little flowers
flat.
and these like
Looks very
knots or whatever,
2D-ish.
like pots. And it's just like a really cool asset set.
It moves too
So when
much?
flying
It's
over
true,
the
but there's a lot of
volcanic
wind
regions, you will find
probably.
pockets of these
I mean, you can
scattered
see how
all
fast
around
the
just to make the area like
particles
a
are
little bit more
going, so I
lively.
think
Before
it's
we
just the
move on,
wind
let's jump
that
around
moves
to a
stuff
couple
around
more
a lot.
places.
Oh. Oh. Wait, is that a volcano? Or was that just a mountain range? Ooh. Okay, Pyro 4, let's go.
Now
So
we're on
the
Pyro
other one
4,
was
which
Pyro
is my
3? I want to go to
personal
Pyro
favorite
3
of the
then.
Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here
Oh,
are not
interesting.
done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will be. They will
Looks
look
like a
amazing
paint splatter.
once the planet
Like a
comes out.
paintbrush
So let's
texture.
focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of
Carnivorous
like,
plants?
verticality,
Are they going to
not a lot
have
of
them?
trees.
I don't
So
know.
everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of
You thought they were
ground cover
iterating
assets
each
on
build of the
display.
entire system? No, I thought it...
The
I think it
variation
is
in
the
color,
planetary
but it's
bodies indeed.
all
Like the moons and
grounded by,
planets that we're
the-
gonna encounter.
The color of the soil. And it
Just like how
looks
we have Stanton
We have multiple
1,
new vegetation sets on display here.
3, 4.
So first of all, we have this
think that's it.
bush set here, which is called
And then the
I think it's
AB and
called a
stuff.
fire stalk, which it's kind
Not
of like
done
a
yet. You
modified
can make a
version of
drinking
the
game.
real
I
world
really wanted
thing.
to do
They
a
add, like,
drinking
little
game
bit of
today,
color
Tech
to
Freak,
the
but
area,
I decided not to do it in the
make
end
things
because I would be
Then we
drunk by the end of it, or
These
like
ones
after
here,
5
I forgot
minutes.
the
So
name of the asset set. Yeah, they
nah.
also look
Oh,
quite
that looks
saturated,
beautiful.
and
Very
interesting.
spiky.
We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have
Yeah,
on
that looks a lot
Hearthstone to
better.
these ones, the geometry
tea
count is
drinking
way
game.
higher.
Okay, I
the
can do
texture
that.
resolution is a bit higher, and they just look
Yeah, true, Kelser.
more polished and nicer. Which
Okay,
means
what
that
do we do a
eventually have
drinking
to
game
go
for?
back
Every
to
time they say
Hearthstone,
Pyro,
to Microtech, and
every
give
time they say
the trees there
it needs a
like
polish
little
pass.
makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve
Every
the
time they say
blending
it's not
between
done yet.
different biomes. So you see here, these are two fairly simple biomes. There's a clear distinction between them, but the transition still feels very natural.
Ah,
So if we go
transition
down
is another
here,
one.
you have like the red grass and it kind of feathers out. Yeah, it feels very organic and natural.
Biome, maybe?
Let's jump to the most experimental biome that we've made so far.
Okay, drink.
So
You said
for
biome?
this biome here,
Oh.
the concept art team
Oh my
gave
God.
us some really interesting concept art because this is
My
easily
mouth
some
is
of
just
the
open
biggest,
right now.
rock formations that we have in the game so far.
I wanna fly through
Actually,
those.
Let me try to fly.
It looks like Skyrim,
a
yes.
ship, so you
It
can
looks
see
very
the
alien.
scale
Looks
of
very,
them. So they're massive.
Oh my god, no,
in
why would
scale,
you, why
and
would you
what was
spoil
the
that for
hardest
me? I
part
wanted to do that, how
about
dare
getting
you?
these to look right is
You
that they're
force the
supposed to look
explosions?
really good
What, on the
from a
live stream or with
distance,
me?
because you would expect
I
something
think
this
I know
big,
the answer to that, but just don't
yeah,
answer,
to be
okay?
visible almost from space.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
But then the tricky thing is also
Goes for the tiny hole.
to make
Nope,
them look
okay.
good
Boo,
when
no
you're
balls.
standing up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see
Oh, I get
how
to do
big
it on a
these
Nox?
rocks actually
Yes.
are. So they are massive in scale. You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really small. But I think it's a really good visual that you have these like dark.
Well, at least I know
gray
one thing.
rocks
The
against
mill model still
crimson
doesn't have a booty.
of the soil and the grass.
This is so sad.
So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the
Oh.
terrain. And because the height map, the difference in
Oh
height
wow. Can we have volumetric
is so
clouds
large, we
in the
actually get, like,
valleys of
shapes
Microtech?
of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds. Yeah, you can probably spot some of the tiling issues that we have
It
here.
looks very
which
Skyrim
is something
and
that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress.
Alien, like
so it's gonna
Prometheus-esque.
change a bit. Because I mentioned biome diversity along the coasts before, I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like. So this one is kind of this.
That looks like a beach I would not want to be on.
We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles.
Neo, good to see you as well. We've had a good Saturday. Welcome.
Moving with the waves of the
Beach
ocean.
day on Pyro.
One interesting thing
In
on Pyro
spacesuits,
4
yeah,
is
definitely.
that we have
We need
a
the
massive
spacesuits.
crater region.
I don't
On
think
other
you can
planets, we have
breathe
individual
anywhere
craters, which are
in
a whole
Pyro.
height map,
Oh
or
my god, look
like
at this
3-4
crater.
smaller craters on one
Wait,
height
is that a
map.
crater
But
within a
this
crater?
is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater, and you can see it all the way
What?
out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater, so it's a mix of like the global displacement,
Craterception.
texture, and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater.
Yes, okay,
We
good.
wanted
I
this
was
to
just gonna
feel
be like,
very,
are you not going to show this?
spooky and grim and kind of dark. So we have these
It's staring at you.
dark
It's the eye of
fantasy
the planet. It is.
forest-looking trees.
Clouds flowing.
Yeah, which
Mhm.
look
I
kind
love
of
the
creepy. Then we bring some of the red
Like, that's
grass
what we
back
need
from the
in
previous
on Microtech, in
biome.
between like
We
valleys.
go down to the surface
Like morning
of the crater.
fog, kind
you
of
can
like
see
that.
we added this dark forest-looking
Oh.
tree set, some creepy shapes.
Oh yeah, I would
some
record some Halloween
moist
ambience here.
looking ground cover assets, and
It's
this whole
very
area is
creepy.
supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to
Yeah.
be hostile, and it's not
Makes me feel very
safe
uneasy.
without your suit
I
on.
like it.
So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons.
We're going to the moon.
This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro
We need
4, you
alien
can see that
animals.
it has
Oh
a
my-
landmark
okay,
that you
that's
can
my favorite
see
moon
from
already.
space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like, yeah, like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the
It's a
surface
strait of what?
the streak
Of slick? What?
and have a look
Poison?
what it looks like
No?
from
What
up
did he say?
close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a
Whoa.
little bit of a bump
Obsidian.
up, and then
Oh,
it
thank
goes
you.
down
Thank you,
to
chat. Thank you.
form, the crack, and then we scatter
Oh, wow.
the ecosystem
Look at that blue and like purple against
height
that
maps on
skybox.
top to get the look that we want. So if we go down here, you can see we start
Slick
with like
obsidian.
flatland
Very
shapes,
nice.
some
Oh my god,
smaller
going a little bit too
craters,
fast.
and then it
These
transitions
gradients,
into like
though.
these quite spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here, they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before.
Just imagine
it
going
becomes
off of this with a
smooth
cyclone or
down
something,
here.
and just as soon as you
And
get
if
to
we
the
jump
spiky
to
bottom,
this
you just get
point,
launched up again.
Which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian
Wow.
in the right way and everything looks like nice and shiny. You can see here that the ground looks quite different from other planets. So instead of soil, it almost looks artificial in a way. Acid-wise,
kind of
we're
looks like
using
wet
one
sand.
of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update.
Oh my god, I just got the most
a bit
brilliant
of a
idea.
polish,
What if they have
so
quicksand
we
somewhere?
improved the shapes, different textures,
It's
just to
melted
make it
glass? Heck
look
yeah.
extra cool. Like the way the sunlight hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel
Next is
too
obsidian
samey.
board riding.
And
Yeah,
it's
let's do
always
it.
nice to have like the
I'm up for it.
occasional
Heck yeah.
pocket of vegetation. To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with
Moon.
the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being
Did you just say
shiny
planet?
and
It's a moon.
slick,
We're on a moon.
they are more dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these
I cannot believe
spiky
he said
shapes
planet.
to add
Top
some
10 anime
verticality
betrayals.
to the scattering. But yeah, outside
That's
the
no moon?
obsidian
Wait.
track, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color
100% chance. More like 69%, but
so
yeah.
the
Oh
obsidian
my god,
crack
that
is like
skybox.
kind of just dark gray, black.
That looks great.
The desert I just showed is also light gray, so we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation.
Do we want to
Really
see
nice
how
the
fast
red,
Twitch chat is going?
Creeps up into the crevices of the height maps.
Ah, it's not actually that bad. Okay.
We're gonna end our showcase today on Pyro
No,
6.
don't end it.
Pyro 6 has a very interesting
Oh.
color palette. Like I really like the yellows and the pale beige.
What yellow? I
tones
just
of
see
the
brown
terrain.
and gray.
And then you have
I like the
another
blue, though.
ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters, and we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters.
Ooh.
If we jump all the way
All right,
down
then.
to the
Oh,
edge
God.
of one of those craters.
Please don't make me dizzy here.
So now we're at
Oh,
the edge of one
okay.
of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added.
You see the dark
some
yellow? Yeah, okay, I guess I could see dark
looking,
yellow.
Coral shapes.
A little more
And then
brownish to me, though,
eventually
but
we walk
sure.
down here towards one of those craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating
What are
meshes
these?
here on the left.
Wait, is
this
that a
still work
floating
in
rock?
progress. So one of us, probably
It's not
me,
done.
has to go in and
It still needs a polish
adjust
pass.
the settings of
Uh-huh.
the spawning here.
Uh-huh.
And then we're right at the edge.
Still needs a polish
And
pass.
I really like the color of the water.
Still work in progress,
and how
chat.
it looks against the backdrop.
Anti-gravity
of the white,
rocks.
Chalky terrain.
We need them.
Then
Not
over
done yet.
here,
Come on,
I
chat.
want to
It's not done yet.
introduce you to our human scale ref mesh.
Hello? Oh,
His
I
name
thought
is
he was,
Rüdiger. And he's super helpful when we set up object presets, because you can immediately see
How do you say it?
how the
Fossilized?
scale of assets feel when you have him in
You wanna swim
situation.
there? Me
Like he adds
too.
context to the scene.
It's so blue
he
there.
Spawns
Feels like
every
Hawaii.
time
Well,
that object
just the water.
preset
That's about
spawns,
it.
And yeah, he helps us find the right values when it comes to the scale of our assets. In general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really
Transition,
nice from this
yes,
ground
drink
texture
again.
to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking ground cover meshes. So this spot here is really nice because you get like the particles.
It's really nice to see
the
like how much
monochromatic terrain, the
pride
assets,
they show.
and it's
showing
all
this
against
off
the backdrop.
makes me
of
very happy.
The skybox of the Pyro system, which is red. Then we get like some really cool looking sunbeams coming through the
Nice.
The volumetric clouds here. And then if I turn the sun and we make this dark and
Oh,
I
God.
jump in game, you can
Oh.
see how drastically the skybox impacts the lighting
Wow.
when you're on the dark side of the planet. And the skybox is just, yeah, it looks really good.
I love
So
that
this
you
is the
still have
skybox
so
for
much
the entire Pyro
light,
system.
even though it's dark.
So you will see it.
Yeah, that
on
skybox
every
just
single Pyro
looks
planet. It's
beautiful.
just that Pyro 6 has like a very thin atmosphere.
Holy
so
cow.
you see it well here.
In closing, no, I want more Pyro,
I'm happy
please.
to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first
I'm
time,
so
to
excited.
hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do. But
Still
I
needs
hope
polishing
that you
pass.
are even more excited than
Still a work in
before
progress. Gonna
after
work on those
seeing what I
transitions.
showed you today.
Oh. Oh yeah. I'm going to be recording all of the ambience videos in Pyro. I'm so excited. I'm so mean, I'm kidding. It's just a prank, bro. Don't step on a crystal? Yeah, no, don't do that. It's like stepping on a Lego. No thanks. I'm picking on those transitions. No, I'm not. Nah. Wait. Was that just an animal? See? No, wait. This is why we need YouTube streams, because then you can go back. With Twitch, you can't. You can only pause it and continue from live. Oh. Okay, I cannot wait to... I think this was Pyro 3, right? I cannot wait to discover this one, or explore this one. Oh, you can go back with Twitch too? Yeah, if you go to the VOD. But not if you are in the livestream itself, right? Unless you have a setting for that. Oh wow. Oh, some streams offer it on live. Interesting. Oh, wow. Wow. Graph, how are you doing? Next expo in Pyro? Yes, please. We need a couple of characters for Pyro and lots of people. We do. We do. We'll figure it out though. We'll figure it out for sure. A guest holder or two? True, true. Oh, you're watching in silence mostly and playing around with mods in a game. Oh, which game? Please tell me it's Cyberpunk. I've been modding the shit out of Cyberpunk lately. Oh, a new video should actually be up on my channel.
Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he
Fallout
should not
4.
be let
Fallout
back
4
in the
is
building.
good too.
Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building, because
Oh, I have
he sat
some
in my chair.
hot water. Nice.
All right, thanks. When are we
I
live?
was playing Cyberpunk and Fallout. I haven't been playing Fallout.
Hi.
I've only been playing
Welcome back
Cyberpunk.
to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and yeah, welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief
I started
Development
a second
Officer,
game
Mr.
today
Aaron
on Steam.
Roberts. How you doing, guys?
Not too bad.
You were looking at me and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't
No, I just know
remember
about Cyberpunk.
it during the thing.
Oh, well,
I'm not
whatever.
good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6 of my own and my job hasn't changed. I can't check it. So,
I like your dig.
that's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to this.
Hey.
Absolutely. Good.
Brian.
We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about
I also
changing
met
the things, stuff
all
up
of them.
and whatnot, like what should we do?
They're so chill.
It was always like, we should build a spaceship.
Wait, did I
You know,
meet
we should build
Jared?
a-" So it's like, yeah, someday. But
I met Chris,
That's cool.
Brian,
It's way cool.
Sorry.
Aaron.
You're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly.
I don't know
having
if
a
I met
dedicated
Jared
space
in
that's
real life or
dialed in
not.
that you're cool with.
I saw him on stage.
It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of
I don't
our
remember.
Journey
Oh my
to
God.
4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system.
I swear, they're
You
just
two
flexing with the
recently took
setup.
kind of a whirlwind tour.
Yeah, I
of-
met them
of-
in
where'd you
Manchester
guys
with
go?
the with CitizenCon
basically went over
2019.
to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so
Look
it was
at the
actually
models.
quite
The
a lot of
models
fun
are
for us
great. They have
and
models
actually, a great
everywhere.
experience in terms of learning a lot about, the community over there and what they would
I want
what
that
they'd like
bar.
and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic
You hope they give you the
people,
interest with
in
Pyro?
the
You really
events
want that ship for
everywhere
the
we went.
system?
And so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same.
It'll be a very
first went
good
to
ship for
Korea,
that, yeah.
Had a nice bar citizen out there, hung out with people. Great food, great fun stories.
I'm trying to figure
while
that
we were
out
in
as well,
Korea.
Belf. I'm trying to figure out
We
what
did
the
a live
text
stream into
says
the China
behind the
bar
bar.
citizen that was happening at the
I
same
didn't get a
time.
good look at it.
So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were
That
there.
made it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't
Oh, go
hear
get your
them
food,
and
Fox.
so on.
I also
so they
need to
were
get
typing
food
out
soon.
questions, but the banter was great.
Enjoy
And
whatever
then
you're
the
going
next
to be
week we jumped over
making.
to
See you in a second
Singapore
again.
and hung out with those guys.
We
I was gonna
we
say,
learn.
We haven't had any technical
we
difficulties,
live, we learn.
so far today.
We explore, we learn.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I was going to say
I
nothing
think
in
it's
here is actually
learned,
wood.
the second one.
We're talking about the community actually gave
Oh,
us
there, good to see
some
you
cool
as well.
stuff.
How are you
So
doing?
first, this was
Have
given
you
to us by
missed
the
much?
Korean
We've
community.
just
This
gone
is-
through
we'll have
the
you open
entirety
this.
of
Okay. This was
Pyro.
for you.
They've shown off the planetary tech
I
there.
don't know the
It
full
looks really
history
good.
behind it, but it is.
So if you do want to
like a replica
catch up
of
on
an
that,
ancient scroll.
you can either like
but
scroll
the
back in
characters
the
are
in
put
this
together
pod, in this
as-
live stream
as
pod,
Star Citizen characters.
because YouTube allows you to do that,
Which is
or
incredibly cool.
you can
that
watch
guy's
the
doing the
VOD
Steve
later on Twitch, or
So
maybe
we each
now
got
already.
one of those as well, but they specifically
on
wanted
Star Citizen
us to bring
Switch.
one back for you.
Let me switch to
This
Brian's
looks
camera.
really
Let me
good.
see if I can move this over here and get a here, Brian. I'm going to hand this to you
Yeah.
so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there.
They've mostly shown off the
Very nice.
new planets, moons,
Yeah.
like the biomes and stuff,
Incredibly
all this,
cool.
all the
Now
things
give
that
it
we can
back. Yeah,
expect.
That's me.
I'll mess
And
it up.
then,
And the
then
skybox.
And then from Singapore.
For Pyro.
Really
It
cool.
looks beautiful. Looks great.
Over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
All the everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Oh wait, Panda! If you ever come to Manchester again, let me know. It's like 30 minutes from me and
did not
Burmy.
plan
Oh,
this.
cool!
No, we didn't.
I will let you
Clearly.
know.
Not bad, but we got everybody
Oh,
this year, so we're
look
going
at
to put this
all
up
the
in our new
people from
offices in
Singapore. That's so
Manchester.
nice.
Oh, very cool.
Very cool. So yeah. So
Oh, that's so
anyway,
cute.
And then there's other stuff in there you can pull some about if you want.
that's
They
all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc.
Hey, good to see you as
it is
well.
a
Hope
completely
you've had
community
a
backer-run
good
organization that
Saturday.
helps coordinate.
Fox, you're on that?
basically
You signed
gatherings
the
of Star
flag?
Citizens
Oh my god,
all
you were
around the
just
world,
on
including
TV.
most recently, Singapore,
Live
and, China, and
on
South
Star
Korea.
Citizen. Let's
I know
go.
that I think there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken.
Yeet.
This says Star Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the
That is
community.
really cool.
And it is a what is that? Oh, it's a.
I wish I could
it's a
scroll
Bar
back
Citizen
to
card.
just
Yep.
like
It's
show
metal.
that you were in
It's
it, but
proper.
I can't,
Nice.
unfortunately.
Okay, well I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through
Absolutely.
this on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Oh, the
Exactly.
text is
I
what
know
did
who
we
our viewers
learn?
are.
Thanks for hosting this on YouTube
before
so we can
do
go
move on
back.
to the
Oh
next
yeah,
thing,
for sure.
Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th.
YouTube doesn't
birthday,
have
our
the
10th
same kind of
anniversary.
like live streaming
10.
experience that Twitch
10,
does,
it's-
but at
it's
least we can go
something.
back and live
It
streams.
was an internal debate
That's
whether
pretty
this
cool.
was the birthday or the anniversary, because the anniversary
But
is
the
sometimes
text is,
in-
what did
in
we learn?
November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is.
Well, what did
it's
we
10.
learn? Well, we're
You got
on.
any favorite memories?
Are we on Hurston right now, or is that Pyro?
So I want to use you when I got you. On the
The
spot
the
here,
background.
I've been here about
green
8
screen.
years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The
want
first
the
one that
Freelancer
comes to
figure?
my mind,
Is that
there's a lot, but
from
the most memorable one I would say would be
JDRF?
2016
JRDF?
at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
I never
Very
remember
first
which one
CitizenCon
it is.
I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much.
Only Pyro could make sense? Yeah, I think so
we
as
put a
well.
lot of love and effort into what we were going to show.
Sorry, I'm not paying
Chris
attention
is
at
on
all to what they're
stage.
saying.
He's
I'm
about
just
to
talking
show
to
everything
you.
off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's
So are we
something
getting
I'll
the
never forget.
sandworm, or
something you're at that level, you feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off, and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It's really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we
Oh,
were sitting
True
on the floor
Panda.
together.
He has no
Probably,
arm tattoos, but he has one on his chest. It's very uncommon,
I
right?
think what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do in
Brian is so nice.
I haven't been able to do in the last couple of years for obvious
He's so
reasons.
chill.
Is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and
Wait, he's
find,
wearing Doc
I like
Martens?
to go
Oh my
out
god, I
and
love him
watch
even more
everybody
now.
and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. And meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to see again, all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been
You
kind
game
of
with his
painful to have to
brother-in-law?
do that,
That's really
but
cool.
The ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'll be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, but you know, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really that ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's
and
right. And then
we set everything up, and it was
They
like
have
cool.
more.
And it was like, all right, what is Star Citizen?
That,
you
where he
can
basically was
studios now.
working so late, he got locked in in Cologne.
Do they have one or two?
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in.
Do they not have one in Manchester?
Sleep in the stage, stuff like that. But it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
Oh, that's the one. Wilmslow.
Hassan's story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
Yeah,
Sorry for the bonking, by the way.
We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really
I
hard
have to crack my neck.
event to manage. And sitting with them on that last day, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, "Dude, I don't know if I can do this next year." I'm like, "There's nobody else to do it except us, dude." And he goes, "Oh no, I'm gonna take PTO next year." I'm like,
Apple
"You
Pro,
are not
good
going
to
to
see you
take
again
PTO
as well.
next year." And
Just stop by to say hi.
next year,
Hello,
he had
hello.
2 weeks.
Hope
like,
you're having a
before and after
lovely
Gamescom
Saturday.
locked off, and I'm
Are you
like,
watching this on
took
Twitch?
PTO. He goes, "I told you." I'm like, "You're my hero."
Or are you just stopping by in general?
And again, he set everything
that's
up.
nice,
He had
thank
all the
you.
backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, it's.
You wrote
there are a lot
Origin
of
best ship
stories.
on
I'm
the
interested to see
flag.
how
You're a
Ian
happy
and,
man.
Todd are going to answer this question later
I mean,
on.
Origin is pretty good. Which
That's
ship
enough
is the best,
chit-chat
though?
At this point, let's get on to our
Which
next
Origin ship
presentation.
is the best?
Design brief.
This is the real
Investigation.
question here.
One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest
Yeah, that's what I
stage. Tell
thought,
us
Apple.
what
You're watching on
just
Twitch with
thinking
the
about.
org?
Not necessarily
Nice.
the next thing or the thing
600i?
after. Like,
Pretty
share
good,
the
pretty good.
earliest design
325A.
stuff for how a
Really?
thing might work.
I would not
Everything
have
you're about to see
expected
can and will
the
change
325A
dramatically from the point
Panda.
of today to the point where it makes the game.
600i,
But we wanted
yes.
to open that curtain to the
I think
earliest
my favorite
points,
Origin
and
ship
we've got
is
Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss
either
an
the 100 or
entirely new
600i.
kind of mission. Not a new mission, an entirely
890?
new
890 is
scope
too chunky,
and type
though.
and design of missions that move away from
I mean,
combat
I'm
and transport
happy. I'm
and
happy
go
with
more
this chat
towards
because no one is saying the
cerebral
400i, so
deduction
I'm a
and
happy gal.
investigation. So here we are, design brief.
How many people are
investigations,
watching on
and
Twitch
see you when you
even?
come back. Take care.
27,000 people. Wow. All right then.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a principal systems designer. I work with Luke Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk
Wolfie
about
400i for you?
type
No.
prototyping.
Kelso
So this is an
400i?
early look at
No.
new mission type, and usually we don't.
Only
give you a look this
27k
early
rookie
because
numbers.
We don't have
Nah.
many visuals.
But people keep asking to see
That's
the design
pretty-
brief, so
it's
we
pretty
thought,
nice.
what the heck, we'll let you see.
Design brief. Okay. Oh, it's about all the missions,
So a
of
mission
course.
is built out of objective types, and the mission type really is just the most critical.
I get
or,
double that with chair stream.
challenging.
If
objective
only.
in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those.
Chair stream,
The
chair
current
stream
mission
with
types
googly
do
eyes,
exist
then I
is
get
we have
4
deliveries,
times.
which are essentially a form of
Easy.
collect and
Easy
drop
clap.
off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill a, destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more.
Okay,
The way
that
we
makes
see
me dizzy.
missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person, or pick up a box, or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll
Is
have
the Inferno not
missions
good,
where you have
kinda?
to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill, as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single
Wait,
objective.
wait.
The
Did you see
assassination
that
mission, for
fire?
instance,
It had
has
like a
one objective,
blocky globe
assassinate a
around
target.
it. That was glorious.
But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually
Oh, it's
built
underwhelming
out
for
of
what it
2
should be.
objectives. There's the collection.
How so?
of
Is it just
the
not well
item and the
balanced,
delivery of the
or
item. And if we
in what way is
made
the Inferno not?
collection of that
Or in what
item,
way is the
like,
Inferno
even more
underwhelming?
difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types,
Oh, it's meant to
for
pop
the time
big
being,
ships,
have
but
been
it
pretty
just
simple,
doesn't.
kill this person,
So it
go here,
needs
do this.
a little bit of a buff.
Until now, we're now looking at
Or
doing
the
more
bigger
of the
ships
most
need a
complex
nerf, maybe.
type of objective
Either or.
and gameplay things we've tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
It's been nerfed. Wait, why? If it needs a buff,
Currently in
then
the
why
game,
does it get nerfed?
The player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary.
Why did they nerf it instead, though? What?
Who does
That makes no
deliveries,
sense.
a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red
Oh,
herrings.
they pretty
and
much one-shot light fighters,
the
right?
right answer.
So
But
what we
then
want
just
is we
buff
want
the
to
light
build
fighters
a
as well.
mission that
What?
requires you to have to think, requires
Like, just
you
buff
to
them a
have
tiny
to
bit
look
too.
around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue, and make sure you
It's not
fully
great now,
understand
right?
it before you make.
I guess that's why a
your
lot of
decisions
people are
as a
also kind of
detective.
upset
And
with
there'll
combat
also
in
be,
general, right? Because of
red
the
herrings thrown in
not
there, so
really
evidence
balanced
will really have to be
ships
like
and mechanics
poured over to be able
at
to
the moment,
determine
so
whether it's
makes sense.
actually credible or not. We also wanted
Oh,
to
look at all the dust
create
particles.
narratives around our locations that we
Okay,
haven't
why
before,
do
like, really dig into,
tiny things like dust
why
particles make
has
me
the
so
derelict
excited?
become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing?
Oh, is that the
At
reclaimer
core of this
derelict?
mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain
It looks like it.
rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story. I will give you little bits of clues.
No,
and
no,
you
no,
have to
the
make
pilot
up this
is ready
full
for
sort of
Halloween.
painting and decide
That's why he's like that.
exactly what has
It's just a
happened here.
costume.
And then the rest of
Don't
the
worry about it.
decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right. You might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. We have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure
Alright,
they're
put this
all
at
happy with it and all
1.25
of our
speed.
visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going, over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective.
Can you
And
get
then
a
we have to
magnifying
start
glass and a
looking at
bubble pipe as
stripping
a
it back to
detective?
see
Sure.
when we can release it.
But let's
what's
just
the
mod it
minimum
into Star
viable
Citizen,
product
okay?
for this
We'll make it happen.
experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with 2. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it
So it should be able to hit them easily because it's a fighter, but it should not be doing full damage, right?
For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his like work itinerary on there.
Wait, has it already been
they're all
1
crossed
hour?
off until 1, and if you're smart,
How?
you go to that location.
How long have we
Should you
been
go to
looking
that
at
location and do
Pyro
a little
stuff?
Searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery.
Your screen says I started streaming 7 minutes ago.
We
Interesting.
scatter evidence
Maybe
around
that changes when you refresh the
clues that
page.
lead you to that evidence.
Because I definitely did not start streaming
And
7
obviously
minutes
there
ago.
can be, red herrings in there.
Did I? No, it's been an hour and
Get your,
almost
like,
9 minutes
answer
now.
up to a credible state.
Very
which might still be the
interesting.
wrong answer
YouTube,
if
are you okay?
But you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence. Like, you know,
Also, I think I'm gonna get something more to drink. I'll just let you listen to this because I don't really care as much about mission types because I don't really do these kinds of things.
The simple pitch.
I'm gonna get some more tea,
Like
so I'll be right back.
Scale,
Just chill,
and
just
it
listen to
involved
this.
less,
I'll be back in like a
less
second or
complex
two.
narrative work. But we ultimately
I'm
decided
gonna
to go for
try
the second
and do
because,
a tiny
we like
break
the
like
idea
at the
of giving the
hour,
player the
roughly,
agency to,
for myself.
Decide when they were done.
Unless there's something very, very important for myself to see, you know.
So we're in the prototype
You need to
phase
go
with the
collect your
investigation
food,
mission,
get your food.
which is more important than ever because
So
it's such a
I will be
complex mission,
right back.
and we
I'll
need to
just let
ensure
this
that
running
it's
for you,
scalable
obviously,
and
and
that other
see you in a
designers can
second.
make their
Get
own
something to drink as well if you need
With the
to.
pitches, we can now
Be right back.
prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we could make it like a mystery happen in the most restrictive location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to find the mobiles in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story, so we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, you know, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like, it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobiles, which should really help with this.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
These missions. We've got combat missions, we've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's, again, we're still trying to figure out, it's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story. And so, but because we need to populate the universe, it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific.
I'm also gonna make some food in a second.
It's a really unique
Did I miss anything?
To try and navigate those waters and tell something that's satisfying. And again, kind of a new style of gameplay to engage people in a much more non-combat specific way that lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of, detectives. Really.
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't
Also,
always,
it's quite nice to finally have some different mission types compared to just or as opposed to only basically cargo and cargo
with the lead pipe or the rope. So we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting. So it's like Dave said.
I love them in the background. They're just drinking.
For us to figure it out.
Just chilling and drinking.
The fun thing about it too is
great. That would be
this
me.
Is a type of mission where we don't just, it's not just
the background part.
On a
They're
list.
just chilling, I swear.
Part of the fun with it was
that's
creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case.
Mission type. Keep glitch safe. Difficulty impossible. No. Mission type.
So it's
find out.
It's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of
cause of death of a glitch.
You think it may be going one way, but there might be a key
that's going to be a good mission type, I think.
That completely blows the case open.
And
Difficulty.
we often refer to the Persistent Universe as the sandbox. I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Persistent Universe. So like that. So it is our 10th anniversary.
They were talking about
I'm
new
asking
Moby Glass.
everybody who's
I
joining us
missed that.
today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're
That's
looking
really
at
cool.
me very intently. Like, what are you thinking?
Did they
right
show
now?
off the new Moby Glass or no?
I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
And now for bike explosion. Yeah,
Well,
it seems
if there was
very
any
likely.
day, it should be today. For at least for me,
The detective
it would
stuff
have to be
would
at least
lead you to
one of
find the cause of
sitcoms.
death.
I know Brian mentions the
really
Homestead
cool.
demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was
You can order 2 pizzas for
a
free.
difficult one, but to finally get that
But you
out
cannot
and-
use them because they count as €0 against the minimum order value. Yeah.
Do you remember in the 3.0 launch?
They
I
do
made this
that,
unfortunate
don't
bet with the
they?
community
That's very
based on
rude.
Chris Roberts' feedback that we were
Speaking
going
of
to be
pizza,
out by
I'm gonna
June,
make pizza.
that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out.
Because
It
it's
is
just
December.
plopping some
We are
stuff
in
on the
the
crust
global
and then
go,
plopping it
no
in
go.
the oven.
To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in. I'm good. And we get to and
Oh, you have a
Aaron is
sleepy kitty
on this
on
call. He's leading this
you.
call. He says, "Well, that
cute
seems like everybody."
panda.
I'm in a bathroom
What is the
listening to
kitty's
it on a
name?
thing
I'm
with
getting
with a razor
tears
ready to
in my
go.
eyes.
And Aaron, I don't know
Just
if you
thinking
remember
about
this,
a
Aaron,
cute
but you go,
kitty.
all right, that's everything. Are we ready to go? And Chris
I love cute
goes,
animals.
Well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in this meetings, I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this.
Give Reggie a kiss from me, please.
And then Aaron
when
who
they
took
wake
pity
up
on me.
later.
He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. There's actually it was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people.
Wait, you have
freaking
enough
out and
points
crashing
for
the website
7 free
and all that good
pizzas?
stuff was definitely.
That's a lot of pizzas.
Kind of the first indicator of,
I have enough
what
points
this could
for
be, that this was really tapping into
0
something that
free
people really wanted to
pizzas.
see. But for me, one of the big ones was really actually was the
I never order
2015,
pizza. I have no idea.
Like the PCAP shoot.
Also, I'm getting a
just
little
to be
bit
able to work with
lightheaded, so I'm
that
going to
cast.
make some
The crew
food.
was amazing.
I'll
Everything
just
about it was just like this
quickly
real
go downstairs,
engaging.
get some
I mean, it was a
toppings on my pizza, flop it in the
I
oven,
think it was 3.
and then later
that's
on I'll
one
have
that
to run
stands
back
out for
down
me
again to
huge
grab
as
it.
well.
It was.
I mean, the cast that was there and how you dealt
I'm
with
probably
them on a
eating more
daily
healthy,
basis and
probably,
the
yeah.
passion that they had into the script.
I don't do
it was
takeout
so cool.
at all.
Yeah, and it was
Ever.
these sort of fun, weird things of
Except for when
the
have to, basically.
There was a song that came about during the
But,
production
yeah.
that I won't spoil anything.
I will be
don't
Rebecca
know if it's
again.
actually been released.
Gonna
but,
go make some food.
That
I
became
need
sort
this
of the theme
lightheadedness
song
to
of the
kind of
entire
go
shoot.
away. So I'll be right back.
Zylo's blowing up my phone.
Oh my!
saying we
Do you
need
see
to,
that RSI
hurry
sticker
it up.
on the laptop, by the way? I want that.
So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
Oh, Panda, you put them in animals and
bring it back
pets.
to me.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll check that out in a second.
So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore
Oh, no, I'm excited
what
for
you
the new
think
Underground.
You know
I really
about
need to make
underground
pizza.
facilities, and then
Is a
explode
MacBook so
them in a
disappointed?
whole new
Exactly.
way.
You
So
cannot
check
play
that
Star
out.
Citizen on that. Or any game. Ever. Oh. Do I stick around or do I go downstairs?
I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk
Okay,
about
I'm going to
underground
quickly go.
facilities.
I'll
Now,
be
this was
right
a
back.
presentation that
I
we
need
gave
to make
Chris
food.
internally a little while back.
See you in a second.
And what we're going to cover
Bye-bye.
is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted.
Good
Okay,
call.
let's
I'll
get
take my
started.
phone with me. Alright, be right back.
Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like. So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player, you should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing pad on the top. And then moving down is very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars quite close to the facility, because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location, they're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape, so we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well, so we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now moving on to the inside, so after the players landed through the hangars, to be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, just an example of what a varying reception could feel like. Now moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now ultimately we didn't go with this idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. But maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below, but also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargo's to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to Zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, big trucks could kind of go, but we've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. Maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. Maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go, split hierarchy. So it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it, maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. Also inside here, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif in mind. Now, going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now, from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now, as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now, what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific, just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, a processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas, areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room.
I'm back.
So this is where the control.
That took a lot longer than I expected. Sorry about that.
And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So
A lot
it's
of
not
pizza
just
prepping.
technicians here, but also executive
Thank you.
wings. And also as a bit of fun,
You all
if
have
the
your
player
food
does
as well?
get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing
Also, I got to
another type of art
follow
style
a
in here
tiny
as well.
bit
So
from the
we've seen
underground mission
industrial,
stuff,
we've seen technical, now we'll
but
be seeing, you know, more like
not
the,
very well.
the corporate foyer we saw up above, so meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing. And what we're seeing here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water.
That looks cool.
We thought also it'd be cool if there's a causal
Oh, you
effect.
eat
So if
already?
the player
Gnocchi?
solves
Heck
a
yeah.
puzzle to go from it being
Nice,
below
sounds good.
water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas or conversations with design about interesting opportunities.
Panda, you don't do bunkers? Yeah, same.
And then lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be, it'd be a missed opportunity
I also
if
don't
we didn't
do
go
them
into
at all.
some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be
Oh, so we're getting larger
excavation
bunkers?
zones
I didn't-
or
I
areas
didn't
where
hear
it's
that
been
one
abandoned.
earlier.
This could lead into cave networks. This was
Very
something we had
cool.
quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how
transition.
we'd see excavation equipment or
Gotta drink again.
with the roads kind of peter out. And as part of the roads,
Ooh.
you know, maybe we can do some pretty
That looks
cool,
cool.
layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period,
Large, medium, and
between
small ground bunker
heavy
spots that have
industrial
hangars
to
for
exposed cave,
corporate ones. Ooh.
the equipment needed
Oh, shit,
to
that looks
create
cool.
further UGF spaces, you know, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay
It looks a
opportunity
lot
for the player to
better
traverse
and different
over,
from what we have
interact.
currently
That's
for the
kinda
underground bunkers, because
Also,
they're
as
all kind
part
of
that,
copy-paste.
Another opportunity
which is
to
very boring.
introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces,
Ooh.
we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing
Whoa.
these locations as maybe some are more
Oh, yeah.
abandoned, we could start
I want to build a base there.
showcase how nature slowly started to
Maybe.
take over.
Actually, no,
This
I want to
also
build it
would
in like an
introduce some
overgrown
pretty cool
cave
opportunities.
system.
So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate
very
how well an
Lorville
idea is
Klesher,
working in
like,
terms of space,
isn't it?
size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual
I
development
mean, maybe it's
process.
because
And
Person
what we're looking
Dynamics
at
kind of
here
like
is
has
very
everything
loose
and rules
concept
everything,
meshes brought into the engine
and therefore designs
quickly lit
everything.
just for that exploration process.
Marshmallows. Wait,
That's
where?
an overview of
I love
what we're
marshmallows.
pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward
Okay,
to
so
showing
next
you
up we're
more
gonna
in the future.
get the white things. I didn't see any marshmallows. Tech Freak, welcome back as well. Did you get your food? Did you get all of the food? My pizza's in the oven now. Ah, they weren't finished things, but they look like marshmallows. Nice. That's an elevator? Oh, okay. It is a huge underground. It looks pretty cool. Okay, I'm actually more excited for this than I imagined I would be. Because usually I'm just kind of like, I don't really care about underground and like missions and all that stuff, but that looks sick. Reasons to have a ground vehicle? Oh, true! Just imagine having to walk through all of this. Some cheese, tomato, egg, and salt. Pretzels? Nice. Enjoy. It does look pretty cool. Yup. That is a chonker. Oh, to drive through with a rover?
That was the new underground.
I can imagine it with a
starring our
cyclone, I
very
think.
own Star
So
Citizen
rover is a little bit
Director, Mr.
too
Ian Leland.
slow for me.
Ian, why are we redoing the underground facilities?
Well,
Can I
kind
get
of
that
as we said
glass?
in the,
Looks really
in
good.
the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game, so it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories, drink up, Todd. Last
Oh
10 years,
yeah, I
what's
will
your
not
favorite
take a
memory?
hover bike, don't worry.
Ooh, favorite memory.
I cannot be trusted. No, the hover
it's kinda
bike
hard to
cannot be
pick one,
trusted. It's not me, I
maybe
swear,
a
it's
good
the
one
hover
to
bike.
start would be, I remember going.
Oh,
joining the
G12,
company nearly
yes.
9
I
years
cannot wait
ago
for the
and,
G12.
Going on paternity and then realizing
They do sell
we're
those
making a Linux
glasses?
Commander.
Isn't it for like
And we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make
four
it, so
for
that
like
was
100 and something dollarinos?
challenge.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like,
Only a shitty pilot
But it
blames
was
their
good. It
hardware.
was a bit like
I mean,
baptism by
I'm not
fire,
going to
and
deny that
kind
I'm a
of pushed
shitty
the
pilot,
engine
but
to what it could do at the time, and you know, we was
like
super
for
happy with
example,
it.
the hover quad
So
is
these new underground
shite.
facilities,
Okay.
it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Correct.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically they're.
Oh, it's 2 glasses?
We want them to be a sandbox element, that players can go and explore.
Okay, maybe it's
but,
2 glasses for like 100 and
whether
something.
it's
It's like,
sabotage or
no thanks, I'm
infiltrate or
good.
investigate or.
Oh yeah, they are the Star Citizen glasses, you're
deliver
right.
boxes too. Like all these elements go into all the design elements. When we're thinking about this, when we're
$117
testing out
for
rooms,
2
like all
glasses?
the
Are you
interaction
insane?
aspects for it, puzzle elements.
No thanks.
So basically,
Oh, it also
when the
comes with a
team's doing
shaker.
it,
Okay.
we're building it, but also implementing the different design
Nah.
elements into the room at the same time.
I'll pass on it.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards.
Correct.
I'm not saying because I like my job. All right, so. In addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. I'm this one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley.
Do we need to press anything?
There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit. The
Audio
Human
is
Edition,
using my.
which is really cool.
Wait.
We don't
That's
have a
my.
lot of onesies in clothing-wise for the Precision Universe. And
It's
a
my
grenade launcher,
emote.
because giving everybody
Cute.
in the universe a grenade launcher, that's gonna be
I
fun.
didn't expect that. I didn't expect to
we
see
also
that.
got a Toby Eye Tracker
That was perfect
contest going
timing.
on. JRDF, our partners at JRDF are
It is
giving away
JRDF,
Carrot,
okay.
Freelancer, and Cyclone models.
So,
and the Halloween
do we need to
promotion
press
is already
anything
live.
to
And there's
get
another
the
Halloween contest where they're
CitizenCon
giving out some
goodies,
caterpillars and
or-
buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustries.com website.
Damn,
And
look at the
I saw
ads that are
chat
getting
going,
blocked here.
I did comb my hair because while
165.
while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by
Do
my
we
mom.
really get 165 ads
Didn't
on
like that I
Twitch?
hadn't combed my hair.
That is.
Hi, Mom.
Wow. Oh, all backers get the goodies? Okay, thank you. I didn't hear that.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is Well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking
As long as I
forward to
spend
most.
cash. Well,
It's
I
our
spend like
sleeper segment
$200 in total,
of the
I
day,
think.
as far as I'm
I
concerned.
believe, for like
The need for
sitcon stuff.
multiple speeds with
So I should be
Rich
okay,
Towler and Yogi
right?
and Jed and Johnny
On the
and Dave
sitcon
from the
page?
Flight
Nice.
Experience, Flight feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do. They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich Towler, David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat systems.
Yes.
Which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe.
Let's go. I love his rainbow flag. Their rainbow
want to
flag.
define,
Very good.
Ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for
I kind of wish they would put
careers,
pronouns with
different
their
responsibilities,
names.
and different sort of
Like after it.
perspectives and
That would be
views
very
on
helpful.
gameplay where people contribute.
Because right
different
now I
types
just
of
try to
work or
say
different
they
types of
always
jobs.
to keep it
Star
gender
Citizen is
neutral.
supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots
So it
of
would be
chances to have
helpful
a
to know
variety of
them,
different
but,
experiences.
yeah.
It's not just about
To know the
combat,
pronouns.
it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we've kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. You know, and also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game.
Oh,
There's
I
always
think
got
my
to be
pizza
plus
is
and
ready, by the
minuses,
way.
so the balance is right. So there's still some
I
crossover
need
between
to
the ships.
hop
So just
downstairs
picking
real
one
quick.
type of ship just isn't,
Be right back.
you know, isn't just a win.
Gonna get
We have
food.
already defined
Finally.
several ship roles, and they're usually known as
second.
light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are well, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, well, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering
mute
on
and
those kind of
unmute
gameplay
myself as
promises
I'm
that we've
eating,
been
by the way.
talking about
Just a
now for the
heads up,
past,
I don't
kind of
like
several
hearing
years.
other
Every
people
ship is
eat.
the same. It's not
So,
fun.
just a
But
heads
if
up
we
there,
have dedicated
but I will
ships
just
with
mute myself
dedicated
there.
pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and the target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore, there's planets to explore, and the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today. So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things a ship does operates within this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM
So,
are somewhat
I'm
limited,
just
somewhere
checking.
between 200 and
We're
300 meters
already
per
on
second, tuning
the
pending.
need for multiple speeds, right?
But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can
So we just
slightly
have
exceed this by
Lorville
using
Redux,
boost,
power
but
play,
you cannot
and
maintain
talking
any
ship.
velocity beyond that SCM
Still.
limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some
That's-
kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it
So
carefully.
already halfway there,
Specifically, the boost
basically.
space is interesting for space combat because
Over halfway,
that
even.
boost space is not
Interesting,
spheric
okay.
as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, Quantum Boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use Quantum Travel to do very long-range jumps between planets. So Quantum Mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do Quantum Boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel under threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people. Or, for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio, we're refining it, we're tweaking bits here and there, but we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. And we've got the core features, it's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game for us is, it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is a really exciting change because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with master modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is in Star Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just, it's a really magical thing. And we try many times to control that as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point. But we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over.
I've been quiet for such a long time. Sorry about that.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron.
I was eating
It's
some
all
pizza.
currently playable in the game. That internally,
back,
we're
though.
playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now.
It's
all
okay.
about the
All right.
foundational kind of tweaks.
You forgot
that
I
we
was
make.
here. No.
But we can't wait to get it in your hands.
Please numb the
thanks a lot
pizzas. I
for
have
listening
numbed all
to
of
us
it.
today.
Yes.
We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible.
I hope
And
those of you who
we'll
got
hope to see
food
you
also enjoyed the food.
fighting in the verse.
Oh my god, hiccups, no.
All right, so I've got, out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nyx love my Lando fever.
Of course.
What do you got, Brian?
Wow. Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
An Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is, my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really? Show the camera.
There you go.
Ah. Right. That's Vanduul Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow.
Are those in the
John?
store?
Oh, I dropped the cards. This is gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're onto fish names now. Yeah, it's been a lot of work.
There was
put into
one
this,
set
a lot
made
of
was given to
testing
them
internally,
only.
like,
My
across
god,
the
we
company,
need it though.
not just within our team, getting them all on
I
board.
think
getting
I know
them
I need it at
playing
least.
feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while.
Yeah.
We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships
2
than
years
the PU
time,
has.
but didn't
It's a lot
Aaron
easier to do a
leak
system like
that
this,
while
get
he was
broad strokes in,
drunk
and then really
that
dial it in for
they're going to
6 or
take
7
another 2
ships.
years?
Versus
It's going to take
hundreds in
another
the
2
PU.
years?
So
For Squadron?
it's it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away.
It will come
And then
soon,
the other thing
TM.
is
Every
lots of
single
it
time.
ties in together with other
The
systems.
hiccup's so cute. No, you.
So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar star map.
My hiccups are very squeaky.
Changes, and you have to get all of that together in one.
Ah, you were
You
just
can't
throwing
really
out a random
piecemeal it.
number,
You
really?
just
Well,
won't get
I'm pretty
a
sure
great
onto
experience if we
something.
go, well, here's one bit of it. Here's another bit of it later. We want to drop it in one.
Because I'm pretty
big,
sure it was Aaron who kind of like
Are we going to drip feed
drunkenly
ships, and, like,
said
ship's
at
done
the
and
Bar
then the ship's
Citizen
done, or do you think
that they're
more
aiming for
together
2
all at once?
years.
Yeah, what Brian said.
So
we have to do
we'll
like,
see.
a broad tuning across the board for everything.
Fox, what do you call a Hull E
Day one,
with
for
turrets
Star
hidden
Citizen
in the
PU.
containers?
Hopefully by then, a lot of those will be really where we want them.
No idea.
Game development, then constant is change.
Yeah.
There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera.
Whenever
There'll be ones that
they have an
keep
idea,
going,
they just tell a number. I hope it
and
works. I
Obviously,
see.
community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things
A
right
supplies
out the
attack.
gate.
Oh my god, I
There's
hate
only
it.
some internal
Stop
testing you can
it.
do.
No.
We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to
I hate
folks who
this.
are watching, wherever you're watching,
It is a
the
bit-
6 to 7 ships
it's
in
a
Squadron
bit-
was
yeah,
not a
bordering
confirmation
that.
that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your
mean,
Reddit
if
post,
you
just
do indeed-
delete a couple times and
Shoot all the supplies,
you ready to move on to the next
then
thing?
it makes
Absolutely.
sense.
All right, so we've been bouncing back and forth between you know really hot
Yeah,
visuals.
you just
with the
let go of
planets
all of your
Pyro,
supplies,
and then,
exactly.
And then gameplay stuff with investigations, then back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid.
Wait, is that
gameplay
how that
stuff
works,
with
Panda?
the flight experience.
Don't think it.
Up next is another
is how
really
it
solid
works,
visuals.
but
thing,
sure.
Lorville. Lorville. Be camera
Wait.
one.
Wait, no, Fox, you're saying the same thing.
Star Citizen's
Okay,
first
fine,
landing
we'll go with
zone.
it. We'll go with it.
We've learned a lot since it was
No,
first,
no, we'll just
put
keep
in.
it to that
We've
you're
got-
dropping
we've-
all the
we've
supplies.
built
Okay,
Microtech,
cool.
New Babbage. We built
It is how it
Horizon,
works. Apparently it is.
Crusader.
Okay.
We even went back and redid Area 18
I will
and
take it.
ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway
go, Jordan.
building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to
Lorville,
Eric
yes.
Gagnon and Maxime Guidon.
I'm excited for this.
I had it. I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
That's true, Fox. We'll just keep it lighthearted, though. It's alright. Turbulent? Yeah, that's the team. Turbulence?
Hello, my name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called
Lorville.
2.0.
Lorville.
Now with Lorville, and
Aren't they in charge of the
specifically
website too?
Lorville
I don't
cityscape,
know,
it was
maybe.
probably the first major landing zone we'd have ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet, and we had the
I did not
player
know that.
fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent
Oh my god, remember when they had the
landing
barriers
zones,
of the
we
no-flight
built up
zones?
a bit more of a knowledge base and
That was
experience
terrible.
of how we can effectively introduce it.
So much better now.
Area 18, New Babbage, Horizon, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back
Fox, I
internally
still believe them.
and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal
Anyways,
concept
hope you've had a
artist,
good
and he can
Saturday.
show you
Hello.
some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about the Lorville 2.0.
Oh, of course, the barriers are still there. They're just invisible now. True. Because you still get blown away as soon as you get close to a building.
When I started to
Your least favorite is
work on the
Horizon.
concept,
Wait, really?
Initially, what I did
Huh.
is to create a variety of sketches.
I really love
black and white
Horizon. I just don't like
sketches of,
how long it takes to
different
get
approach
there.
of that city. We
His
create
face
a
was chiseled
side
out of
panel
stone. He has a
of the
really
silhouette
good
of the
jawline.
building.
Yup.
Mainly the reason
like,
we need
damn, okay.
to work on that.
Sithil, how are
is
you
for,
doing?
mainly
Good to
a
see you
gameplay
as well.
issue,
We've had a good
because
Saturday.
We would like to make a gameplay.
You
and
love Orson?
interior buildings,
Same.
and
Orson
we need
is
to
beautiful.
create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to fly.
The
into
ammo
that.
exit is, yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
getting
after
into
the
it
sketching
is
process,
quite...
and get some approval. I need to
Quite
know
meh.
very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale, you know.
You have
We
clouds and
nothing in
ultra?
that
Oh my god,
city.
I'm gonna be
They
able to
build,
put my clouds and
in
ultra
a
hopefully
gray
soon.
zone. So everything is built from that,
I'm going to
that
be
unit, and it's built from
installing
unit
the
of the city.
3080
So this
soon
is the mainly
TM.
the
I'm so
two
excited.
main
I'm
unit
a
I
little bit
use
scared
to build a city.
to
So
mess it
we have a
up,
kind of
but
proportion
I'm
in
also
terms
excited.
of lengths and distances to
I
respect.
also still
So
have
this
the
is why I
opportunity to get a
use the
5900X. I don't know if I should do it.
to work
Maybe
on
I
that.
should.
So I need to make sure that the ratio of
I have a
everything
3700X
fits
right now,
well
so
to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and
oh, you've met
to
a lot of
see
people
if
that have the attitude of
the
you have to go to
skyline
Orison, it's
makes
gonna take
sense.
forever. Yeah.
So this is
Ooh,
a
that
good
looks beautiful.
challenge to play with that, and I
Oh my god, it's so
think I
cyberpunky.
did
I love it.
a nice job on that because
If anyone has
at
been
the
watching
end,
Edge
what
Runners
the
on
feeling we have,
Netflix,
it's like a real city.
oh my god,
So I
you know what I'm
use
talking about.
my 2D background
I think I'm on episode 4,
to make
maybe?
best possible,
Or or episode 5.
concept art.
One or the other. It's really good so far though. You watched the first season? Nice. Yeah, I'm not done with the first season yet. Ooh.
And at the end, I was
Is there a
needing
connection
to
loss?
create a very
No, everything looks good here.
concept to sell the mandate.
5900X 3D tops the
people,
charts? True.
involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that
5800X
project,
3D, yeah.
and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lorville 2.0, and we're ready to moving on.
Is the audio going
Thanks, Eric.
weird?
There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing.
It might
that
just be
cityscape. Now,
OBS
we're
that's
not
kind of
just
like
in
picking up
concept
the
development.
audio,
We've
honestly.
actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over
Audio
to
was broken
Max,
for a moment? Was it
and he's going
crackling?
to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon.
Because
Je suis
the
chef environnement artiste
audio
sur le
could
projet Star
be
Citizen. Mon mandat
related
en
to
ce moment
OBS,
est Lorville 2.0.
but I'm gonna have to check it. Look
Premièrement,
into
je voudrais
that.
dire bonjour à la communauté
It was just being weird.
francophone
Okay,
de Star
weird.
Citizen. À toute la
Looping.
communauté, en
Oh,
fait.
interesting.
Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez,
It was
m'inspire
crackling for you?
énormément dans mon
Okay.
travail.
Then it might have been OBS. That was just being annoying a tiny bit.
From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up
Looks
to
so
something
good.
that matches the ambition. For
Oh my
instance,
god, that looks so
we are
good.
keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we're keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon
Okay, Chad, so
this
you're saying
and
I
just
have to look into the
extending
5800X
the
3D
city. We've done several tests
instead
with
of the 5900X?
the transit system,
I
the
will.
rails, and
I just
we
think
try
that the
to extend
5900X
it
is
out a
still
bit,
better
keeping the same number of gates,
balance
but
between
we're moving,
performance and gaming for
moving
me,
them out.
but
And so
I'll check it out, because I'm
throughout
also like
these
rendering
tests,
videos and
we've
stuff,
built
so...
the city as just placeholder
And streaming, and recording.
white box, very primitive. to
So that's
have
why
this
the monorail is
layout,
back?
this fast
Was the
iteration
monorail
of
gone?
The whole city.
Kelsar?
Done, and then
Was it gone?
that we could see it
Ever?
and get feedback on it.
Oh,
So
Shmebu,
it
by the
will
way,
feel
welcome. How are you
more
doing? Hope you've had a good
like
Saturday.
A believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches, bridges, and like underpasses, and it makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community.
We
of
finally get to
players,
fly around like
they're,
this. Yes.
They're doing like emergent gameplay.
Oh
races,
god, that makes me
and that
dizzy.
inspires
Jesus.
us.
Please no.
And then the way that we're building,
Oh.
building the city. We are starting now the
If
gray
they just
box.
would have
We
put the
have,
camera like a little bit behind it,
Montreal's,
then I would
tools
not
teams
have
now
gotten
that are
dizzy
working on,
probably.
like Houdini tools, and they are. We're chatting with them, see what we could use from their library of tools. There will be several areas of like higher
Lorville's
level
looking
of
really good.
detail, especially
Oh
around
my god, makes me
landing
dizzy. I have to look
pads
away.
on rooftops and lookout areas.
See, this is why I do
And,
not do
these are the
combat,
places
because it
where
just
the
makes me
players will be
dizzy.
able to land.
Gets
These
me
will
motion
eventually
sick.
connect to the interior spaces that will be built later. And
Admo
that sense,
Esports is definitely
Lorville
going
will
to
be
make a
ready
racetrack there.
for those interiors.
I'm so
we
weird.
started
Am
as
I?
a team of 2 artists working on
Why?
Lorville, and now we're 5.
Because I get motion sick?
And we could even be
Bruh.
more soon. Each
Eat.
artist has their slightly
Turbo
different
E.
skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance.
A weird
what
and
we're doing,
endearing way.
Make it kick ass.
Alright.
So that's really
I'll take it.
important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to
I hope I'll
show
like
you
what I
more.
see as well.
I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate because it's gonna make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make
If anime
the
taught us
cityscape
anything,
of
the
Lorville
strong characters
one
are
of
all
our best
motion
yet.
sick.
And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy
I'm
the
a
rest
strong
of the show.
character. Let's go. Oh. What? No way. Did you see that overhead view change? Ew. Stop dumping all your waste there. Ooh. They kept the waste pipe, they did. Not too happy about that, because it's ugly. Oh yeah, that looks good. Okay, I'm excited for New Lorville. Did they show off the insides a bit more?
So
I wish they
you've taken
did.
the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it.
No, that's BS.
You know, no-fly zones, you know, they were there for a reason at the time, but
it is free to dump your waste there.
learn,
Apparently
we
it
find ways
is, yeah.
to have a better player
Don't like
experience
it.
with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with
Norville?
Babbage,
What?
then we
Ghost.
started thinking, okay, there
Huh?
is a slightly different way. Because ultimately,
Norville?
that no-fly zone there is
No
for
Lorville?
a reason. It's not because, oh, you know what would be really cool, right?
The black and
It's
gold
like,
everywhere looks really good.
you
I mean,
know, we
that's
wanna
literally
keep the player
Lorville's colors,
experience
so
and you know
it
the
should be
maximum
black
level,
and gold
so
everywhere.
It's there. But for Lorville, as you've seen, you know, we want that experience to be as
Oh,
low as
New
possible
Lorville.
to get that feeling.
I
where you
did
can
not
weave in between
realize.
the structures, weave
Okay,
in
that
between
makes
buildings,
sense.
and it was always.
So instead of New Babbage, it's
something
New
like
Lorville
as we
now.
progressed through the
Okay.
land zones, it was always like.
We're just going to
one
call
day-
New Babbage Babbage.
One day we'll get back to Lorville.
And
so
Lorville
I'm
New
super happy
Lorville.
that we're seeing this now.
And
I think that's how that
you know,
works.
We discussed the art pipeline for years. We've been doing, you know, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art. We're in the final art phase. So basically, block out
Oh, it's
white
not
box
finished?
is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. You know, so we're always trying to keep the team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lorville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, you know, really good engine
am I so lightheaded?
seeing hints.
I think I haven't
the potential in engine.
been drinking enough.
But there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0.
So we're expecting this in 4.0.
Like
okay, good.
And moons of Pyro and stuff like this.
I'm kidding.
Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2.
No,
4.3.
has to be in 4.0, Jared. Come on.
Follow the
Don't tease us like
the project
this.
long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process, in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth.
Only 4.0. Okay,
before we jump to the next one, I want to shout
Thanks
out
for
a
the
couple of
clarification, Jared.
the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there.
It can be in 4.4 fine. Just release it now. Exactly.
Anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand.
Literally my thought.
There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The
Gutter
JRDF
wash.
contest
I think it's
are
gutter wash.
Partners at JR Design
Never
Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful Star Kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No.
No, that's so awkward.
Look at my Star Kitten dragonfly. Focus, because I'm holding it near Ian's face.
Jared, what are you doing?
Smell it? What did it smell like?
You silly goose.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack.
He's the best space dad he is.
And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with
Alert grenade launcher and glitch. What will be the result?
Pumpkin carving contest.
A glitchy grenade launcher that doesn't even want to launch, probably.
I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is.
That'll just launch grenade everywhere. Grenades everywhere.
All right, so we've rambled on enough.
Does it just glitch us out?
Let's throw it to the next
Maybe.
presentation.
I don't know.
Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this. I'm going to make the audio guy. I was holding it in my hand because I got up.
No hiccups.
Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. When I
don't know, Jared.
Project back in 2013, 2014, before I got in
Literally
here,
me if I
the
get
thing that excited me most
distracted by
Star
something
Citizen
like
was the
what was I going to say about
for
this?
multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer
hereby
and
be
a
known
comms
as
person
Lisqueak.
and run down and
cute.
put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and you fix the fuses and stuff like this.
What does
that
this shirt
multi-crew
say?
experience has been what drew me to the project. First as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship?
Party meh.
And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering when's going to be the day. Where are we at with this stuff?
No idea.
Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up.
I am buckled.
And take it away.
I have
Dan
my booty
Thorsten.
planted. Don't know if I'm prepared mentally, but yes. I'm buckled in. Buckled up. Are you chat?
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we'll be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
Yeah, they're talking about resource management right now.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below.
I thought it was going to be like inventory resource management, but
anything
no.
that you can imagine in
Never
our
mind.
universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe.
I don't do resource management. I just set it in auto.
Surface outposts function, underground
and I just go from there.
Space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function.
I should probably do a little bit more with the research management,
we will
but
start with the smaller vehicles, and it will,
I need to learn how,
for those
because I
smaller
have no
vehicles
idea.
way more interesting than what we have right now.
If anyone wants to teach me, then
from that,
let me know.
We can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles.
Yeah,
inside
exactly,
those
Val,
ships.
like whiskey.
It will drastically
In the
increase the
8-9
time to kill
rations,
for all
indeed.
vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships.
You seem to be
rather
missing
than
a wing
destroy
there. Oh, and
Missions
another
like
one.
Siege of Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management.
Kelser, I don't do resource management. Your bank
Cripple
account
resources,
agrees.
change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can
Oh, I really need to get
scale
my
a lot
nightlight
bigger than
because
what we have right now.
my
And the
head is
reasons
starting to
are
hurt
that
quite a
we
bit.
have more
I just
control
got that.
over the powers of certain platforms there, and
Oh,
we can introduce
there you
some
go.
interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
More of a combat pilot thing? Oh, well, I mean, that's why I don't use it then, because I don't do combat.
Player-owned outposts on planet or
Well,
stations
we'll
in
be
space
resource
where
managing
player will have to
the
manage
whiskey.
resources, bring in fuel, do repairs.
Aboard
And
my
this will
Phoenix.
not be something that only caters towards the engineer.
And
This
all
will
the
be
snacks
something
that we're
is
going to
valuable
bring
for
on the
everyone
Phoenix.
in the world of Star Citizen.
Bar.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop.
That's cool armor.
engaging and fun.
And really, this
Do
is
we
the
have that
main
one?
thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players
Yo.
taking on roles like engineer, mechanic,
I wish I could land that
tactical
smoothly,
officer.
but I
And while
can't.
you have your engineer
Very
trying to
sad.
maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running
You
throughout
misheard
the
what?
ship, trying to
Fox?
change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers moving shields from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the
Wait,
pilot is
what?
going to be doing his job, trying
Fox,
to move
what?
the ship out of harm's way. The
No,
gunners are going to be
manage
taking out
the
enemy
whiskey
incoming
and the
fighters or other
snacks
ships.
on the Phoenix
This is how we envision
at the
this
bar.
entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we
Whiskey.
hope is true multi-crew gameplay.
Oh, what is this? Oi! No! Twitch! No, don't do
All of
this
you
to me.
out there that
Oh,
are waiting
wow.
for the Idrises and Javelins
Oh,
and
look at
wanna
those frames.
use these ships, this is the system that
Oh,
is
there you
going to
go.
make using those ships possible. So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is.
Let's break this down.
Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy resources, life support, item maintenance, relay
Oh, see, it is
handling,
item maintenance as
access
well.
control,
Nice.
and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to
I'm great at
overload
breaking it
items
down.
in
Break
order
it down.
to get more efficiency
Oh,
out of
yeah.
them at the risk
Dance
of
break.
burning them out.
Let's go.
They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players
No,
will
let's
to
not
pay
have
attention
Total
to the
Recall
balance
in
of
SC,
resources,
okay?
power,
Let's
fuel,
no. No, no,
coolant,
no, no, no.
heat generated in order
It's
to
weird.
maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall,
The only correct amount
prioritizing
is
certain
2.
items and their resource consumption.
Thank you very
Life
much.
support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor.
All right,
here,
then.
the life support, you have to maintain
That's
it.
creepy.
Meaning you have to
That's scary.
make sure that the consumables inside the life
Oh
support
no,
generator
I
are
just mean for
always
humans.
there
I
to
don't
make
mean
sure
for
that
other animals.
It can generate breathable atmosphere for you.
Kelsar,
Or
no.
The temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death or you don't.
Yeah, I also hope for
As part of
better
item
labeled
maintenance,
components,
the player
because
will be able to
yeah,
control
like
items throughout the
icons
ship,
or
turn
colors
them on, turn them
or
off. They will be able to
anything like that,
remove
or
broken
just
items
bigger
and
text
replace them with
somewhere.
new items or sometimes dodgy items.
Yeah, exactly. The Heat Blaster Winter Helper,
It
like,
will be able to
thanks, that
control
helps
which
me so
sub-items
much.
are
It's great.
installed in those
Just
items,
label it
either as fuses
as what it
or
is.
subcomponents that give them
Even if it's
various
just between
bonuses
brackets
to,
after, or
that
like
specific
if it has
item.
an icon
They will
before
be
it
able to
or after
run,
it. That already
repair
helps
gameplay and
a
replace
lot.
broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you as the engineer on the ship have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other, and what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner
Sounds
will
like they
only
took
have
this too
access
far.
to a specific gun or all the guns.
Really, Kelser?
And finally, gravity. So gravity
Why?
is the concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up, and we would like to
Why
give
do you think
some
so?
more control over that. So
Because I think
it
it's quite
requires
realistic
some
to have
energy,
this.
and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity. Or there might
like,
be
I
other
wouldn't like
use
it
cases
if,
where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
If we would
So
have to
if it
repair it
wasn't
as
clear
often
by
as we would
now,
have to,
the
like,
scope
eat or
of
drink,
resource
but
management touches pretty much every
if we do
aspect
need to
of
keep
life
up with
in
the
Star
components,
Citizen.
it's
So we're
pretty
doing a lot of
realistic,
talking,
especially
but
like
I bet
after
what everyone would like to know
some
is where
far
are we with
traveling
all
and
this
stuff.
right now? Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following
Oh,
systems.
yeah. Chat, just
Power,
keep in mind, it's a work in
gravity,
progress.
life support,
It's not done
and the
yet.
relay network. With a power system,
Still
we
needs
can
to go
overpower
through a
and
polish
underpower
pass.
items. We can
Needs to
set
have
the
the polish
priorities
pass.
of item producers
What else
and
did they say?
consumers inside
I
the
don't
ship.
remember.
And we can set the path of
Realistic does not mean
resources
fun, at least not
inside the ship
always.
through the
True.
resource relay network.
Yeah, with the
I
power
do think it
system,
would
we already
add quite a
can
bit of a
distribute
challenge
the
to
base energy
everything,
and
but
base
that's
fuel
quite cool.
throughout the ship, so we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need.
Later discovers. Wait, what?
Creating your own resource
Go
path
to another part of the ship
is,
to find a. that
basically
went too fast.
defining the routes,
Polishing
the-
past TM,
or
indeed.
the most efficient routes that the enemy
Removing
or
it
the
cuts off power to the
resources,
smaller portion of the
have to
ship.
take
Okay.
throughout
The
your
text
ship.
is going too fast. And then you use that to repair the other area. Placing it here allows for a greater restoration to the smaller portion of the ship. Right. Reconnecting top half of the ship to the power grid at the
We
bottom.
can also demonstrate
I
many
see.
aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
This is a display of the atmospheric composition, pressure, and temperature. When we open the door, the atmosphere automatically vents out of the room. Ah, the yellow dot becomes black, indicated vacuum, and the occupant inside suffocates. You can see the contents of the room updated automatically. Cool. Exchange can also be performed by an engineering station, as seen here. Vent. Oh my god. You can literally just... and then automatically repressurized by the same station. Yeah, but the person is already dead. Wow.
Fire
Yeah. Too bad this person is already dead. System is also useful for depriving fire of needed oxygen. Oh, of course. That's cool. Oh my god, just imagine me locking up all these people and just cutting off their oxygen in the room. Hello, Twitch? Please? Hello? Okay. Oh, what? Oh my god. Why? I'll just turn off low latency, I guess. No! No! Nani? Well, this is so sad. Let's just F in chat. We just refresh just in case. Yeah, always use your helmet when you're playing with me. Did I glitch the stream? I think I did. Oh, there you go. It's back. It's now a race to see if our player will die of oxygen. Why did it mute itself? Hello? Is there sound? Oh no!
Rooms with atmosphere.
Fully pressurized rooms connected by ventilation represented by the box in the center. Okay. And then you can just— ooh, cool! Life support system normalizes things once the door is closed. We can do this manually via the engineering station too. Cool. Goodbye. I love that.
Suffocate again.
What did he say? Are we in space? Gravity control. Heck yeah. Can now allow players to— oh. There are 3 options in this prototype. Off, low, and on. Normal gravity, normal jumps. Low, higher jumps. Ayy, nice. Gravity off. Oh my god, that's cool. Does it have any sound still? Hello? It's not muted. Am I— eh. Wait, let me refresh just in case. Sorry about that. No, it feels like there's just no sound. Okay.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what
So wait,
we're
we still have one panel after
interactable and
this. That's the last one.
items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for
Only
your
been like
resource
2.5
network
hours.
for each ship, an engineering UI with
Oh, the last one they told us about. Good call, Kelsar. This is true. What if they're going to be releasing Pyro like today?
External
That's
engineering
cool.
screen
That would
for
be
ships,
nice.
allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches.
I have oxygen deprivation? No, I'm just wishful thinking. Like, it would be funny, right, if they had this entire thing
Be the old pipe system.
pre-recorded, like, oh, it still needs a polishing pass, it's not done yet, and then all of a sudden it's like, boom, here you go, 4.0.
The fruits of our labor,
Just kidding.
and we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players.
Sithil, was
It's
there a
exciting
CitizenCon
to work
digital
on
pass
something
this
that's
year
so
or something
central
like
to the
that? I
world
might
of
have
Star
missed
Citizen,
any
and that
such
can
still.
impact
I
the
don't
gameplay
think there
of so many
was.
people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
I'm not sure.
Resource management is the most exciting feature.
They
that
could just
I've
let you
ever
choose to
worked
spawn in Pyro
It's
instead. Don't need to have both systems on
such
same
a
server.
groundbreaking
True.
feature that will change the entire game.
Right?
from
Valve, seriously
its
though.
core.
Chris
I
just
think we
going
never
like,
had
hey,
this
on another
opportunity to
note,
change the
Squadron
game
42 is out now.
into this direction
That would
where we
be
are heading right
too
now,
OP,
where
honestly.
we will finally have all the tools in place.
Yeah, there's
to
just
actually allow
the
meaningful,
digital goodies back.
multi-crew
Pack,
gameplay
not bag.
and
Pack
meaningful
for
decisions
all backers.
for
Okay.
all the players.
So Sithil,
where
again, it's only a digital
every
goodies pack
decision counts.
that we
This
just
is
get
the
distributed
stuff
to
that
all of our accounts.
makes me really proud of what we are working on right now.
Oh, you
Thank
can
you
get
for letting
the
us share our
ghoul
progress with
skins,
you,
the
and
green
we
skins,
hope
true.
you're happy with all this progress and have a nice CitizenCon.
Does it look really different in game for the compared to the Emerald skin?
This Star Citizen
Because it kind of
Singapore
felt
card is
similar,
really
but it
cool.
might just be me.
They've just been staring at me playing with it for the last 18 minutes. That was that was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking
The green
about
skins
the
are for
resource
Halloween though, true. They're not
management system.
CitizenCon
And joining us
related.
to follow up on it,
It's very
is
shiny.
Todd
Ooh.
Pappy,
It did
John
look
Crew.
very metallic-y,
Guys,
yeah.
This has been a long time coming. I know we still got a ways to go.
Green
I don't want to make
chrome?
it sound like
Oh,
it's,
that
you know,
could
it's
look
done,
really
but,
good though.
But I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very. Like this to me brings the interaction that we
Oh,
want.
the Stella Fortuna
in
is more
environments,
dark
but also
metallic
in
green.
ships,
Right,
you know,
okay.
So like you
That's
said
fair.
with the multi-crew stuff, but
Also less
again,
metallic-y,
it's
or
not
no?
only going to be in ships. We're also
What it
putting
feels
in
like,
environments.
or it's what it felt
Yeah,
like when I saw them.
This is what's
but
necessary to
could be wrong.
to have player homesteading. You know, one of the components. It's not the only thing, but
yeah, but it's about just
Hello,
bringing
can we
the
get more
interaction into the
information about
environment.
base building, please?
So the AI will react, the player reacts. You know, like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
being able to make, imagine Siege of Orison, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So, what's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner.
You're going to
just
Cubbies
prove out
after it's all
a few
over?
things, because
What is
naturally
Cubbies?
some ships were built a long
Or do you
time
mean
ago.
Cubbies? The
Ones in recent
clothing
times
store.
were built with this sort of level of
Cubby
detail
Blast.
in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays.
Base building, please,
do all this
right, Scott?
management.
I know.
Something
hope you've had a
really
good
cool in that,
Saturday, by the way.
video was all the
Oh,
fire
it's
and
a
gravity and atmosphere
sub-sandwich
stuff.
shop.
Like I say,
Oh.
it goes
See,
from
my brain just immediately goes to only
just
Star
being a ship
Citizen
you're
things.
on board to like an interactive
But
piece of
nice.
the puzzle that gives
Sandwich
you that multi-crew
shops are
gameplay.
good.
You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner.
You took the day off for this?
That's about
Good.
it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have
The chairs
a
look
huge
very comfy.
part to play on ships, because
They're
things will
indeed
go
very
wrong.
Hurston and also kind
And
of
if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's
very
going to be
new
a very
Babbage
bad
kind of
time
style.
for
I
all
like it.
involved.
Yeah, like I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting
I
to
really
see
want
this
to
go.
know how much
and
that
as I
room
see,
cost.
everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to
10 out of 10
tangibly
would
in
say.
our prototypes and stuff like that.
10 out of 10 would sleep in them.
It's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy that's sitting here. It's like, don't hype. Manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just
Manage expectations.
This
So
is
we're
the
gonna
part
get
of the thing that I've been waiting
4.0 right now.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Jared.
Excited. All right, so
You probably
ping
paid
pong
for that
from-
room with your
from-
pledges. You probably
from-
did.
from-
Yes.
From the visuals to the gameplay,
So
the
did
visuals to the
Norgeek, by the
gameplay,
way.
the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got one more.
Yeah, it's just how
scheduled
far backer
presentation
money
left.
that went to that room.
Ship talk, talking ship.
Yo.
Our annual celebration of.
Still got plenty of
vehicles
money left, for
new
sure.
Coming to the
I mean, still need to
pipeline,
pay
vehicles
the,
coming straight to flyable things.
the
something in
employees and
middle.
everyone, so.
That's going to star John Crew.
Hello? Twitch? Are you
and
good?
Ben Curtis and Paul Jones.
Twitch is not
I'll let
good.
them, take it
Oh,
away.
holy frames. Happy Saturday, Chloe. Thank you. Happy Saturday to you as well. Talking ship. Alright. Who are we going to be talking ship
Crew.
about?
I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium
John
Games.
Crew, let's go!
This year, I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, vehicle art
New
director.
fighter? No,
Paul
please,
Jones,
new
concept art
exploration
director,
ship.
And this is our yearly ship talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later.
Integrating
and then the
VA?
fan
What
favourite,
is
the
VA?
Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series.
Crusader.
To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a
Crusader
series
Spirit,
of ships
okay.
from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally
Looks
the
very
Cutlass
nice.
and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel,
Well,
and
I
the
want one.
Freelancer series.
Damn, you're sold
those
easily.
Are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles.
Oh,
Compared to the
voice
Cutlass
attack.
and
Of course, I
Freelancer
forgot
series,
about
the
VA.
Spirit
Oh my god.
benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish
Fox.
physical appearance, but also their renowned
Just gonna get
speed
that? Do
and
it.
agility
Ooh.
over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the really nice features
I want the cargo one.
of the Spirit series as a whole.
It's very Mass
is
Effect,
the
isn't it?
Front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1
Your wallet is
the
cringing.
cargo
No,
hauler
no, don't
version.
give into it.
This comes
Don't do it
with
just yet.
48 SCU of cargo capacity
Just wait.
in the central area.
Just wait
accessible
until
like
we
the
know
other
more,
versions
chat.
via
Come
the
on.
rear ramp. It's
Oh
wide
god,
enough
that
to
is
allow a variety
that's a
of
large fighter,
ground-based
isn't it?
vehicles on
That's
board,
not a medium one.
such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However,
Is that medium?
with the size of the
Is that
cargo
considered
bay on the
medium?
C1,
I don't
you
know.
can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity.
Oh, it looks really good.
The
Oh.
A1 is the bomber
Oh, it
version
looks so good.
of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs, and they are arranged in two vertical
Size 5?
gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the two sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them drop out of the bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out.
I like the dark one.
You know, doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously the A2 has both.
Oh my god, it's almost
hitters
as if the selection
what
of
could be
ships
described as
depends
carpet
on
bombing,
what your
whereas this is
playstyle
sort
is.
of
What?
for when
Who
you
would
don't
have
wanna completely
known?
annihilate everything
Mind
on the
is
ground.
blown, chat, I
Lastly, we
swear.
have the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared heartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1
Nice.
is really interesting.
It does look
module.
pretty big, yeah.
It's basically split into
That's what she said.
two levels. And so, you know, we really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience.
I mean,
Obviously,
this as
you're coming
Hercules
into a sort of multi-role ship,
replacement
but
could be good.
when you
Could
get
be
into
good.
the module, you've got
Because I don't really like the
lockers,
design of the
space,
Herc,
you know, space
but this
to
one
put
is beautiful.
any sort of personal belongings. Essentially,
100 to
we have
175
two
price
elevators,
range. It's not
left
too
or right,
bad.
and take you up to the top deck. So it has that sort of first-class feeling.
I think what really
Did we already get the
makes
info?
the E1
Wait.
stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof.
Star-
So when you're in this kind of shared
Citizen
VIP area, you're gonna have great views.
Spirit?
And kind of like explore the berth.
It's called Spirit, right?
In something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also
Oh,
have
no.
the Mixmaster.
Okay, it just gives me
which is at the
distilled
front of
spirits.
the,
It's in the
front of
store?
module. which is basically where players can
Oh,
go
I
and
probably cannot
choose
see
whatever
it
the
because
drink
of
is.
my
Cocktails or coffee.
because I'm not like
and the players
concierge or something.
have the,
Oops, sorry.
Widescreen
Meant to
TV
double click on that.
in their module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs
If anyone
into
has a
these
link,
ships,
can you send
being
it to
able
me?
kind of explore the verse and you know, experience.
Because
that
I
kind of
might not be
luxury
able to
living
see
that,
it.
well, I've not yet.
Oh god, hiccups.
So between the three variants, there are a number of
It's in there
shared
normally?
areas.
Is it?
The sort of core of the ship
Wait, hang on, let me try to
changes with
find
each
it on my
variant,
phone
but
first.
There are some aspects
Or
which
I can
don't
find it on
need
my
to
other
change,
screen,
and
actually.
Starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area.
Store.
And component access.
Oh no, standalone ship.
And then
Wait,
you have
come
the
on.
variant section which
Come
does
on, give me
change
the
the sort
standalone
of
ships.
internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future. From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline.
It is there.
Let's talk about the Drake Corsair next.
122.
The Drake Corsair is
The
an
Warbond is
important ship in their
122.
lineup because it fills that multi-crew
Between
exploration
122 and
gap in their lineup. We've
190
seen a lot of
euros.
Drake ships of
If it's
various
Warbond.
usage and roles, such as the
Alright.
Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation
quite nice.
600i as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's dedicated exploration ship. It's a kind of
I really like this one.
medium, you know, deep space.
It looks so good. I don't like Drake, but I love the Corsair.
Or space for up to 4 crew.
Oh yeah, so it's
got a
122
sizable cargo
euros
hold,
for me, so that's $110.
It's
Yep.
kind of got everything that you need to really spend
Oh
a
wait, that's
decent amount of
non-Warbond
time
for you?
away from
Interesting.
civilization, away from stations.
Weird.
And just kind of
I'm going
being
to have
able
to check that out
chart
on
those deep areas.
dollars.
It brings that sort of
It's the only ship,
no-nonsense, no
Drake
frills
ship you like as
approach
well.
to the
Yep,
ship,
same.
and, you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than
This
likely
one
fix,
is
and
just.
it's not going to be something that,
I
you know,
love the
just cut
asymmetrical
back to the
design
main
so
dealer to get
much.
serviced and fixed. It's something that, you know, hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair.
I love
and
asymmetrical
get back up and
designs.
running, or just fix with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see the ship, will immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the spirit. So
You love Drake, you just
can
hate their
kind of
2D
almost
Raiders,
imagine how
Panda?
the ship is built.
Mm.
You know, it's got that military, easy fix.
Oh, alert us,
But it's
maybe it shows
loaded
plus
with
tax.
guns,
True.
loaded with
It probably
turrets.
does, yep.
It has some really interesting
probably
mechanisms inside it, so I think players will really dig that.
Oh,
I
he
think
has
what's
such a
quite
kind
unique
face.
to the Corsair is
Hello?
its wings, the way they fold up.
He's like someone who you just want to have a few drinks with, you
It's
know?
more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars.
Who can read a
much
book to you or
easier.
something.
We put quite a lot of effort into
Like that kind of a
keeping
nice
that
face.
really iconic exterior.
What kind of ship
kind
they say the Spirit
silhouette
is? They have
and
cargo,
vision that makes
bomber,
Corsair,
and
but still making it
combat,
functional
I
and
believe.
making sure it works.
Variant,
At the
and an
moment,
executive
we're
variant
just
as
kind of
well.
Finishing up on final art. Most of the exterior has had, you know, the majority of its core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing.
Corsair
to do,
coming
tweak
out
some of the
yet?
materials till we're kind of properly happy. But it's in a good place, so I'm really excited to be able to show you.
You're gonna get
Let's take a
one?
look
Do
inside
it.
the ship, and once again,
You
we'll
still,
go front
you
to
still
back.
want your
On the inside of
Genesis
the ship, we
Starliner?
start right
Yes.
front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit.
Starliner is
in that
looking
the pilot is
beautiful.
kind of sat right up front, and then in kind of classic kind of Drake stylings, the co-pilot gets in the seat behind them.
Transport,
and actually
bomber,
sinks
and
down into
cargo.
the floor.
Oh, it's VIP
Transition
transport.
from
Oh,
the main
oh, I want that one
area
then.
into that kind of co-pilot
Heck
kind
yeah.
of section. It's you know, you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives
Still need
great
to decide which
visibility
one you
for
want.
both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing
The pilot
about
suit
this
looks really
cockpit
good,
is,
yep.
Again, you've got these massive guns that
Oh, do I
stand
want
out
VIP
inside
transport
you.
or
So
cargo?
it should be
I don't
a
know.
nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters
Didn't
is
they have
actually
4 versions?
pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms
I
of its
thought I
kind of
heard
size
like
and
combat, bomber,
its,
cargo, and
amenities.
VIP
As
executive
you move back
something.
through the ship, there's a,
But anyways.
I guess a small kind of crossroads
Maybe I
behind
misheard.
the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access. So it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a
A, C,
greater
and
range
E.
of motion.
Okay, I did mishear.
In sort
Never
of
mind.
The yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to
Cargo
about
bomber VIP.
45
All right.
degrees.
I misheard.
Each way, you're now looking at
Apologies.
90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective,
Whoa.
especially forward firing, which
That's
again,
a lot of
Corsair
range.
has so many guns pointing
Range of
forwards.
motion.
Having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got, you've got the remaining 3 crew quarters that, being Drake, they
Looks
are
cool.
no frills. You've got a bed, you've got somewhere
Are
to
those
store your gear,
bags
and
up
that's
top?
pretty much it. The main habitation area, though, is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship, in that there's a decent-sized space.
Wait, you're
You've
calling this
got
luxurious, really?
your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the kind of chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive.
Or Drake it
And then
is.
right
Is
in
it
the
really?
heart of the,
I mean, usually you do indeed
habitation
only see
area,
like
there's
exposed
a
cables
large
everywhere, so I guess it's luxury.
seating area, and that's not
Yeah,
just for the
Drake
crew
and luxury
to,
do not go
have
into
their
the
meals,
same
somewhere that,
sentence.
you can
Nope.
plan operations, plan your
Well,
next
that's a
move,
Drake. Yeah, it's the
and really,
Corsair.
decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation and we start to get into like the rear half of the ship, I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's
I want to see what Drake and luxury looks
hexagonal
like.
space,
Same.
with a few little rooms coming off it to cram
Oh my
components
god,
in.
literally
And on
almost
one of those,
every
you have
single
the side airlock,
ship
which
has
again
Nostromo
suit
vibes.
lockers and weapon
Like if you've
lockers
been
in
into
there
the Reclaimer Derelict,
before you go into EVA
that has some
or
Nostromo
docking or
vibes.
coming
The
back
kitchen
out
area
of
at least.
before you enter the rest of the ship.
Looks so
Then
good.
you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it
It's
also
like you
takes
cannot say it's an
up
industrial
to
origin.
the roof of the ship.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't
if you do
exist,
want to
it's
go on
true.
a quick spacewalk, or you need to go and repair something
Drake
on the
luxury is
exterior,
expensive
then you've got
duct
kind of
tape.
easy
That seems
access
about right.
straight up the lift.
Instead of regular duct tape, you
finally
have
at the
flex
rear, you
tape.
have the main
And
cargo hold,
damn, that's some
which has
Drake
space for
luxury
a
right
NASA
there.
rover or similar sized
I
vehicles
think
and
that's
down,
it.
along with a significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. All the mechanics
Oh, I
are
don't think we're
exposed,
gonna
you
have
can really
xenomorphs
see
in
the
here
workings of
though.
how
I'm
the
pretty
ship
sure
actually
that they've
operates. If you're a
licensed
fan of
that.
Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
I
So
don't
the
think
Corsair is a
we're
particularly
ever
cool
going to get
ship.
those.
I love the
We are
styling
going to
of
get
it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it.
Sandworms
I think
though.
it's just going to be a great, fun addition to the game.
Oh, you mean
giving
as an
those sort of
alien
players
life?
who
Just
enjoy that
alien
Drake
life forms in
experience
general?
Their slice of the pie.
Right,
You'll be
okay,
able to
got you.
experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline.
I
we
thought
have the
you
Grey Cat
meant
STV.
xenomorph specifically. Never mind. Yeah, no, I
Racing
cannot wait
is
for
a
alien
cool and
life.
fun aspect of Star Citizen.
We
and
need
it's something that we've
animals
seen that backers
and
really
just
enjoy doing and organising
living
amongst
beings that are not
themselves. Something that we
humans.
really want to help support from within CIG.
Oh, xenomorphs.
So we
Yes,
wanted
please
to
give them to
bring
us.
a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Grey Cat
We're getting a new beach
sports
buggy?
terrain vehicle.
Are we?
It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more
Wait, what is
rugged
this?
terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open-topped sports.
I'm not looking at. I'm looking at. No, I'm looking at Chad. I'm sorry. I get distracted so easily.
You may recognise a resemblance in the name to the Grey Cat
What is
PTV,
this?
which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility.
Oh god, that is
terrain vehicle.
ugly.
And we've actually
It looks like one of
reconcepted
those
the PTV,
toy
and we
trucks
have
that
the
you
concept
put
for the
together.
UTV. And when you
Squirrel,
see all
no,
three side by
seriously,
side,
though.
you'll see that family resemblance.
The
That
interior
one is cool.
again
Last one is cool.
similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like
Easy to clean. Wait.
all this sort of
Cleaning
builds
DLC
into
when?
sort of visuals of the vehicle.
Just imagine you're gonna have to clean your entire ship and like all your carts and stuff.
Through the seats are easily removable, so you can actually
Power wash DLC, exactly.
And so all
Let's
of
get
this
some
thinking
power
goes
washing in
into
here. Fuck yeah.
those kind of vehicles. The wheels will
Imagine
feature
cleaning an Idris.
large
Oh,
sort of
I would
rubber,
hire someone to do that
mud
for me,
guards,
or multiple people.
Just there's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is, you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got.
And then of course also we have to make sure that we buff our ships and our cards.
And
Heck
go
yeah.
off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on
Oh, just imagine coming off of Daymar, everything is just blasted in sand.
It's not
which is disgusting because it gets
a
everywhere.
vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got
And then you're going to have to
cargo space
clean
in the back, so
everything.
If you are out there doing missions, rather than having to fly
No
your
thanks,
ships
but also
directly
yes,
to where the
please.
mission is, it allows you to land, slightly
Kind
out
of
there,
like
slightly in
a
a safer
weird
area.
situation
You've still
where I
got
kind
space
of
to
don't want
load
it,
up
but I also
with
do want
weapons,
it.
Load up with your whatever mission items you need.
Well, I've
and
just
get them
added
out nice and
3
quick.
more years to their
Compared
development,
the
sorry
Cyclone
chat.
RC, which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing
Can
vehicle, the
boost
STV is
storage.
built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better
Caboose?
top
You mean
speed,
booty
and
storage?
that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about Star Citizen as a whole is it kind of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about
I'm pretty
flying
sure
these
your
massive
890
ships.
will
And I
come
think
with
one of
cleaning
the things that
personnel.
A lot of us are excited internally about is
Definitely,
racing within
it
our
has
game.
to.
A
For
lot
that
of us come
price,
from
yeah.
a racing background.
Oh,
in
there we
terms
go.
of
They're on
anything we've done
Daymar.
before.
Well,
A lot
gotta
of us
clean
are
your buggy
petrol
after
heads
this.
at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay
all about booty, always.
in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And
If
hiccups,
you stick
apparently.
around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the
It would have been so cool if they
STV
would have
in
shown
action in a
some
race organised by
racing
Atmo
or like
Esports, creators of Daymar Rally,
beach driving
where you'll see it
on
taking
Pyro,
the terrain for the
somewhere in
first time.
Pyro.
You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up.
Cheapest way
today
to
at
clean
the end
this
of the
claim.
broadcast.
True. Pick a ship challenge. Oh no.
And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those
Was
of
it
you
me?
that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship.
Oh.
So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI Orion, which the scale of its mining is
It looks
nothing
very
like
interesting.
any other mining ship in the game. The Mole is the current mining system, just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that,
Wait, is it
we
another-
have 3 choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have
Argo?
RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the
Ooh.
Prospector. So
No,
again,
RSI.
keeping all
Has to
within
be
the same
RSI.
family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that
RSI.
pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these 3 options. And
Okay,
that's the
cool.
end of Talking Ship. So
I'm
over
already
to you,
voting
Jared.
right now, though. RSI.
All right, and so the
Sorry, my
Crusader
throat is still a little bit
is
annoying.
available now as a concept promotion on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the the universe at the end of the broadcast.
The PTU?
Just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace
Challenges
Expo.
online?
And to
Nice.
vote
I'll
on
go
this
to
year's
the-
John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a com link on the robertsspaceindustry.com
Thingy?
website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So,
Hello, I
John,
would like to vote, please.
recently, you went through and just nuked all the speeds
And
of
I'm-
all the ground
I'm in the
vehicles.
midst of
and
going to be
obviously
voting.
You did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
Hello.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. to talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned
Where
for
is
quite
it?
some time.
Pick a ship challenge.
As we know,
Found
game
it.
development
Yeet.
timelines go all over the
51
place. So
seconds
we'd actually
ago.
done this for 318 Ivocati,
Damn, we're
which
fast.
sadly did not come out before.
RSI is gonna
373
win.
went live.
Nice.
So we did that because
Oh god,
quite
it's
frankly,
not
a lot
even
of those
loading for
vehicles
me.
were
So many people
ludicrous
are
speeds, like
voting, I
55
think.
meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off road.
Yeah, off road. That's
Off road,
There
120
we go.
miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like
Shit.
Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So
RSI.
we want to bring the cyclones
RSI.
down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not
I
everything.
mean, we already
has
have a
gone
few
as
Argo,
as
also
intended, like
Misk,
the
so
rocks and the Ursas are
I
not
need
quite where they should be. So we will go
RSI.
back and do more changes.
Hello,
But
can
the
I
idea
vote,
was
please?
people would get to see it in 318.
Yay!
So it wouldn't be such a surprise in
45% says
317.3,
RSI
which
already.
unfortunately is how it
Nice.
turned out.
But as far
You
as
want
the niches
cargo?
go, the Crusade,
you
the
want
Spirit.
cargo? You want Argo?
looks
Really?
amazing.
Why? We
Like,
already have Argo.
When you say, I gotta ask you, when you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship, that's still not out yet, John.
His little taste, what
when you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously
You
the
don't like
Starline
Misk?
is quite a
Yeah,
an
I don't
old
really like the
concept.
design of Misk
We didn't really do a
either.
huge amount
Kinda
of interior look development.
meh.
So the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really
Give
what we're going to build
Starliner.
on for that. So you're going to have
Give it right now.
like that VIP first
Also, I
class
need to grab
pod
something else to drink, so
enclosure.
I'm gonna do that real quick.
Mixmaster, the
I'm gonna
most
start ending
important
it now.
feature of the Starliner.
Okay, I'm going to quickly
Tony.
make
It'll be fine.
tea because I'm very
yeah,
thirsty.
That sort of feel, that luxury transport feel.
I'll be right
is
back.
Something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight-to-drivable vehicle, going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. That's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat.
Yes.
In the Grey Cat arena. It looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
Yeah. It's not in active development right now, but when we decided to do the STV, we were like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider Miner from back in the day. They're two very different things.
Right.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the reworked PTV, still looks how everyone recognises it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version, let's do a utility version, and so we've got those three together now that you can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first and then buckle up because I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready, we're gonna show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
I heard something about surprises. I had a feeling we would get something like this. Oh my god. That looks beautiful. Is the first small surprise? Oh, we're gonna get multiple small surprises. Oh, large surprises later. Okay. Ooh. Are we going to be getting... Wait. Are these... cryo-sleep pods? That looks like, Star Wars. I love it. Like Tatooine. Oh. 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 I'm getting tears in my eyes. Can we get this now? Please? Yes, can we get pizza noodles, please? We need pizza and noodles that we can actually buy. Please show it off, please. Like literally all I need from this small surprise. Okay. Don't know what RR means. I know what RNR means, but Officer Price is Drake is bankrupt, no more Drake ships. Yes, very good. Restroom. No, stop it. It doesn't stand for restroom? Yeah, restroom this way. What? Didn't it also feel like Levski earlier? Like a tiny bit? Like interior parts at least? Or was it just me? Hello, can you not tease us?
A glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Okay. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway.
Chris.
Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Yeah.
How you doing? How you doing?
Hey.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today. And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyra.
Hello. How's
Nice.
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is. It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice.
It's very
I'm
nice.
just gonna ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we gonna talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been our heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought...
Squadron 42 releases today. Let's go. Let's do it.
There's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true. Because
yeah, it's not true
a huge
at all.
amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU. And we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly
Needs to get a
release
polish
cycle that we
pass,
have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features
Ghost,
they
I
wanted
think
to do.
he's just sitting
And for Squadron, obviously,
like in the
it's shipping as a
wrong
final
direction
polished AAA
with
title,
his
so
shoes.
everything needs to be really put together, working really well.
Not Poland
and
pass,
playing
Polish.
Great. And so we're trying
Polish.
in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the
little
PU. And so we
weirdo.
thought it'd be
You
really
silly
useful to
little
come by
goose.
and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd.
Oh my god,
or
Chris
Tony
looked right
or
at me.
everyone
Did you
else
see that,
like,
Chad? Look right into the camera,
today
right into my
and,
eyes.
you know, during the ISCs, because we sort of
I'm
try to
flustering.
keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, yeah, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe
Right
show you
after
a
me,
sneak
he looked
peek
at
of
you, Golf. Oh my
something
god.
here and there.
We're so lucky.
Not everything,
I
'cause,
swear.
Yeah, we're trying to
Damn.
keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening and also understand
think
that
he
a huge
knows,
amount of
Panda.
the development resources,
Maybe.
even if you think they're
I
working on
mean,
Squadron,
looking
are
at the money that
ultimately
has been
working
coming
on
in,
stuff that
probably,
will
yeah.
be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development.
Oh my
has been
god, you
part
got
of
the Spirit
process
A1 and
since
Pains?
since the project was first
Congratulations, Graf.
introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU.
You got the
and then
C1
you've
and
now
Pains,
gone over to
Corsair.
Squadron 42.
Congratulations
You've
as well.
worked in both. You've worked in both environments.
Oh,
You know
Dolph, you got all three?
the struggle of T0 features
triple
and the quarterly
congratulations?
releases
Question
to PU,
mark?
and now you're getting to kind
Sure,
of,
let's do triple
your experience
congrats.
is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've been, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we then developed that and honed it and, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think, fundamentally, it's better for the development of the features, and it's better for the gameplay experience that both players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went into try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right, with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, you know, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams. And so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases that sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature. And so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it
graph you in for
polished.
exploration,
So it's,
combat.
like not a T0
Nice.
version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging.
Yeah, it's good to buy
it
stuff
feels-
with like
it
your
feels
kind of
good.
playstyle in mind for sure.
Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side because we're sort of telling you, oh yeah, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, you know, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in
User
Squadron,
experience, for sure.
specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of
Red
we
system,
have
as in
some core
pirate
areas
systems?
what we call the the sort
Is
of
that
the
what you mean?
actor system, which would be the
Graph?
FPS, the you know, players moving around on foot, you know, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which, you know, like
dangerous
John Crew heads
systems.
up, but
Yeah.
you know,
Establishing
the whole
rescue
vehicle
outposts
systems
there.
and,
That's
and,
cool.
You know, you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles.
I quite like that.
You know, like the sort of need for multiple speeds.
Would love to explore
and,
dangerous systems.
Also, the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. You know, all those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have. And so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just
I'm gonna need to train them fighting
making them
skills.
work
Now
well
I will have people around me who
for
can fight for
Squadron,
me,
and then
take everyone
bam,
out,
they're gonna come
and
across
then I
into
can
the
just
PU.
set up the outposts.
You know, another good example,
Rescue
which
outposts
hasn't
and
been
explore.
taught today very much by the on the, you know, the vehicle side and the need for speed.
You will not
but
list your hangar?
you probably
No, me
saw,
neither.
you know, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD.
Should
and,
have
you know, we've got a whole
a list of
redesign
all the
that's
ships.
happening
I don't
on
know
the
if it
HUD
works
and
on
the
YouTube though.
MFDs,
I don't think it does.
That's going to be very different than
I think it's like
what you have now.
fleet?
First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of,
Or
you know, what some of the legacy
exclamation mark
stuff has
ships?
Flash,
I don't
but
think
it's
it
gonna be
works
much
here.
more, minimalist, depending on what your context
No, it only
is.
works on Twitch. Okay, never mind.
It's going to be, you know, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships you use in Squadron.
You will
and then
just
it
get
will
me
rolled
into a
out to the PU,
javelin?
which is obviously much wider
Oh,
range ships.
easy.
But as we're designing it, we're building
And
it with
pay me
both
and I'll do
Squadron
it?
and the
Sure.
PU in mind.
I will.
And so there's a lot of things.
Let's
You know, people
do
have
it.
talked about the star map forever, or you know, so that has definitely been a major. I mean, there's right now I think 3 engineers, you know, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make, you know, the new star map, which people haven't had. It's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal, you know, combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after, you know, we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. Yeah, we're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2 common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and you know, we're going to work on it. That all of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but you know, we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that, you know, we're fairly advanced along, and so, you know, hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that's some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato.
Also, if you look at the Star Citizen
one location.
category page on Twitch, it's hilarious.
This enough preamble?
It looks glorious.
Let's start with Rich. You were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron
It's just all CitizenCon.
Let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
That's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You know, you're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, you know, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, you know, ultimately in the universe that they're playing? And how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, like, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, you know, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, you know, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, you know, and we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, you know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing, is to have this fully persistent universe that, yeah, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take it to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And, you know, currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff?
How do I open the door?
Right now it's sort of trial by fire.
Yeah.
I think, you know, there's a lot of people, it's almost like
they can learn from Cyberpunk, honestly.
Thing, where
maybe.
It's like, oh, I managed
with
to
the interaction
beat the
there.
challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. We need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things.
I'm happy that they're focusing on that
player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And you know, Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT.
Oh, Graph! I also have a Google sheet and everything with all the ships and the ones that I want to get and stuff.
That was on the list of
not
things
the names
to do,
though,
just,
but like the upgrades and which ones I'm going to
release
use for the
cadence
upgrades.
in Star Citizen,
I have that as well.
On the alpha, it just
it's very helpful.
Didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and you know, we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically
the new star map.
barrier.
Are we going to get a new star map?
The clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with the
I didn't know that we were.
So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you know, you shouldn't have to like look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know they want to interact with the trolley.
Mm.
So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and
it's in the monthly
do whatever I
reports.
want. But
I
you
don't
want
think
to be able
I've
to just
been
walk over
really
there and
looking
not have
into
to go
those.
into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, you know, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And it's you just want to be able to go and look at those things. Press F and
those
you need
faces?
confidence
Both,
that when you're
Chris
looking
and
at something,
Jared's, they were
you
just
know,
like,
you have the user
yes.
interface to tell you that yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into a
What's
separate
Jared
mode
doing?
to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on.
Chris was
the
just
player interaction
lovingly
experience,
looking, and then Jared was just
that's
like,
such a
what?
pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're
Oh, is
prone,
that
all the
Chris's
different
mini-me?
environments that you're in. You need to
Maybe.
be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you
Tiny
want it
bit.
to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is
Jared
radar
got scared
scanning,
that somebody would break his toys
actually
again.
kind of
Oh,
been split
rip his
into kind
toys
of a
still.
twofold.
That was very
The
sad.
first area is kind of what we're calling.
Is that when we haven't seen anything of
This is
Jailing
something
anymore?
that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. You know, that's one of our strengths, that we
That's
we're
right.
detail at scale.
Very sad.
And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship.
He got cancelled?
But
Did he really?
Sometimes it's quite difficult
Or
to
are you just making
realise,
it up?
okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. You know, for example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, you know, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But, you know, that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen
You're
is
just
all
making it
realism
up.
and the
Okay, I
reality of the
see.
world. So what we want to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system, where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button. And that is kind of just for your local environment. And everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, you know, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button.
Chris is just dissociating.
Wider areas. And that's where you're looking
Looks
at,
like it
you
at
know,
least.
individuals, you're getting, okay, there's 2 guys over there, what's their details? Oh, there's,
He's just like,
there's an
oh shit, I
NPC
have to
over
do
there.
so many
Okay, I can
things
see
still.
an
Shit.
objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay
No, I don't know.
pervasive,
I'm just making a
that's
joke,
something
sorry.
that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away,
I don't
but
know
they're
what
also,
what he's thinking
so
about.
they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned.
He's thinking
off the
about how to
signature
steal this
system
room
that
for
we do
himself.
radar and
Is this
scanning
not his
ships
room?
As an FPS, so it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh,
Nah, Fox, I
it's this
don't think
custom
he's
setup.
thinking that, honestly.
So we have this kind of
Not at all. He's
usability
pretty good.
aspect for radar and scanning, for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game.
Oh, it's
and
in
how
the
you
new
understand what you
studio.
need to do.
Oh, I
And then there's the
completely
other
missed
side of
that.
things,
All
which is
right,
then
thanks
it's
for the
more of a
clarification.
proactive
Cool.
tool of you looking through the environment
So,
and finding what you want.
We have a couple of
that's
videos. Shall we
that's
share
the one in the UK,
some
right?
videos of those?
Okay, I'm moving to the UK.
We have 2 videos.
Bye.
What's this first one?
I'm gonna work
So
at
the
the new
first one is
studio.
more kind of showing what I described with radar and scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
Jared!
So you can see here, this is in
What was that?
Asiado, which we've already showcased. This is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on
okay.
contextually
So
what the item
I
is.
was kind
And
of
what you're seeing here is
joking
part of
when
the
I
player
said that they
interaction
can
system. So you can just
take
even though that's
inspiration
kind of
from
a complex
Cyberpunk.
area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with. but you're getting
But
confidence
this
of,
is
oh,
literally
cool, I can
Cyberpunk.
grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having
Oh,
to
this
go
is
into interact
literally
mode, you're not having to be
Cyberpunk,
moving by the
though.
cursor. You can go in
I
and
love
just
it.
press F or interact with it. And
Just-
you know,
just
you've probably seen this in plenty of
Copy the
AAA
homework,
games,
but just make
they
sure
don't
it
have
looks
the
a little bit
detail
different
and
from my
scale that
homework.
we do. So we want to
Okay,
make sure
says
that
Star
that system is
Citizen.
really robust.
Oh my god, implants in Star
Hopefully
Citizen?
it
Yes,
gives you kind of
please.
an idea of
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're
That's
on
a lot
versus
better.
grab or
How are they gonna do it with the
there's a few other
ships and stuff though?
default action. But the icon, the if you just had a single disc with
Booty
that wasn't
implants.
broken,
Oh, we
then
need
there would
booty
be- there's only one
implants,
thing you
especially
can do
for
with
the
it.
meal
In a lot of
models.
those cases, you would
Copied
see
the
there was a
Cyberpunk
broken
FPS
disc in 4
interactions,
pieces, which was
copied the
basically saying that's a
ED ship travel
multi-action.
system. I see a
as you look
pattern
at it,
here.
for instance, in that case, if you hit F,
Oh
there's a
no.
default action.
Please
You
don't
held
do
F,
that too much, Star
it would
Citizen,
bring
because
up,
then you're gonna lose your own
the modular wheel that would show you the other
originality.
action, so you could maybe equip
Original
it versus grab it
look,
or whatever
feel,
you would do. And so the
all that
idea
good
is
stuff
just
that we
like
love.
you can doing like Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around. Oh, look, I can X to do something with it, right? So there's a bit of
AAA
that that's
console
happening
games
here, so
like
you can just
like
look around
Cyberpunk.
and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain
Oh my god, Chris looked at me again. Did you see that?
FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse because so many people are used to it. And
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we're leaning
Remember
a little
when
bit
we
onto
were
that, but
used
trying make
to
it much
using
more
the arrow
usable
keys?
and work with inside a much more powerful
Thank God we're
system
not
than
there
you typically get
anymore.
in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look
WASD
at them,
is so much
move
better.
them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron.
Good.
or
It was
Star
very
Citizen.
necessary.
And that default item actions is a good point because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action.
Yeah,
But
that's
let's
a
say
good
you're
idea.
harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be
Or if you walk up to your ship and you're
You'll
just
actually
like,
be
I
able
just
go
want to
in
get
there,
into my ship.
Right click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold
And you
F
just
and
immediately
you'll
enter
bring
the
up wheel.
cockpit. Boom.
And that will replace that list that we have currently right now, and you'll actually be able to remap that.
You
in the
played
game,
Doom back in the days without a
like 3
mouse?
clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it
Arrow
to go straight
keys,
into my
control shift.
backpack, because that's what you're
Bam.
doing right there.
Nice.
So then you can go in and have it.
The
It
mouse
allows
code
us
is
to
so
keep
weird.
the interaction
Think about.
system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting. They just want it all to be stored. They can do that out of the gate.
I know
so
a
it doesn't
game that I
always go
played
into their
without a
hands.
mouse.
And they have that
I believe.
customizability to be able to.
Yeah, the pinball
interact with the
game
environment
that's
and the
standard
objects
with
that they're
Windows.
looking at.
Before we
Space
move on, we
Space
have a
3D
second video.
pinball?
Yes.
Space
Actually, I haven't
Pinball
seen this
3D?
one.
Something like
You
that.
want to set it up, or you want to just
That
go
one.
and
I
play?
didn't need a mouse for that
Sure,
one, I
we can
believe.
play it. So I mean, the second one essentially what we're about to
Hey, I'm
see
pretty old. I'm nearing
is kind of
30,
what I
okay?
talked about. This is the second half of radon scanning.
Oh, second video, let's go.
This is where they're still getting the
I
environmental
will quiet
information.
down
Like
now.
you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area. But you're also now getting
Almost,
information about
when it
the
starts.
enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy. And if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if
I
there's
will replace the
some enemies
default
around the
character
corner and you
interaction
wanna
with
find
respectfully
out.
looking. Yeah, seems about right.
It's very useful.
But that's
Having
only
played
when
lots of
you
levels with it.
Definitely
come up from the
because,
back,
in
obviously.
Squadron, we're trying to
Not
have a
from the
certain
front.
amount of realism. So
'Cause then it would
you're
be
not
too
just gonna
obvious.
Go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered and you have to, it's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
You can bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back back to the point of fun, as you said.
Well, you know, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
So what you're
All
seeing
right, let's
here
go.
is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to
Whoa.
see the slavers that are
Cyberpunk.
in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, you know, it's a big
I hope that
risk.
only
If
shows
you
up
wanna do
when
it,
you are
but you're giving away
scanning,
your
or
location.
after you've
So if,
scanned.
if you're willing to do that,
And
then
not
so
for a
be it.
long time
But in
either.
the more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored.
Yeah,
some
I
enemies will
don't
have
really
radar
like the
scanning,
wall
some
hack
won't.
stuff,
So if they
honestly.
do, then they'll
I
be
hope
like,
that
"Hey, I've
only
just been
works on
pinged,"
NPCs
they'll
and not
get their
on
location and then
other
they'll go
players.
investigate. So what you're seeing here, you know, on that video is kind of a more
It feels very
wider,
Netrunner
broader
kind of
area and seeing
feeling.
through the walls,
So
whereas the first
Cyberpunk
one's kind of a
Netrunner.
more limited scope, and you can, you know, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, you know, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wide escape, like Chris said. You know, when we're playing our stealth
It will
levels,
make you visible to
need
players?
have kind
I
of a good
completely missed
understanding
that,
of where
sorry.
they are. And it's only temporary, and you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave. So you're not
It's
just
very
going
hard to
spam it
understand
there forever.
sometimes
It's like you get
when
a
I'm
temporary
paying attention to
picture, you go,
different
"Cool, I've
things.
got a good snapshot. Now I'm gonna.
There will be counterplay? Okay, good.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. You know, everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, you know, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
the best game I ever played.
It's like a
when I was
board
growing
game.
up,
Yeah,
Legends and
exactly,
Ladders.
absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and you know, just from general locomotion and how that feels. And then in terms of, you know, the traversal moves, so vaulting, mantling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, you know, I can't see my feet. And it's, you know, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, oh, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's, to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, oh, it's improved ladders. But again, is if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it.
I
You're
never have
locked in,
spatial
you can't
awareness.
Get off halfway, you can't jump off. You're kind of very locked. So what
Can't
we've done.
jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging.
That's not true at all, but whatever.
Even though you're attached to this thing, you
I
want to be
like
able to look
self-deprecating
around. So you
humor,
can attach
okay?
to the ladder. You can jump onto a ladder directly. You can
it's like
attack,
sonar-
you can run
sonar
and
pings,
jump onto a
right.
ladder. You can look around full 360 degrees. You can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. You know, and it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, you know, it doesn't feel like, oh, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look
Makes
behind
sense.
you on a ladder, that opens up environment, you know, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's...
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, I mean, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. I mean, you already see a little bit where, you know, you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. I mean, even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot
Will we
of,
be able to
like
properly
physical and
traverse
traversal
stuff?
gameplay and puzzles in
Like
Squadron.
jump over things or like
We're
climb
building
on
the
things?
systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be
I
multiple
really like
ways
this
to
accent. I don't know why.
solve,
It's very
the problem
soothing,
you're trying
isn't
to
it?
deal with, which is how we've approached the squadron design. Is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. To do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is
still
the block
out.
out, but we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and this stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment.
Jared, what are you doing?
But I would say definitely that, I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the block out animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right,
Do it.
ladders. So obviously this, as you can see, this is
What?
final art.
We have actual hardcore
This is taken
parkour?
directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map.
What?
But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle.
We can do that
or a
in
vault,
third person.
You can go straight into the pull-ups.
Have we always been able to do
And the
that,
thing
or
is
did
that
it
what you're
change us
seeing
to
here
first
is,
person
you know,
again?
while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions
That's really
in,
cool.
we don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump halfway onto a
Feeling
ladder.
your body?
And here
What?
we're looking
I
around
completely missed that. Everything
to the right, and you can
about
jump
that.
off the ladder at any point.
Oh
You
well.
can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow.
Yum.
We got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah. So
we're gonna find an elevator.
I would be the person to fall down there, but yeah.
Then we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block out
Ooh.
animations.
Whoa.
I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
Sure.
But the other
accidentally.
Yeah, I mean the other
Sure,
thing to say about
sure. I
the
don't believe
traversal
any
is
of
while
that,
we're
but okay.
highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here. The other thing is that we're also, we've taken deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do.
Yeah, that would
what
be-
we're kind of terminology.
Is that
in
really
terms
how
of
that
this
works? That's
action
so
queuing.
weird.
And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and
Wait,
so that
it
just
stops you
again,
shooting
using
if
the
you let go of
controls is a lot more
shift?
fluid, a lot more
What?
intuitive.
That makes no
So
sense.
it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you.
Yeah.
It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the
Or a
environments,
graphics
the
tablet
missions,
with
and the
a
gameplay. So
Stream Deck.
It's something that we're really pushing forward to make
in
better.
all aspects, right? Because prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example, but also like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, you have momentum now, so if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy. Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders
often did they
is kind
promise
of
in
based on
EVA
some-
review? I have no
a lot
idea.
of those systems are, and when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley
It's
push-pull.
like the only thing that really annoys me with EVA is that
Yes,
as soon as
we will.
you get
But
off
when
of
we talk
something, it
about,
kind of like launches you
EVA-T2
forward, and you
0G,
usually like
the biggest thing
either
again it's
tilt to the
just in
side,
being EVA
or like
right
you
now,
fall
in the
forward,
Star Citizen,
or
and just look left.
yeah, like your camera moves around a lot,
You
or
don't
your
have a
character moves.
stability of if you're a
Which is
human
really
being, you
annoying.
look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves.
Yeah,
and
exactly,
Then
there
you
you
get
go.
into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down.
Yeah.
So EVA T2, which again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the
All right,
old one
we'll
away.
see.
And this is a fundamental
excited.
change in terms of how we.
Because that was like
work in
one of
EVA.
my
First
most
off,
frustrating
we're not
things,
upright.
because again, it makes
You're
me
in
motion
what we
sick as
call the
well.
Iron
So
Man pose, so you're leaning
sometimes,
forward.
not
You
always.
still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward. So you're not got these legs that are beneath
That's
you.
good.
But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction.
Oh my God, yes.
And you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction.
it's kinda like
and
a
push that
drone.
way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to.
You're going to kind of like
the
feel like a
ICS on
drone.
the ships, that it kind of like counters
Chris
the
is
forces
struggling?
and then
How
allows you
so?
to go in that way. We actually
Okay.
originally tried it where you would drift and.
Do you mean he's in
actually do the
pain or
curve,
something?
But it just made
Or he's
traversing more
struggling to like
intricate
keep a
spaces, which is what we
secret?
want to do. And, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships.
Or
and
struggling
you
to
can
pay
take those down
attention?
and-
Or like, in what way do you
It's
mean?
definitely, I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
Absolutely.
even, in the
Decoupled EVA,
resource
right? That's
network,
pretty good.
Segment. That's one of
X4
the
has a
things.
toggle
all,
for
all
that.
those tight,
Oh, so they're
intricate
stealing
areas that
from.
we've built over the last 7, 8,
Sorry,
10 years now,
copying.
I suppose.
Getting
you can go into those
inspiration
tighter
from
areas. You
Cyberpunk,
need it to be stable. You need
Elite
it to be in a
Dangerous, and
position where you
X4
can
now
turn on a
then,
dime.
apparently.
You can look upside down. You
Right?
get a good
Those
sense
are
of
the
work,
3 games that
your
we've kind of like seen so
And
far.
I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA-T2.
Oh, and
to be
Prometheus
honest,
for the
engineering
rock
team have done a
formations
really
there.
fantastic job. I
And
find
again,
it
like you can
a
only
lot
do
of
so
fun
much at a certain point.
flying around in EVA.
Like, of course, you're going
And
to
then
be
I'd
like
also
taking
say the other
inspiration
thing
from
that we
other
should
things
point out
that
in the
work.
longer term
So
for the PU, not
let's
so
be
much
honest
for the
there.
Squadron, because you're
Nothing
in a
is
sort of
truly
pilot suit
original
that has
anymore.
EVA as part of its setup is not every
sorry, I had to
spacesuit
crack my
is
neck.
EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then
Yeah,
it's the
exactly.
physical
There tend to be
push-pull. So
other games
you
that
can
did it
move along
before the big
surfaces, you can
popular
push off
ones.
against them, you
Indeed.
come close to something, you can grab it.
It's
if you're in
extremely
close
hard to
things
say
and
who
there's
was
handholds, you can grab them
first
and move them around.
with like
So we have this
Indeed, a
physicalized
specific thing.
interaction that
And then as soon as
happens,
something
and you don't
works,
actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack.
like why would you
And then
reinvent the
EVA
wheel
jetpack is
there?
if you go out in open
Right?
space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be
All
some
space
pretty
games are
interesting
derived from Elite
gameplay.
and Wing Commander
so if you,
anyway.
you know,
Maybe,
if you
yeah.
do, I don't know, a
Fox,
boarding
you got
action
your
or
Van Deel
something,
mask.
maybe
Let's go.
you need
Congratulations.
a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space in your spacesuit with an EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jared.
It just annoys people.
but-
What that they're
but
copying
I
or
think
taking
it gives
inspiration.
it gives a really good. It's just going to give.
But it
more
shouldn't.
options, more context, because like longer term.
Because
what we
like
wanna do
if
in
you're
the-
how
in
how
PU
often has he
is
changed his shirt,
what
his
you wear
outfit?
is
Jared, what are you
important, right?
doing?
So right now,
Are you just
everybody
like
runs around in a big suit
layers
of armor
upon
and
layers
things like
behind
this.
that desk?
And
I don't
we haven't
understand.
really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a in a seat of a space fighter.
Oh, if you reinvent
in
the
heavy
wheel
armor.
and then don't do it significantly better.
Be there
Yeah,
with your gun
because
on the
usually the
back.
thing that
You should
works
have to have a flight suit on, or you come
already
into a
works.
city, you shouldn't be
And there's a
wandering
reason
around
for
in
why it
heavy armor
works.
because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there.
So yeah,
we want people to have reasons to
like if it works,
wear
there's no
different
need to
things,
try and fix
have
it.
storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And
Yeah, I know you were talking
roll
about
out
the
more of
original
it's
League.
coming in Squadron, and then in the PU that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else.
People like it
And
when
if you
stuff
look at all
works
the
the
new
same in
ships, there's
game.
always
Yep,
locker
in
and
games.
storage.
We like
We
consistency.
have a whole system for outfits now that we're,
I like
we're
it
first going to be in
if I go
Squadron,
from
but
one
then
game
with
to
the PU,
another,
it's
and
designed so
I
there'll be a
don't
nice
have to
sort of locker,
relearn
almost like a
everything,
wardrobe system
but
that
it
you
all
can go
comes
in
very
and
naturally.
hang up your outfit and switch
Yeah,
quickly into
indeed.
another outfit.
Has to
or
do with people
switch
having to learn
into
new
this
stuff.
clothes
We like
suit,
habit,
everything. Yeah,
like
so
we're
we
very
want
habitual
it to,
beings,
be
and
your
something that
virtual
is
second life,
recognizable.
and we want to make it as easy as
And
possible for you to manage all these
something that we can
different
easily get
things that
into
you can
again.
wear for different roles.
That's what nice. We
and,
like
you know,
repetitive
EVA
stuff,
is
basically.
one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video. See what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
here we go.
Wait, we're Superman
this
now?
What you're seeing here is
What?
that you'll probably see
Superman in
the
space.
first
Let's
person
go.
thrusters are not,
I'm ready to
firing
become a
because
superhero.
Yeah, it's
it's
the
decoupled.
old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of.
Many games
proper-
took their
this is
stuff from
the-
SC and improved
the
on it
current
too.
PU suit
Like which ones?
versus
Like No
what we'll
Man's
have
Sky
is a
and
new one
stuff.
with the proper pack that has the thrusters
I
in the
don't
right
know
position.
which
and when you go
games
forward,
took
the
from
thrusters
Star Citizen really.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now
Wait.
it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to
Is
be
that a satellite?
more
What is
our
this?
new prone will be. Again, you've got full
I missed
360
something again.
degrees.
What is this?
You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands.
They're just
to move
sneakily
ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third
showing
person
off
here,
some
you
new
would sort of
stuff.
see us moving our
I'm
hands around. I
on
think
to you,
we'll
Star
see it a little
Citizen.
later on. There we go. Here we go.
Oh, it's a waypoint
So,
station.
We're
Cool.
just sort of pulling ourselves along.
Oh.
And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would
Oh
just
my God,
go
look at that
floating out
booty.
into space. So that's,
Oh, that's
this
really
idea
cool.
of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're
so
seeing
now
here,
he just
yeah.
pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of.
Oh my
you're
God,
just
that's how I walk
floating
underwater.
Alongside the actual this.
I just
fin
go on my
of this
hands and you
Asiata
just kind of like
station.
crawl across the
And
bottom.
This is actually
That's
keeping you
nice.
in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just
No.
you just push forward and go.
This is so
Where
fun.
you can
Oh my
actually
God.
jump off into
This is
space.
good.
But then this becomes one of the. If you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have zero-G push-pull.
Oh my God, that
with
is
the tractor beam
huge.
that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resources.
Oh, it might be a
EVA
comm
tool.
station, Matty?
So
Thank you for
this
that.
allows you to
Also,
kind
hope
of
you've had a
manipulate
lovely
and-
Saturday,
and
by the way.
Go
Welcome.
in EVA and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide
Physics,
ranging and
let's
both
go.
small scale.
Oh.
Yeah, here's I mean,
What?
before in first person looking.
No
at it,
way.
but here's us cutting out the third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of.
Oh my God, that's
and
going
these
to
are
be me
still
doing-
blockout animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more like
No gravity
nuance
push-ups.
to fidelity to
Heck
it, but
yeah.
Yeah, you have
Gonna
a
get
lot
so strong.
more,
Kappa?
control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one, we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Zero-G
and you're
dance
actually
is
gonna see us, like, if
incoming.
you fly into something,
Yes.
you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down
Ooh,
close to it,
what's
I
in
think
sight
we're going to come
there?
down, you'll see as
Ooh.
our character comes down here, our player comes down here, yep, put our hands
Yum.
out and brace ourselves to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's like systemic. That's not marked up or anything. It's all ray casting, seeing if things. You brace yourself when you come up against. Hold on.
You're
arrest your
envisioning
thing,
me
you
doing a
push off
workout in
against
SC
things.
instead of real
So
life.
we've
I
spent
mean,
a fair
I would
amount
probably
of
do it in
time
SC.
and
Yep.
engineering on all this, but it's not just for
Nah,
squadron.
I
It's
need to
gonna
do
be,
workouts in real life as
obviously
well.
useful useful in some of the environment.
I'll do it
squadrons.
tonight
One
still,
of them, obviously,
or
the
tomorrow,
astronaut station.
or the day
You can look
after.
down on the
Who
slate that you
knows,
saw in the
really?
earlier scan. But
I
yeah,
should probably
the
do
use
some
of this
Pilates,
in,
whatever.
the PU is going to be
I'll
massive.
do it. It's fine.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is
Oh,
it's
that's
systemic.
cool.
There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a
Skybox looks
ship,
pretty as well.
you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, it has a surface.
Will Halo jump onto our next
and you
meet?
can put your hands on
Yes.
it. It's got a big enough space.
Next meet will probably be next
It
week,
will
by
work.
the way.
So there's no
Like next
oh, it
week,
only works in this scenario, or it only
Saturday,
works
I
in this
think.
scenario. It is what you see here, and then as what we've not been able to show today,
And I'm going
which
to
is
be having a little bit of a different setup
when you go
for
into very tight environments, if there
flying
are
around,
handholds,
walking
you will
around,
be able to
all
grab
that
onto
stuff.
that handhold, or whether it's a terminal, or whether it's
You're too lazy
you know,
for
a hatch
workouts,
to get into a
Kelsar.
ship.
Well,
You'll
that's the
grab
thing.
onto
Like
the
you have to
handhold,
make it a
and
habit,
then,
even if it's
you know, instead
only
of putting
5
your hands
minutes
out and
per
landing,
day.
you'll grab on,
At a certain
and then
point,
you
you
go,
will
cool, I
start
can use the
getting
terminal,
less
or I
lazy
can
for
look around. And
workouts.
again, you're not locked in. You
Oh,
can
you're
look
too
all
crippled.
360 degrees.
And
You'll switch hands as
yeah,
you look
then
around,
just like do
and
whatever
get
you
a
can,
sense of,
and then
okay, where do I
obviously
wanna
do
go
not
next?
stress your
I wanna go
body.
over there, cool, or I want to go through this door. And
Like
it
as long
works
as
in
it's
tight
movement,
environments,
it's fine.
wide-scale
You don't have to.
environments, and fundamentally,
You don't have to
it's a
do
lot
like
nicer to play
Olympic
than our
style
current version, which is
training
just-
at all.
No, I mean,
as long
it's
as it's
massive for the game, so
some kind of
I think
movement
there'll be a
in
lot
whichever
more
way
sort
works
of
for you.
EVA, external action.
Yeah.
You will just move the
combat's
mouse a lot.
better,
All
it's
right,
much
Belf.
more stable. I think we'll see a lot.
You did
of
walk around the supermarket
puzzles
earlier.
and
Well, that is
traversal
very
in
good.
EU that can be
Was
built
painful
from
as
that. 'Cause
hell.
We don't really. We have a lot
Like,
of stuff down
that's
on
the
planets,
annoying
but it would
part as
also
well.
be nice to have more like exploring
Is-
more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things and
What
EVA.
I would think, at
we all
least
love science fiction.
that the pain
These kind of games,
will start
that,
getting
that-
less
that's
at a
sort
certain
of lot
point,
of
depending on
hypothesized
what you have, of
so
course.
we spent,
With movement,
that's an example
but you do have to be
of-
consistent with the
we spent
movement.
time to really think about how we want the system to
Because,
work,
like,
how best it's going to work.
I know I
and
have
then,
it where, with my chronic
Because we
pain,
did 2 or 3
I
iterations.
think like,
We
oh,
did,
I should probably rest
you know,
up.
we did 2 or 3
But then me
iterations of how
not
we wanted to do.
moving
Did
is
we want to
actually
have
going
this
to
iron
make my
man
pain
pose? Did we want
worse.
to have it upright? Did it blend between
So-
them? And we were playing it and playing it. It's like,
Yeah.
it didn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just
It's an
go
open wound?
and you're
Wait,
like,
what?
oh, this feels really nice. And you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so,
You
yeah,
have
it's-
an open wound?
This unlunlocks content
That's not good.
for the
Oh,
Please take good
absolutely.
care
I mean,
of it.
I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve
Oh,
Bender
the only
on
thing that
Friday
will
night
stop
at
the pain is
House,
surgery to
like,
fix
that
it?
looks just
Oh
like
no.
Steve Bender?
Yeah. Crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody
Well, if you take your
who
bike
saw
to work
that now
and to
is
shop,
going to
etc.
see the potential,
True.
the absolute
Same.
gameplay potential for
I love
all kinds
biking.
of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really
Now we know why they
There's-
said
there's
5
great- I
hours
mean,
for
there's-
CitizenCon,
there's some
because
other-
Chris
there's
was
some
coming
smaller
on.
things, like we
Indeed.
have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as
It's
a
already almost been
system
4
as, let's
hours
say,
now.
the
Oh my
EVA
lord.
replacement, but like the
How?
hover trolley that we've got.
God, I'm
I
so
know that I saw it.
I really like the hover
lightheaded.
trolley.
Yeah,
Not
I
really,
like
but
it a lot.
tiny
I
bit.
saw the Reddit
Starting to
thread said,
get
"Why
there.
does someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've
I
been
should probably
working
get
on
more
for quite a
to
while.
drink in a second.
But the thing we can
Oh, I
we
still
can
have
show you
water.
in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real
Yeah.
world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a gravlev system where you stuck in this thing and the gravlev it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can
Right,
place
Panda,
all
yeah.
sorts of stuff
No,
in it. So I could
that's-
load up this container. I could push it into
Also,
my
a
ship.
year after,
Then I
do
could
they
fly it
really
off
let
to
you
some
wait that
remote
long?
planet and put it next to, you know, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you
Oh,
say
they're
maybe a
backlogged
player
from
base or
COVID,
some
gotcha.
group of players
Or
which
from
system
the
decide
virus,
to take over a
yeah.
derelict or something. And
I
I
see.
can like basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think, you know, the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the
Need to get a booster?
cargo and the logistics.
I think I do as well.
That are going to come with that, because longer
Just to
term
be
with persistence
safe,
and what we're doing,
just to be sure.
I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of
Oh my God, this-
of living, right? Like how do I have
Show
my
us
food?
more.
How do I have my
Come
drinks? How do I have
on.
my raw materials? How do I have my
It's a
weapons?
lot of talking
You
now,
know, if two
all of a
orcs are
sudden.
fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra.
Alright, I'm gonna make some
you
more
know,
tea.
ammo
I hope
and
I don't miss
missiles and,
anything.
you know, all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. You know, okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can
Do
your
I
repair,
still care
maybe
about
there's
this
an
right now?
field
Nah,
repair that's
I need to
happening
get
right
something
there,
to
and
drink.
someone's
I'm very
changing out a
thirsty.
broken
Very
weapon for another weapon because you've
lightheaded-ish.
loaded
If
up
you need
and
to get something to
stored it
drink,
in-
please go ahead and do so as well,
your
by the way.
container. So there's
And,
the
uh,
possibilities
I will-
in the PU is huge, and this
I'll be
is
right back.
an example of just little bits of tech that we're
Wait,
putting
are they gonna
into
show something?
Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU, but in the PU they just
Oh,
have
Lurch, you had it a few
a lot more
weeks ago.
potential,
No,
like
I'm
the
sorry. I
EVA.
hope
Yeah,
you got.
I mean, the biggest
I hope
thing
you
about
recovered
trolleys
well.
is when we approach trolleys with the
Or I
physical
hope you're
trolleys,
recovered by now
is
as
that we
well.
wanted them to serve
Just
two
in general.
purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games.
Oh, right, it was
which
very
is, you know,
mild,
I
yep.
can move things around, and that allows me to create, you know, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box.
You had a mild
over
case
here
of it
now,
as
I can
well,
get
Panda?
higher now,
Very
which
lucky
is
indeed.
kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for.
I
And
haven't
this
had
is
any
another
yet.
example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU.
Just
but
knocking
there
on
wasn't
wood real
really
quick.
a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies. So I've seen people fly them as missiles out of ships, but
All right, I'm gonna get some
they're
tea,
not really
'cause
utilised for what we want
They're
them to
just
use. And
they're
then you've
just
got
talking.
the other side of trolleys.
Has
which
Jared
is
fallen
we want
asleep
to
yet?
use
I think
cargo
so.
loading. Now again, we've got a lot
I
of
might be
ships,
falling
we've got a lot of
asleep
different
now, not
ramps,
really.
The scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys,
Okay,
you know,
I'll
when
be
you
right
see
back.
the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know, let's play the video.
See the video.
Let's see the video and you can,
We've
you can
hyped
see
this
it.
up now. Hover trolleys are
Yeah.
the most amazing thing in the world.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
It
you know,
closes down, it's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now, grav levs on. You get hold of it, bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working
Yes.
in this demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, you know, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU. That you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from the kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just a slaver pod, but you know, obviously you'd be pushing, you know, as long as it's grav lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then you know, like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav leg technology, so the same, you know, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or you know, when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. And then you'll be able to, you know, reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry, we're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon torpedo tube.
That's true. Yeah.
Very cool. So so we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships, because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product, is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right, because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once, because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically, so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away, because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You need to know your G-forces and your heading direction, and I need to know my ammo, and master modes is a good way of going down that road, is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal, and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat. If you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. Your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that we're the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of.
Hello, I'm back. Of course, I heard a video right as I went away.
First of all, we have to refactor it.
So I missed all of that. I'm gonna have to rewatch that, but that's okay.
Which is what the
I have tea now.
On
Thank
the
you.
HUD, we
Thank you,
sort of took a
Sybil.
look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just
So something
too much
about a
stuff's there all the
pod.
time,
Okay.
and we want to be more
Flavor
contextual.
pods? Okay.
So yeah, and we're doing this in
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna have to
overall
rewatch that.
holistic
That's all right,
way
though.
that would be probably almost impossible.
Overcargo?
If we were trying to
Oh,
fit it
cool.
into quarterly releases in the PU.
Very
So,
cool.
Most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what
Is
you're
his
trying
mic
to do.
working correctly?
But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting, and
It
whether
might
you
just be
can,
me, but
whether you
it
want
sounds
to
like
be
the
able to
others
cast
are a lot
up,
better.
say your target status or your ship status to your visor.
Feels
Now,
like
that
there's
won't be
quite
the
a bit
case
of
for
an echo
everything.
in his, but in
Every
Chris's,
suit,
I mean.
like for instance, if you have a more combat
It's a bit
oriented
echoey,
ship
right?
or
Yeah, it's not
suit
just
that you
me
wear,
then. Okay,
like
good.
I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day?
It sounds further away. Maybe it's underneath his shirt and it's just not picking up correctly.
Oh yeah, it was a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor.
Yeah, I see it
like you
under
would
his
as a fighter
shirt.
pilot.
It
would be
feels like
sitting
it's
down on
like
the-
too
on the
low.
MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff in all the ships are also building in the ability.
It's alright though,
like,
we can
there's
still
not
hear
just
him,
a
but
game config screen
they have
in your
individual
ship.
mics, they
You go
do,
in,
yeah. You can
have
see
your,
them
like,
underneath their
settings
clothing.
screen, and the settings
So,
will be
like,
remembered on a
in the
per
middle
ship
of the chest
basis,
area.
and you can set up, you know, okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this, I want this to
So like with the white t-shirt, it is next to the logo, basically, like in the middle of the chest. That's quite high, and with Chris, it's like a little bit lower, it seems. Like you can see the little bump there. I believe that's where the mic is.
Foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show, but it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around, besides the different modes of you know, combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff. It's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better, and I think
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either, you know, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, you know, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level,
with 100 players in there,
you just
get
100
player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. You know, and some players,
it was definitely a problem in squadron.
Yeah,
we have
absolutely.
quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and you know, some players can deal with it, but you know, it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, you know, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar.
Also, can I get rid of notifications on my screen?
You have a radar in the cockpit. You know, fighter pilots in real life have
Star
a radar.
Citizen.
They don't have in-world AR markers.
Finally.
Oh, 20 guys coming over there, you know. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode. Okay, they're cast.
As a non-combat person, I can fully get behind this.
Redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking things that are important to you, or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15, 20 ships, it's just a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on
the reason why I like this.
It's really important.
Is because I get distracted very easily, and I get overwhelmed by information, too much information very easily. So this is great.
Never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that, you know, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better. and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them and then that will now select it as your target and do a lot of things that haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, that's in process right now, but yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presented to you well, and you can, have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is
trying to find
really
your target when they're on your radar and knows to them to target as hell. Yep.
What we envisaged it to be.
I've been having a really hard time with that as well. When in the
now,
2 times
really,
that I was doing combat.
I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. It's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has 2 purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron.
And welcome. How are you doing?
Looking at how do we solve the problem of your patrolling an area.
Wish they could pick.
It's not very much fun
that we
if you
could pick
patrol an
locations
area
from a
and
list
then
on the
it's
map. Yep, same.
Space is big. I go to
I also wish we could
and I
just
look around and
put coordinates
my radar covers 10
in
kilometers
the
in
map.
front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling
And then just fly
a
there,
large area of
basically.
space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is what you would call the standard control mode,
or just type the location, or just select it from a drop list,
or there's a cluster of
drop
asteroids
menu.
that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have.
Basically
Squadron,
how we
really
have all
should be
these
in the PU,
third-party
which is,
websites for it to find all the stuff that we want to go to.
10,000 kilometers away. The equivalent of being on a planet.
But have
there's
that
a mountain over
in
there,
the
I
game.
can see it.
It
I
would
don't know
make
what's on
stuff
it,
so
but
much
I'm gonna
easier.
Drive over there. I'll walk
Just
over to that
user
mountain.
experience.
And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out, and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able
you
to
mean it from
understand
a
what's
drop-down
there,
list,
but
right? Gotcha.
there's
I see.
something
Point of
there.
interest.
There's a point of interest, and so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But the
SDOS,
quantum
the ability to
travel,
pick a location from the
spooling
list.
down, and
we
so
have
this is the whole quantum,
stuff like
the idea of
First
quantum
Guide
boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you
item
probably
picker,
about 10th the
something
speed of
like that.
full
I don't remember
quantum
what it's
travel.
called.
Sort of, not
Where we
using
can
all
also,
the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of
select
get there
stuff
pretty
from the
quickly,
list.
and also appreciate the environment.
Like, just
you're
have it
going
in the
through.
game. Just make it
And,
easy for
go
people to
over there.
find
I go
what
to
you
the
want to
mountain, okay, no, I
find.
can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool.
Anyways.
And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could be
we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had. So you could be in a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station. This group of rocks over here,
or a jump point. All of a sudden,
we can even in the PU be in a case where you can almost procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of regular, non-quantum one, where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and, works for, combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of
I also don't know why the quality of life stuff
to a place. And then there's the quantum travel, which
why they're
is
having such a hard
the
time
really long,
implementing that.
I'm going to go to this planet that's
I really don't
500,000
know.
kilometers away, and I'm going to be in
maybe it's because like they have these really big ideas and like all these different teams.
The PU. I mean, it makes a big difference.
And then
to
it's
the
harder
gameplay.
to obviously
exploring
get the input needed
in Squadron in
to get the
space
quality of life stuff implemented. I really don't know.
That was the thing we're trying to follow, and I think it's a problem in the PU right now. Is when you're in space, it's sort of like
maybe just isn't on their list yet. I mean, but it should be though, because quality of life is just like
around the space stations or
one of the first experiences that you have with the game. So it's pretty important to have that.
I can detect something.
It takes time to implement. That's true. I mean, we've also had like many iterations of different things, like
in space now because of
the flight system, or like planetary tech.
A huge deal.
All that
I know we have a
stuff.
clip for
So
this, for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't
with
see
all
the
those
flight
different
experience
iterations, you would
segment
have to
earlier,
change
or
the
if you're
quality
watching
of
this
life
separately
stuff
on
again as
YouTube and
well.
you don't know what this looks like. Let's take a look at the quantum boost clip. That we
It's an
have.
alpha. It's an
So
alpha
you can
for a
see it one more
reason.
time
That's true. Ooh, Odin 3
So
sector
just to
sweep.
call out,
Okay.
that's going to be the old HUD.
Yeah,
that is the old HUD. That's too busy.
That's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance.
Oh,
there.
that's cool.
13,000 kilometers.
That
on
is
the right-hand
very
side.
sexy.
So this is obviously just placeholder UI.
Oh,
for
you can
quantum
just
boost.
immediately quantum
Again,
travel to it.
you can just
Yes.
boost over there, and it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into.
Yeah, and this, by the way, is
Wait, you have to like counter steer as well? What?
On the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost.
That is so cool.
The planet.
Oh, it's
so
quantum boost,
what it's
right?
You to do is sort of have
Sorry,
that
there's a
mid-level
difference indeed.
traversal and investigate.
That's
things,
really cool though.
Without having to, spend forever.
It is insanely well polished for an alpha,
1200
definitely.
meters per second, or quantum traveling over it.
You foresee me crashing a lot.
So just to clarify
Always.
again for folks, if you
There's
watched
no
the
doubt
flight
about it.
experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is
You saw
probably
your
closer to
hanger?
what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate.
The
now,
new
that we're
old
now moving
UI?
away from.
Did you
And
just
the
say
new-
that?
Basically, it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI. you
Yeah,
have in
that
the
new
PU.
UI
So
is
what
oof,
you have in the
oof.
PU is the
Sexy.
generic
Very
version
nice.
that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based
Sorry for
on
the
the
hiccups.
idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's, a lot
Old
of
UI,
programmer
almost
and you
new
even-
UI,
even,
and
sorry,
new
the
UI.
Need for Speed
Right,
segment, whereas
okay.
a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current
I wish we
HUD
could also
stuff,
change
but
the colors
when
of
the
the
new
UI.
one comes online, it should be much cleaner and
So
easier
it's
to go.
not-
And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we were originally in SCM mode,
Yep.
standard control mode, and then
I didn't see that at all.
we switched to quantum mode, so the spool up wasn't really the spool up.
The
for
new
the
UI
quantum
is
boost.
soon to
The
be
spool up was
also
just-
old
there's a
UI,
spool
right?
up as
Okay,
you
so
go
they're
into
just
quantum
doing
mode,
many
your shield's powered
iterations
down.
of
so you know there is some
the
risk when
UI,
you're
and
in
they're just
the
testing that
fast
out
traversal
probably.
mode, and the quantum
You like the
drive
colors?
powers up.
I mean,
But
I
once
also
you're-
like the
once it's
colors. I just
spooled
wish
up
I could
and you look at a place,
have
you
it.
can boost towards.
For example,
it.
if I want my UI to be
Yeah.
yellow,
and
I
so,
can.
So for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to. I just.
But then if I
wanna,
want it to be blue,
free
I can also
quantum,
change it to
right?
blue.
There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like sometimes I have a really hard time seeing
Second start of the right and straight on till morning.
seeing stuff
So,
with
yeah,
the
so
UI
we're
colors as
talking
they
about
are
these,
right now.
These flight experience stuff, the ship
Especially with the green
stuff,
ones.
the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything.
But, yeah.
We'll obviously show those as we get closer to.
And then maybe
ready to
also
show
have
those.
like different
You talked a little
colors
bit
for
about
different
the
types of
star map.
markers.
Again,
That would
not
be
quite
nice.
ready to show today's stuff.
Yeah, the Emperor one
As
is
far as
pretty
those
nice,
mapping
although
things
it's
and getting around stuff,
mostly like
there's
orange. But
also
anyways,
the mini map.
I like the blue
There's also
UI
mini
though.
map, which has
Blue
always
looks
been
very,
this promise
very
of being
calming.
able to find your way
Black
through
UI,
either a really
heck
large
yeah.
ship or a space
Yeah, what
station
about
or
just
stuff
like
like
a
that.
regular white
What can you
with
tell us about the work on the mini map?
So radar,
the
as we
outline
call it, is
or
essentially
the
it encapsulates
drop
the
shadow
star
behind it.
map. It encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what
Adaptive
we have in
UI
terms of
would
the
be
mini-map, it gives you that
amazing.
3D isometric view.
But that
you
might just
can
be a
move
little bit
around,
too much to
and
ask,
all the
honestly.
information in there is underpinned.
I just like being
by,
able to have different
the
colors
FPS
for things.
radar
Like I'm a
scanner.
very
So the information that
visual
you're,
kind of person,
you're scanning in the
and
environment
I very
is the information that
easily
you'll see on the
differentiate
mini-map.
with colors and icons.
So if you go into, say, a known location, so
But
let's
if
say
everything
you go,
looks the same,
to Microtech, that
then it
landing
just becomes
zone, essentially,
information overload.
That will be
Sorry, I'll
pushed
stop
to
talking.
your Mobi Glass. So you'll be able to then load up the mini map and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen. They're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool. I open up my map and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places, so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, if somebody says to me tomorrow, come round to my house, or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And so we've long wanted this. It's very critical for Squadron, but it's also I think important for the PU. And the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city and the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever, and you get the map downloaded. And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, it's a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a
for
good
us to
backdrop
use.
rather than just grey
really
boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage
God,
here,
how long is this
which
panel
is showing
still?
how the visuals.
I'm
the
in so
mini
much
map
pain.
in terms of sort of an isometric render.
Just like back and neck pain.
In the UI that
Wants to
will
give me a
essentially become your mini map,
massage.
but you'll have a more sort of
I need it.
reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But
Yep.
if we run it, you'll see kind of what
Ooh.
the tech is. So first, this is in the editor, but it's essentially what it
Can't
does
reach
is
through
it's
YouTube.
taking
No.
our existing
Very sad.
layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our minimap. So this is
That looks cool.
This is essentially in the engine using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the minimap without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, ground
You
level
want to
or
fly
whatever.
your Idris now.
It's one of the advantages
Everyone
of
wants the
having high detail
Idris.
ships.
Yeah.
Because the environment's
Give it
already,
to us
you know,
now,
already in a
CIG,
good state to
please.
show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it.
Sub deck. My
space
favorite
station,
deck.
Because a lot of
landing
traditional
zones.
game
Very
development, you
sci-fi,
have to
said
make
Matty.
custom minimaps. So you look at
It's
the
great.
environment and you go, we have
Oh,
to make a
gravity
custom
generator.
minimap. So if we want to support
Gonna need all of us
lots,
to
tens,
crew it.
hundreds,
Yep.
and thousands of
We'll just
locations,
do an Idris
and
meetup.
absolutely for the PU, it's just
Just
it's
have
not viable.
every
So we
single
wanted to
person
come
on
up
the
with a
Idris
solution that
and
we can use,
manning it,
with minimal
crewing.
effort on the side of
Crewing up.
content creation.
Why is
but gives
crewing
us
such
all
a
the
hard word
information
for
that we
me?
want. And this
Difficult
minimap
word.
is not just
don't know.
that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the minimap, this is just a kind of how you
I love
view
that you can
your
also
radar
see it on the
information.
plan.
Yes. And
Like from
your
top
radar
down,
scanner gives you so
specifically.
much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the
You got a
state
dirty
of the
joke for that comment, but you
Can I
shall
hack
resist. No, do it.
If
Make
it's
it.
a person,
Or do it
what's
in
their active
Discord,
status?
maybe.
Injured. So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission, I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can...
I was Belf. I really was.
Local lie of the area and go, right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured
It's not
too.
that
Oh, he's got a tier
terrible?
1
Oh,
injury.
okay.
I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders, but then
Absolutely.
using like the relay network and
Oh
where
my
the saboteurs
God,
and intruders can
Fox.
start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin
You were thinking
resource
sub deck?
network.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
exactly that.
the sub deck is my
same
favorite for a reason.
Visuals
You know.
and tech is planned to drop into the sort of resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic
Oh, boy.
for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
Indeed.
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your your holographic view of your ship.
Oh, and
like
is that
using the same
kitty?
tech. So that the idea is
So cute. I wish I
those
could
two things,
zoom in on the emotes,
work well
but I
together.
can't.
Hi,
It's
so
very
we've
sad.
been talking about the FPS
Can you
stuff, the
zoom in
stuff that
on the
affects the player
emotes?
specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things
No.
before we leave today.
It's so sad.
We
I
moved up
want to
into
see
space
close
and
up,
talked
like
about
how you
flight
click on Twitch's
experience
emotes, and
scanning
it'll show you
and
like a
minimap
bigger
stuff.
version.
Now, from ourselves and our
Panda.
ships, let's talk
No,
about
not
our
at
enemies,
all.
our
What do you
opponents,
mean?
the entities we're going to encounter.
Not
And
at
talk
all.
talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you
Getting
tell
a
us?
massage by the gravity
the AI
drive.
systems that we have,
I don't know how
we
that would
basically
work,
know
but I'll take it.
So
If it's
we found
relaxing,
out
I'll
we
take it.
Wanted to
Not
wanted
at
to
all,
understand
no,
where we wanted
exactly.
to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that
Oh,
the
gravity
best AI
waves.
are kind of
Oh,
some of the
yeah.
simpler
That sounds
AI
very
that you
relaxing.
have a really good solid foundation, then you build
Very
on top of it. And I think our AI over this
relaxing.
period of time that has been there,
Nice.
I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
Yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
Well,
when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's
Do I
being
eat
rolled
chips
out, and
later?
There's so many
Maybe.
other things going on that they really haven't had
Maybe a
time
few.
to focus on it because, you know, you're playing and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with
E-liquid.
this that
Oh no.
doesn't help the AI out
That's
at all.
not good.
So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that
You know
the
how
AI
you
is
could
kind of
prevent
brain
that?
dead a lot of the times in the
By
PU.
not having
It's a
e-liquid.
combination of the
Sorry.
older logic and behaviors.
No, I hope you'll be able to like get it out.
Poor performance of
Get it
the
off.
servers and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of
corn syrup,
interest and
basically?
complexity
Really?
and making them feel
Nice.
like real humans
I
fighting
fructose
you,
corn syrup.
or in the case of Vandal,
With
real aliens fighting you.
A taste, a flavor.
Or creatures.
Nice.
Creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get
Wait, what just
tied
happened
up
there?
in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like you know, I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And
So,
it's
from this
I won't
entire
argue it's been like a long,
CitCon, what are you
hard
most
slog
excited about? Because
on the
I am
AI
most
side.
excited about
It's partly because we wanted to become
Pyro?
really systemic, and we have
Especially
a massive,
Pyro
especially
3,
in the
I
PU,
think,
a
like the
massive
yellow
world
grass
that can have
moon
all these different
or
situations.
planet.
So it's not, you know, like if you're doing a
some of the
standard
alien-looking moons, like
FPS
the one
game,
that they have in the
Call
background
of
right now,
Duty, like the narrative parts
and
of it,
then
you know exactly where
also
everyone's going to
the
be, and
UI
you can sort
changes.
of script
So
actions
the interaction
for the AI
mostly.
to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind
So
of
it's
following scripts.
it's mostly
Whereas with
the
us, you know, all
the way you
different
interact
planets,
with
all the
stuff.
different, can you be
I quite
you know,
like that.
locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations that AI
what
could
else
be
do I
in.
really enjoy?
There's no way you could script it all, so you need to make it systemic.
enjoyed
It
the,
needs to understand the environment. It needs to
the new
have
ship looks really
perception
good.
of what's happening around
The
it,
showing off of the
and,
Corsair.
be able to communicate with the other AI that's fighting
And
alongside.
there was
to
one
seem
other
like they're
thing. Oh my god,
working as a
what was it?
team. And
Oh, the
so
bunker
that
stuff.
takes
Oh, and
time
Lorville,
to
obviously.
work. You know, the AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco.
Could we get an ETA from Jared on how much longer this panel is? I have things to do, right? Me too. Like,
this year.
I have
because
things to do. I need to sleep.
Both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast
I'll
systems
probably
came
just
in,
play a little bit more
and,
Cyberpunk or
you
something.
know,
I don't know.
It was challenging to say the least.
Yes.
And
Oh, the
challenging
venting
in a
of
good
the
way,
oxygen. That was
in,
quite
like, the
cool as
fact
well,
that we were
true.
like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like,
Oh,
we
the
were
panel will only
running
run until
Asiago
Star
as a test
Citizen's
level.
released.
Okay, let's see if we can just run
Oh,
and gun and
okay.
take all the slavers out.
No.
And
You want to go for a bath? Oh my god, yes.
I think I'm
Get
kind
that
of okay,
e-liquid
but
off of
Rich
you.
is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this.
You're low-key
level.
waiting for them
Like,
to
I
give us
almost managed
some
to do it. I
massive
mean,
thing that's coming out today,
was,
right?
you know,
Me
it was getting-
too.
It was like
Sleep is
Elden Ring
cancelled,
from
like in
software,
general.
Like, I want to do it one
Oh
more
no,
time.
that's so sad. I
And it
love
was-
sleep.
And it wasn't just that you were getting like a
Fine,
headshot
I'll
or
only
anything
take
where it
naps
was
then.
Like,
No,
okay,
I need
the
my
AI is
sleep.
just
Sleep is good.
supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around. They were
I
anticipating
also
where
still
you were
really
doing,
hope
they were
for a
trying to
big
flank your areas,
surprise.
and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like
Sleep,
realistic
what is
perception.
sleep?
Like
It's
they
this
can,
very
you know, they can
restorative
hear a sound around a corner, but
cycle
if
for
you
your
were
body
3,
that you
4
go
doors
through,
away,
generally at
whatever,
night
maybe they wouldn't
when
hear
there's
you
no
if you
sun
dropped
out.
something. And you know, see
Sometimes
where you
during
were
the
and
day,
see
if
you
your
in the
sleep schedule
peripheral
is fecked,
vision,
or your
they'd have
work schedule is
different,
fecked,
ways of
and you do it
approaching,
during the day.
searching for you or fighting you. You know, whether they're more
But
aggressive and they're pushing up
that's what sleep
towards you, or they're defensive
Sleep
and
is
they're
very
staying
important
behind
for
cover,
you.
or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm
This
actually
panel might be the big
feeling
surprise.
Like
No,
some pretty great
I think the
stuff.
big surprise was just
And so
Chris
that
being
is
there.
going to be
Honestly,
stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU.
you can't ever get that sleep. Feels like you're
But
never
I
awake
don't know
to
if,
experience
Rich
it.
wants to add a bit to it. 'cause
Well,
think Trey wanted to
I need to ask something because I've spent more than a single day on
Tony
the internet.
could be there too?
before.
Wait, who's
When
Tony?
you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that.
Because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because What
I think I'm
what
missing
talked
something,
about is
sorry.
We identified.
We're rolling
everything
out
that
the
was
new
there.
combat
So
system
when I
and
came
UI
on,
today,
I wanted to
right?
understand where
Please?
we're talking.
We're
years
rolling
now.
out
So
the
okay,
entirety of
what is
Pyro
there? How do we want
today.
to change it, and how do we want to
Or
manipulate
one
it? So
jump point to
we're not
Pyro,
throwing
and
away
then you have like
the more
one
technical underpinnings of
one
of
planet
the
to check
AI.
out
For
and one
example,
moon. I would not
ship
be
assumption or like
unhappy
how
with that.
they how they navigate and pathfind around the world. It's more about the
But yeah,
bits
if
that
this
you go
panel-
and tune and the bits you
Jared,
tweak. And we call them
what is that?
behaviors, like AI behaviors. So
Is
what we
Jared done
did
with this
is we
panel? It looks
pulled
like
all
he
the
is.
AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors.
Stanton isn't gone from
Essentially
PU, just
defender,
Pyro for
so
a
I
year.
want to
Oh,
stay
heck
back in
yeah.
cover and defend a location.
Jared
A
knows. I think he
strafer who kind of
does.
wants to get, siege you and wants to get behind you, and then pushes that.
Seriously though, he knows.
So we wanted to
Sleep
create
is
these
unproductive.
3
No,
core
it's very
behaviors
productive.
that
It
the
allows
AI
you
can
to
choose to go. They can choose behaviors.
make
Combat
connections
behaviors,
in the
this is.
brain,
So once you've
and
engaged in
for
combat,
your
they can
brain
then
to
select
like
one of these
flush out
behaviors to engage
toxins,
you, so that
and
you
in
get
your
a
body as well, by
mixture
the
of
way.
combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might
It
get
makes sure that
3
all the
defenders, and
stress
you might
that's
get
in
1
your
strafer
body
and 2
can
pushers.
kind of like
And we've got a video to show
dissipate
some of the
or get flushed
some of the
away.
behaviors.
It's really
But
good.
then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He should never re-roll as another behavior, or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them
think
to be
it
reckless. I
is,
want them to have friendly
honestly.
fire.
Yep.
So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves
Oh no, wait.
play well. You can play that
I got the
and go,
wrong
okay,
one.
to these 3, is that a fun
Ugh.
experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetails, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there. So you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Star Citizen game that you're going to be playing for thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and readed that in a way that allows us that, you're coming around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing, because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No,
right?
exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, you're getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, oh, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, and you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced
Some
classes.
AI don't
We've
follow the
played
rules
it.
of weight and
It's a
just.
lot of fun.
I've had
and then what we have on top
AI.
of that is
I
future
think at
things
one
that
of
we're
the
gonna be adding even more.
outposts.
So we've got versions of
I went
debugging
up to him. I
genetic
thought it was
behavior
a
and
player.
reviving allies and
And
ammo
then
management
he literally
and
looked
all the other
with his
advanced
gun
combat
up
behaviors
to the
that we can put on
sky.
top, which
He
we're
would
already
glitch
working
out
on.
and
But
go in
they're
circles, and then he would
underpinned
start
by an
shooting at me, and I
absolute
just
solid
was
foundation. So if you
instantly
strip
out.
all of
I
it
was
back just
in
to
the
those
hospital
three base
afterwards.
behaviors, the defender pushes straight
But
first.
yeah, that
Is
was
it fun?
very
Because
interesting.
if it's not fun there,
That's
not gonna be
very,
fun
very
anywhere. And you can't
interesting.
just keep relying on putting stuff on top. And
That's
going,
my
"Oh, it's
experience
gonna get
with
fun when we do this.
combat
It's going to get fun when we do this."
with AI.
So we pulled it back.
I love
so
it.
that you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. Fighter pilots don't go in and they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the.
Your favorite ones are the ones that never draw their weapon.
reflect
It's
the
still
level
on
of
their
difficulty
back,
that we want
and
to push
then you're
it
shot
into
by them. Oh
system
no.
universe.
Yeah,
That sounds awful.
Thrown away was
Like, how are you shooting me right now?
Basically, game developer is iteration.
Their name
right?
could be
So
John Rambo, though.
You have
True.
V1, then you have V2, and then
Yeah.
V3.
Can be.
And V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning. And there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by a lot more of the things we talked about, like the perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
As I like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. There is
We've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is staying the
More
same.
mess hall? More mess hall?
Yeah.
Mess hall, the mess hall will never end.
But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, we can show the clip of
we've got
what we
those
have.
poor Atmo East Force guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other things outside of, you just talked about combat, there's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron. And then on top of that, you're making the joke about
Happened to players too, where the gun fires into the ground, but it's hitting you.
The main cooking bed
Seems
for what
like
we
a
call
great
social
system.
AI, non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the Idris that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more
So if I'm not really responding anymore, it's because I'm
on some people
getting
patrolling,
quite tired.
We've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also, there's dynamic conversation, so people can just sort of, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or, talking about what they think
Almost
the best,
5 hours. Oh my God.
ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating
I'm not the
point,
only
but that's
one?
also a
Okay,
system that's gonna
good.
come into the PU that's going to create
Makes
a
me
huge
feel a little
amount of
bit better.
bugs. So when you go into a bar in the PU or
Sleeping
you're
stream
wandering
confirmed.
around the big point of interest
Your
in
head is
cities,
fried.
people will be
Same. A
having
little bit.
conversations, gossiping.
Yeah, they
talking
did say it
about,
would
"Oh, well,
be
I
like
heard there was something went
roughly
on, the
5
Ninetales
hours-ish.
attacked Soren Horizon but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it
because,
just adds so much.
It
just adds so
Wait,
much.
Luca, what?
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation
5 hours
system
plus
stuff
Chris,
to show today, but
so 7
let's
hours.
look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would
Yes,
play out
le
20 different
squeak
ways.
So
as
the
the
individual
notification.
there is going
We actually have
away to
that
hide
somewhere.
behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that
Yeah,
color.
so that's the player,
He's gonna
essentially.
Go. This is essentially a stand for
Oh,
the player.
Chris, that they would
The other
sit in the
2
mess
AI
hall
are
and talk
searching
about the
for
latest
him
vid
at the
show.
moment.
What
The
is
white
vid
spheres
show?
you see are basically hiding or cover
What?
spots. And so as
Video
AI,
show?
this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So
That's
and
pretty cool.
They're both
Okay, I like
kind of
that.
working together. So their logic is
Ask
they need
Chris,
to
you
clear
said it.
these rooms
Chris.
first, and then once the rooms
Wait,
are
hang on. I'm
cleared,
just going
they
to call
can
Chris real
sort of
quick.
go
So
on
they
from
share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically
Chris,
all
what
the
did
nooks
you
and crannies
mean
in the room.
with vid
They're
show?
clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again,
Yeah, it
this
makes
is
no sense.
systemic.
Okay,
He's
cool,
just
thanks.
coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress.
I have like
And then
a
he's just going to go and
red
check the rest
phone
of the room
directly to
alongside his
Chris.
buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you know,
direct
you'd hear
line.
them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, if that, we've got vents in
Yeah,
here.
he's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, you know, there's something you can hide in. Or
Okay, this look cool, I'm
They're
not gonna
going
lie.
through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back.
She's here to
he's
call on the
clearing.
stream, exactly.
And then one of these.
Don't believe
enemies
me?
will
Just
then
go back in the
go,
sitcom
okay,
stream.
we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, you know, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's coming around here. And...
Fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off with, is something that
That's
we've
so
added for the
sad.
perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you, and that's the equivalent of going, huh? You know, did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game you don't see that. That's our
No,
debug.
that's our debug.
That's just
Yeah.
indicating
Yeah, obviously.
the level, and the level in the game would be
But
like
we'll
where-
have audio and visual
Yeah, exactly.
representation for
It's like
those
when you
levels.
get
So
spotted in
the initial
Skyrim.
green one would just be like a head turn.
And when you're
maybe a
sneaking
verbal
and they don't
cue.
see you,
Then
like-
you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going.
Question mark above their heads.
Check it out.
Or like an
and then,
exclamation mark, yeah.
Maybe they'll walk over there. To
I think it's the
investigate.
same
Or
with
if there's two of
Cyberpunk
them,
as well, where they go
one
like,
of them will go,
"Whoop,"
hey, you go check
and then
it
they
out.
start
And
shooting.
then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened.
I think that's
on
a lot
most
better
games, what happens
in
is if
terms
you
of
wait
the
long enough
system.
time, they will then de-escalate to the green, and it's like their minds have been
Compared to
you know,
what we
it's
have
about
now,
MB,
which is like
they
instant
flash the memory
engage.
and it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state, and in that threatened
I've never
state,
played Metal Gear,
they'll
but I
still
do know
their
it.
social activities.
I do
and their
know the
functions,
little-
but they're more perceptive. So as soon as
the
they see
notification
like, he's
sound.
there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
And so that was on a test map. But
Yes.
we do have an example of it working.
Yep.
Jared's like, okay, I'm gonna guide you through it now. I'm gonna help
So here's
you,
Inaciado in the
speeding it
decommissioned
along,
area.
because we're
You can
nearing
see the
5
two
hours here.
AI in the distance catch you, and then this is kind of just a representation.
Did
of
DUTV
it
hit the
doing
store?
same
I
thing
don't
In
know.
a real environment, but obviously we wanted to
I
show
haven't
you
checked the store at all.
Kind of the thing behind the curtain. What
I
they're
like the
actually
caution
doing. They're
ribbons.
Checking cover points. They're checking the usables.
See,
that are
this is what I I do.
And then, you know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video,
I know
We
that
actually
they're showing
failed
off
because
specific
we
like
pincered
combat
the
and like
player,
detection
and they
stuff.
actually found you before
But
we
I'm
were able
looking
to
at
show
the
you,
way
you
that
know,
the
what was
lighting
happening.
is falling
So
in the
it's,
level, or I'm looking at the
it's really
caution
good to
ribbons,
see how this
or anything,
transition
or
from
anything like
social
that.
into
And I'm not
combat
actually
so that you can
looking
actually
at
play through the game.
what they're showing off. I get so distracted by all the
here he's checking
details.
a usable,
Because they're so
which we
pretty.
set up where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing
Just
that
looking
information
everywhere,
with
apart
his
from
buddy.
what they want
so
to
if
show
you've got
off.
2, 3, 4 AI
that's
that are
cool.
searching, then obviously they're sharing and talking to each other and letting them know that nobody's found you.
Like, oh, nothing here, clear.
Like you may not
You
be
already
able to
checked
see
it.
them,
There you go.
but you're gonna know they're out there looking for you.
Uh-oh.
If you stay in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross,
gonna
who
get
captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
Turn off prox
And again, not
comms.
scripted.
It
It's
keeps being
systemic.
on
They
the
understand about
entire
hiding
video.
places. This is their station.
Like with
They
all
understand the hiding
recorded
places. They understand
sections,
where
I
to
just
look,
see
and they
prox
go
comms
through
and it annoys
Yes,
me
you
so
can
much.
drop these enemies in any
I don't
environment.
know why.
And they will play out like this, but obviously the choices that they make at runtime
Just kill
will
the
be different.
guys.
And this
Kill
is
them.
where, you know, we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
What? We
So
don't even
that's
get to see
hiding
it?
from the AI, but let's look at
It
some
is
of the combat tactics.
pretty big for stealth, yep.
So let's do
It is.
combat tactics
It's so much
1.
better.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to just kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points.
Cool.
Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all of the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover to cover.
Oh, that's so cool.
So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. You know, right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want, you know, we want that challenge to be fair so that you
Very
feel
smart.
like you've made the mistake
like
when
this.
you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics.
Yes.
Yeah, Jared is really guiding them through it now. He's like, chop,
So this
chop.
is just a short version where we, but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for.
They do
either
use
always
real-world
become
tactics.
defenders or
I like
always
it.
become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base map.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over.
69%, very nice.
And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of that, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because, like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past. Skills. There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of two areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much, so you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, they have.
Oh my god, I have to sneeze. Sorry.
They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you, and also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements. So there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage. Or, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. Yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you work your way up to a marathon. And so that's kind of the idea, is there are things that you do during the gameplay that, your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making that the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff, then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character is going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything, because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, Yeah,
because if you're wearing the same if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, skilling up your character because you're saying, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want, you can run further than them. You can carry things, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the Star Citizen, but a good one to how to explain it is, it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, you know, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You know, you might struggle and, okay, eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me, it's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock
Sorry,
a
what
different
do you
animation where
not
it's
like?
smoother.
I
missed all of this.
Doing all the versions of takedown
Yeah.
from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, you know, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, you know, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to
RPG
achieve.
skills.
And I think that's what
I quite
skills
like
is
that.
about. It's about giving players
It makes sense. Like,
goals that they
the
wanna
more you
do.
practice something, the better you get at something.
You know, melee, like fist
Right?
fighting,
It makes
knife
sense.
fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fight, say martial arts or whatever. You
Yep.
have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
And learn them from someone and then do it a bit more and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain. And that's kind of the, like you said, the, you know, the idea of
They can just sit at
you know,
Grim
the
Hex and be
skills
safe.
techniques,
Yeah, okay,
that we
that's
want to
true.
introduce because again, it's, you know, this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays or Formula One car racers, you know, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s. It's not the 70s
No,
anymore.
exactly. You know, you don't.
They
just
don't.
get...
They have a pint of beer before
Yeah.
they go to, you know, try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, you know, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort in to do. And that you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them, you know, like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. Yeah. It's like we will allow you to do things like that if you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
You're a bit worried about adding RPG mechanics like that, and you do like RPGs.
We all the
But
and then
why are you
the other thing
worried
that we're
about
gonna
it
do,
then?
which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is, you know,
Oh,
the
you
way
hope the
that
physical
you'll sort of
attributes will
track
show
this is the
visibly
same
on your
way as, you know, I've got
character.
an
That
Apple
could be
Watch on here,
cool.
and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of, you know, how unfit I am.
Wait, do you mean
right?
mostly like with
Well, how
strength
fit
and
I am,
stuff?
Unfortunately, at the moment, it's
Like
mostly
those
unfit.
kinds of physical attributes,
But,
or
you know, that will be essentially one of the apps in Emobi Glass, and then one of the last.
Panda, he's suffering as much as we are right now.
Talk about,
Jared, you're talking about Jared.
Is, you know, there's a complete redo of the Moby Glass, and the first iteration is
A lot
in
of people want it to be more
There's
what
a
you do
sort
in
of
game,
cut-down
what you as a
set of
player get
apps
more
in
skilled
Squadron
at.
because it's the military Moby Glass, and you know don't need all the cargo
Yeah, I think so,
trading and
Panda.
all that
I
kind of
definitely
stuff
think
that you would
so.
want in the PU. But
My
it's a
blood is
framework
getting
that
very,
we're building almost like a you know our own
operating
Moby
system,
OS.
yeah.
And it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And you know, in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, oh, you know, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. You know, here's my mission assignments. You know, here's the ship chat channel. And,
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically, and you know, obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, you know, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of Flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. I don't know if you want to say any more on the Mobiglass.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll the Mobiglass. Let's take a look.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page.
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like
really
the
good
email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with general ship chat from the AI, which again is kind of just
looks really
making
good.
it believe that you're in this believable environment or a real life environment rather than just your own.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot cleaner, and the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and
right. Can we get this today? That would be that would be the big surprise. Please, let us get something
because we've read the
today.
Messages, so it's gone, but there was an alert
right?
down on our mission side
come on,
here,
this
but
has
now
to be
we've kind of
ready.
looked at it, it's cleared. So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside,
This looks sexy.
You'll get notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here. I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
Even the health stuff. How? What?
It's like in everyday life, everybody pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and Google Chrome or search engines, and everybody does it every day.
Yep.
So when we come to things like the Mobiglass,
I haven't seen the ship
have a
status.
level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive.
You can spend money on concept
ships
ships today. Oh, that's the big surprise. Okay, thank you.
We want to make sure
No.
that the game that you're playing,
Give
we're
me
removing
Pyro
the
today.
barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you
Give
want
the
to
new
enjoy,
UI
that
today,
you
or
want
the
to
new
go and do.
Mobiglass.
You want to go and do missions. You want to go and get equipment or find rare loot.
Did it say
or
remote
join up with your
retrieval? I
friends.
didn't see it.
And I think a lot of the things
I
when we
missed
look at
that. I
this
have to
being
rewatch
from
that.
player interaction experience to improve traversal to improve HUD, star map. Mobi is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go. We don't need to reinvent how you read
So I
emails.
changed my pants real quick.
Or we don't need to reinvent
I have my
how you
pajama
understand
pants
the
on
mission.
right now. I'm ready for bed.
And you want to have the information on your Mobi. Like,
It's 10 p.m. and I'm ready for bed. This is so
my
sad.
environment outside, is it breathable? Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen.
You can indeed already track everything that you want to.
I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to...
Did you just say you were almost in your 30s or 70s?
On specific missions.
Actually, 130, but
all these things
I'm a vampire, you see.
As a unified experience playing the game, and then you
You want a
start
new
to
star map
understand
today?
why we've got an instant drinking system or active
Star
status
map
or
and
injuries or
Mobiglass.
redouts and
Vampire
inventory
Queen.
and
I mean, I did
how
have
the trolleys
like
and
3
the
bats
physicalized nature of
surrounding
the
me
world. And when you
last
put it
week,
start
so that was
putting it
pretty
all together,
cool.
which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42 because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. We're starting to not just see
Vampires,
we're playing
yes.
it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do that. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for
Which
the
is going to be
developers
today?
who are just specifically PU
No?
content, they've got an example of how to use these
How to use it,
systems,
yeah.
and
I mean,
they understand how other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they're going,
It still
cool,
feels like too
there's
much cosmetic
documentation,
stuff,
I know
this
how
and
to
that,
go
while
to
they
it.
don't
I
carry
think that's
through
a
on big
big
promises
thing, 'cause,
made way back
as
when.
building the feature with the
Maybe you're
content
just
means
cynical,
that,
maybe?
Okay, you're doing some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that
We'll
means
see,
that
though.
the PU team that's now going, oh, well, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to
Ghost,
use
if
it,
this is
rather
a
than,
time-limited live stream,
here's a
imagine
feature,
what
you figure it
meetings
out,
with
because,
Chris
again, that
Roberts would
was
be like.
a lot of things that went in
Taru.
with that. It's like trolleys, as we use
Yep.
an example, or the
Mounted
guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this, but we thought
This is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's
Death by
absolutely
PowerPoint.
we know
I
and we're working
doubt
on, and
that
the plan
Chris
is
Roberts will
it's,
use
it's definitely
PowerPoint.
going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too.
I doubt it.
All right, so that was our version of a short
Yeah, they
conversation
promised a lot,
about
they did.
Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about
Oh, why would you
Squadron
ask
42,
for final
its-
words?
the co-development
Jared,
of
come
two
on, please.
projects, how it'll affect
Why would you ask
Star
for
Citizen?
final words from
What do
Chris?
you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop two games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And so, and it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition.
Maddie, now for some 30 minutes more from Chris, right?
Squadron, but also Star Citizen, because ultimately, I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this Constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing them out in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. The scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. They're limited to more limited spaces, and we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone who a player is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is
Donovan just can't help himself. He loves the sound of his own voice. I think he's very passionate about
it's the best job
everything
in the world.
he does
So
behind the scenes.
As much as it can be difficult,
So I cannot really
and much
blame
it can be
him.
frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something, or something's not working, or what kind of idiot did this, or which doesn't this person know how to run a project, and all the rest of the stuff. it's
Tell
still the
him,
best
Chris.
job in the world.
Tell
So
him.
you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we
Tell
all read the
him.
feedback. Oh, every developer reads everything, but you need a thick
True.
skin. I mean, at the end of the day,
I
you have
also,
a
I did
vision in your
not
mind,
expect him
and
to say
we're lucky enough to
bitching.
be able to really.
That was great. Thank you,
fulfill
Chris.
that. I mean, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way.
That was
because
great.
It's a completely different scope of
Tell
game now
them.
than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a next generation wing commander. What we're building now
Some
is
real
a
talk.
completely different
Sometimes
experience in terms of a lot
sometimes
more,
the community needs some real talk because
fidelity and scope.
I know that
and
we've been getting,
possibility in the idea
like Star
that you
Citizen has been getting
do
a
and
lot
be
more
anything in it, and if you can think
traction,
it or
popularity.
imagine it or see it, you can go
Big
there,
content
do
creators
all those
playing
things.
it as well.
That is,
And it just brought
like I
in
said,
quite a
I
bit
think
of a
there's
salt
almost
mine.
nobody out there in the industry that has
Both
got the opportunity
in-game
to do that.
and the
We're getting
subreddit,
to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone
just on social
that's
medias in
supporting the
general.
project.
So
So like I said,
sometimes
it's hard work. No one
they just
slacks
need
off.
to
We're
hear
working
it,
really hard.
honestly.
We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing.
Good on
it,
you,
but
Chris, for doing that.
It's not because we're
Heck
just
yeah.
sitting here, eating bonbons. So we are working really hard, and it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself. Over the last few years, has become more stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve. It's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe. And we're really committed to
the current patch is really good.
making
It's true.
finishing that off and making
Quite
that
excited about that.
a really great experience.
It is
that's
very
frictionless.
smooth.
So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. It's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work, because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely
Expansive or expensive?
And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have
Both.
weekly behind the scenes documentary series
It's
that
true.
I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
It's true.
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that.
Oh,
feedback
the salt
that's
mine on
been-
Reddit.
come to the
Oh,
game
no.
Over the years,
I'm so sorry.
We've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems.
Yeah, Maddie,
that
he really
are not
does.
as forefront.
I
in people's
love
minds,
the
such as,
passion that he
the
still
interaction
has.
system and how you interface.
Like, I'm pretty
with
sure
the
at a
game
certain
and
point you would
controls and the action
get
queuing
quite,
and traversal.
like,
And I
maybe
think
annoyed.
The biggest takeaway for me when we start
Or
to
just
look at
like
all these features is
hopeless
that
or something, but he indeed still has this kind of like,
it's
yes, this is my
we're making
dream,
the
this is
game.
like my
The biggest thing is that
my
we're starting
baby
to
that
put
I'm
that game
working on.
together, and we can sit down and play
His-
it.
his
And whilst
brainchild,
Star Citizen,
basically.
there already is a game there.
It's really nice.
This is about making what's there even better and making sure that all the things that new players and
God, it's
existing
been
players
almost 5.5
have frustrations
hours.
with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction. And then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers.
Only
to
3
not
hours to
necessarily
go.
what you
No.
do, because that's going to be delivered by
We'll
the
be
content
in bed in
and
like 5
the
minutes
features
maybe.
and shit.
I mean, they're
But
doing
how you do
closing
it and
stuff,
how
so
you interface with the game. And I think that's going to
We'll
be a
see if
huge
it's actually going to be
improvement.
closing.
That will, you know, I think if you're a developer,
Techfree, good
it's
to
something
see you
that's
again.
really important because you've
What
got to make
did you
sure
miss?
that your game is.
Stream is still running.
If they're not talking
Everything
about
is still
of the
running.
game, then
You've missed a
done it
really
right.
long
And I
talk
think
from
that's where
Chris
we are,
and
we're getting close on at least on Squadron
the
42.
Squadron
so that we can
42.
then map that over to the
And
I
then,
don't
of course, the
remember.
only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in
Someone from
progress.
Squadron 42.
We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you would see them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you,
Tomorrow.
the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Moby Glass, rest assured we will be following up
Azariel,
on the
good to
skills
see you. How are
conversation
you?
with visuals and
You
a
were
more
kind of
in-depth
bored in the
discussion of how
beginning.
that'll
Really, I
work
was
and
very
how you'll
hyped at the
interact with that
beginning.
stuff as we get closer to being
Like I
able to
loved
do so.
seeing
If you've
Pyro
already
and all
gone
the
to
other
Spectrum
stuff that
or
we had in the
Reddit or
beginning.
your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It's
Oh my God!
it'll
Tell
be fun.
them.
So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time
Get
to
salty
talk a little
on
bit of Squadron
them. Heck
42 with
yeah!
us
I
and how
mean,
it'll affect
even the
PU.
content creators are also so
We're just
salty
about to
about the
wrap up
game.
our entire CitizenCon
And
day
they're all
here.
like speculating.
Before we
and,
do, I want to throw
oh,
it back to a video that we
it's
opened
such
today's show
low-quality
with.
content.
It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time, and when we come back, we'll put this
Like so
whole
much
baby
drama
to bed.
going
So
on.
take a look.
Don't like it. I don't have time for that.
You what my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process. It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
Literally as if there's no other games to
community
play.
is
True.
how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and
Like,
I
if you
find
don't like the game,
they're always
just
happy
put it
to
down.
show people the ropes.
Play a different game.
I found it very wholesome.
I don't know
When
why we're
first
watching
did
this
the,
again.
CitizenCon, where I
But
got
it's like-
to fly.
Literally, if you don't like the game anymore and you're just so salty about it, just put the game down, let it rest for a little bit, play different games, touch some grass, get a hobby, and then come back later. Like, no one has time for your drama. At least I don't. I don't have the energy for it. No time, no energy. Alright, let's turn this up again. Rant over.
fantastic. How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I? The new and exciting ways they find to break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community
Touching
around
grass feels
events
great. It
Star
does.
Citizen. It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
Or like
They've all been
pet some
lovely to me
animals
in
or
person,
something.
even if they're like really frustrated. You can
Get your
tell
focus
it's
on
just,
something else.
They have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
The only
how
thing
much
that annoys you is
inspiration
30Ks.
we get
That's
from
good.
them, from their ideas.
I love the
That is
genuine
very good.
enthusiasm.
That is the
quick
kind of
turnaround
mindset
on
that you want to
feedback.
keep.
I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone, we're making it with the community.
Still keep faith in us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream.
I
We
mean,
all are.
My favorite
True.
thing about the community,
Look at all the
it'd be
monies
impossible
the
for me to
community
narrow
has
it down to
given you.
one.
Sorry.
And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
Oh.
and the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when.
Oh, Community Hub rework,
2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I realized I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
Oh, I forgot about this. Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub. And we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub.
Yeah, I love that hair color.
So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming.
Just a little bit biased.
In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead.
Wait.
By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank
07.
you. Don't let me down.
Did they?
When
yeah, look at them.
you'll be
Look at
able
them
to
go.
choose between 3 post
Look at all the
options.
07s.
So that would be an audio, a video,
Cute.
and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description in there, but also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes in into the Discover page.
Like
On
Reddit,
the Discover
but
page,
better.
you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you
That's a lot better.
arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub.
Oh my god,
you
what?
have a live stream section, which you can see the top players.
We had a live stream section
right
already.
now.
It was just
you
not
have
working.
a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this,
This is
and
really
we really
good
hope
for
the community will enjoy as much
for
as
the
us.
growth. Yep.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub? It's live right now.
Yay!
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or
I mean, that's what they
now.
just said, so...
I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's
sort
like
of
12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Apple Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's.
I don't care anymore. Oh, it was live for about 2 minutes. Nice. Boom. Good day, sir. What do we have? We have YouTube. We have some music. So we got the entire show, didn't we? I think we did. Alright, beautiful. Oi! Where's YouTube? Let's do some lo-fi music to kind of like wrap it up here. Very nice. I'll just grab this one. Very nice. We done? I think we are. I think that was the entire show of Star Citizen CitizenCon. I think we're not really missing anything else right now. Unless you still want to hop over to like the Star Citizen section on Twitch, go ahead and do so. But thank you so much for hanging out with me and chilling and watching CitizenCon. It was lovely having you here. I'm gonna sleep soon. I was very excited about the Pyro stuff, and Lorville was really good. The new ship was amazing. We had the new UI stuff and the what's it called? The Moby Glass looked great. I'm excited for the community hub. I'm gonna probably be posting a lot more there because for some reason Reddit really does not like me. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for hanging out. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Saturday, and I'll be back probably not tomorrow. Next week somewhere, or otherwise a week after. I'm going to be doing a little bit of a challenge for myself, playing Star Citizen with a drawing tablet and a stream deck instead of the regular mouse, keyboard, and flight stick. So if you want to see me struggle then, please go ahead and do so. Thank you again so much for hanging out. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Saturday. Hope to see you next week. And obviously also on like the Twitters and all the other stuff. Oh yeah, no, you can come and just troll me. Do it. You're getting sleepy? Same. Me too. Have a good night. You're very welcome for the stream, by the way. Oh, they're still talking? It sounds like explosions? Always. Wait, we're missing something. Wait,
It's been an
no.
amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies.
Are they taking pictures?
Yes. There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday!
Oh, happy birthday!
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. I'm just cheersing with my empty mug.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye. Bye. See you next year.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Cheers.
Alright, well, that was it then. Thanks for watching. Thank you for hosting the beautiful CitCon. For all the behind the scenes looks. I love seeing these looks. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Is it 10 years already? I was just closing, yeah. We didn't miss too much, so it's alright. But yeah, next week is going to be explosion time. Pretty excited for that, so I hope to see you then. And yeah, have a good weekend. and see you in the verse. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good night, chat. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Bye. Have a good night. Oh, sevens. Bye-bye.